Hyperion by Dan Simmons. Copyright 1989 by Dan Simmons. All rights reserved. Narrated by Ray Foushee.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains a marker allowing direct access to the beginning of the book.
Annotation. On Hyperion, home of the Hegemony, also dwells the Shrike, a creature who lives in the Valley of the Time Tombs. 7 people who have suffered at the hands of the Shrike go to Hyperion to confront the beast and to uncover the Time Tomb's secrets. But a battle brews on Hyperion between the Hegemony and their enemy, the Ousters. Some violence, some strong language, and some descriptions of sex. Prequel to The Fall of Hyperion, 33584, 1989. From the book jacket. On the world called Hyperion, beyond the law of the hegemony of man and the reach of 28th century science, there waits the creature called the Shrike. There are those who worship it. There are those who fear it. And there are those who have vowed to destroy it. In the Valley of the Time Tombs, where huge brooding structures move backward through time with their dark message from the future, the Shrike waits for them all. On the eve of Armageddon, with the entire galaxy at war, 7 pilgrims set forth on a final voyage to the Time Tombs. They seek the answers to the unsolved riddles of their lives, and they have resolved to die before discovering anything less than the secrets of the universe itself. Stunningly written by the World Fantasy Award-winning author of Song of Kali, Hyperion resonates with technical achievement and with the excitement and wonder that one finds only in the best science fiction. Other books by Dan Simmons: Phases of Gravity, Carry and Comfort. Dedication: This is for Ted. Prologue. The Hegemony consul sat on the balcony of his ebony spaceship and played Rachmaninoff's Prelude in C-sharp minor on an ancient but well-maintained Steinway, while great green saurian things surged and bellowed in the swamps below. A thunderstorm was brewing to the north. Bruised black clouds silhouetted a forest of giant gymnosperms, while stratocumulus towered 9 kilometers high in a violent sky. Lightning rippled along the horizon. Closer to the ship, occasional vague reptilian shapes would blunder into the interdiction field, cry out, and then crash away through indigo mists. The consul concentrated on a difficult section of the prelude, and ignored the approach of storm and nightfall. The fat line receiver chimed. The consul stopped, fingers hovering above the keyboard, and listened. Thunder rumbled through the heavy air. From the direction of the gymnosperm forest there came the mournful ululation of a carrion breed pack. Somewhere in the darkness below, a small-brained beast trumpeted its answering challenge and fell quiet. The interdiction field added its sonic undertones to the sudden silence. The fat line chimed again. "Damn," said the consul, and went in to answer it. While the computer took a few seconds to convert and decode the burst of decaying tachyons, the consul poured himself a glass of scotch. He settled into the cushions of the projection pit just as the disky blinked green. "Play," he said. "You have been chosen to return to Hyperion," came a woman's husky voice. Full visuals had not yet formed. The air remained empty, except for the pulse of transmission codes which told the consul that this fat line squirt had originated on the Hegemony administrative world of Tau Cetai Center. The consul did not need the transmission coordinates to know this. The aged but still beautiful voice of Maina Gladstone was unmistakable. "You have been chosen to return to Hyperion as a member of the Shrike pilgrimage," continued the voice. "The hell you say," thought the consul, and rose to leave the pit. "You and 6 others have been selected by the Church of the Shrike and confirmed by the All-Thing," said Maina Gladstone. "It is in the interest of the Hegemony that you accept." The consul stood motionless in the pit, his back to the flickering transmission codes. Without turning, he raised his glass and drained the last of the scotch. "The situation is very confused," said Maina Gladstone. Her voice was weary. "The Consulate and Home Rule Council fat-lined us 3 standard weeks ago with the news that the Time Tombs showed signs of opening. The anti-entropic fields around them were expanding rapidly, and the Shrike has begun ranging as far south as the Bridle Range." The consul turned and dropped into the cushions. A hala had formed of Maina Gladstone's ancient face. Her eyes looked as tired as her voice sounded. A Force Space Task Force was immediately dispatched from Parvati to evacuate the Hegemony citizens on Hyperion before the time tombs open. Their time debt will be a little more than 3 Hyperion years. Maina Gladstone paused. The consul thought he had never seen the Senate CEO look so grim. "We do not know if the evacuation fleet will arrive in time," she said, "but the situation is even more complicated. An Ouster migration cluster of at least 4,000 units has been detected approaching the Hyperion system. Our evacuation task force should arrive only a short while before the Ousters." The consul understood Gladstone's hesitation. An Ouster migration cluster might consist of ships ranging in size from single-person ram scouts to can cities and comet forts holding tens of thousands of the interstellar barbarians. "The Force Joint Chiefs believe that this is the Ousters' big push," said Maina Gladstone. The ship's computer had positioned the hala so that the woman's sad brown eyes seemed to be staring directly at the consul. "Whether they seek to control just Hyperion for the time tombs, or whether this is an all-out attack on the world web, remains to be seen. In the meantime, a full Force Space battle fleet, complete with a Farcaster construction battalion, has spun up from the CAM system to join the evacuation task force, but this fleet may be recalled depending upon circumstances." The consul nodded and absently raised the scotch to his lips. He frowned at the empty glass and dropped it onto the thick carpeting of the holopit. Even with no military training, he understood the difficult tactical decision Gladstone and the Joint Chiefs were faced with. Unless a military Farcaster were hurriedly constructed in the Hyperion system, at staggering expense, there would be no way to resist the Ouster invasion. Whatever secrets the time tombs might hold would go to the Hegemony's enemy. If the fleet did construct a Farcaster in time, and the Hegemony committed the total resources of force to defending the single, distant colonial world of Hyperion, the world web ran the terrible risk of suffering an Ouster attack elsewhere on the perimeter, or, in a worst-case scenario, having the barbarians actually seizing the Farcaster and penetrating the web itself. The consul tried to imagine the reality of armored Ouster troops stepping through Farcaster portals into the undefended home cities on 100 worlds. The consul walked through the hala of Maina Gladstone, retrieved his glass, and went to pour another scotch. "You have been chosen to join the pilgrimage to the Shrike," said the image of the old CEO, whom the press loved to compare to Lincoln or Churchill or Alvarez Temp, or whatever other pre-Hegira legend was in historical vogue at the time. "The Templars are sending their tree ship, Yggdrasil," said Gladstone, "and the evacuation task force commander has instructions to let it pass. With a 3-week time debt, you can rendezvous with the Yggdrasil before it goes quantum from the Parvati system. The 6 other pilgrims chosen by the Shrike Church will be aboard the tree ship. Our intelligence reports suggest that at least one of the 7 pilgrims is an agent of the Ousters. We do not, at this time, have any way of knowing which one it is." The consul had to smile. Among all the other risks Gladstone was taking, the old woman had to consider the possibility that he was the spy, and that she was fatlining crucial information to an Ouster agent. Or had she given him any crucial information? The fleet movements were detectable as soon as the ships used their hawking drives, and if the consul were the spy, the CEO's revelation might be a way to scare him off. The consul's smile faded, and he drank his scotch. "Saul Weintraub and Fedman Kassad are among the 7 pilgrims chosen," said Gladstone. The consul's frown deepened. He stared at the cloud of digits flickering like dust motes around the old woman's image. 15 seconds of fatline transmission time remained. "We need your help," said Maina Gladstone. "It is essential that the secrets of the time tombs and the Shrike be uncovered. This pilgrimage may be our last chance. If the Ousters conquer Hyperion, their agent must be eliminated, and the time tombs sealed at all cost. The fate of the Hegemony may depend upon it." The transmission ended, except for the pulse of rendezvous coordinates. "Response?" asked the ship's computer. Despite the tremendous energies involved, the spacecraft was capable of placing a brief, coded squirt into the incessant babble of FTL bursts which tied the human portions of the galaxy together. "No," said the consul, and went outside to lean on the balcony railing. Night had fallen, and the clouds were low. No stars were visible. The darkness would have been absolute, except for the intermittent flash of lightning to the north and a soft phosphorescence rising from the marshes. The consul was suddenly very aware that he was, at that second, the only sentient being on an unnamed world. He listened to the antediluvian night sounds rising from the swamps, and he thought about morning, about setting out in the Vicken EMV at first light, about spending the day in sunshine, about hunting big game in the fern forests to the south, and then returning to the ship in the evening for a good steak and a cold beer. The consul thought about the sharp pleasure of the hunt, and the equally sharp solace of solitude. Solitude he had earned through the pain and nightmare he had already suffered on Hyperion. Hyperion. The consul went inside, brought the balcony in, and sealed the ship just as the first heavy raindrops began to fall. He climbed the spiral staircase to his sleeping cabin at the apex of the ship. The circular room was dark except for silent explosions of lightning, which outlined rivulets of rain coursing the skylight. The consul stripped, lay back on the firm mattress, and switched on the sound system and external audio pickups. He listened as the fury of the storm blended with the violence of Wagner's Flight of the Valkyries. Hurricane winds buffeted the ship. The sound of thunderclaps filled the room as the skylight flashed white, leaving after-images burning in the consul's retinas. Wagner is good only for thunderstorms, he thought. He closed his eyes, but the lightning was visible through closed eyelids. He remembered the glint of ice crystals blowing through the tumbled ruins on the low hills near the time tombs, and the colder gleam of steel on the Shrike's impossible tree of metal thorns. He remembered screams in the night, and the hundred-facet, ruby and blood gaze of the Shrike itself. Hyperion. The consul silently commanded the computer to shut off all speakers, and raised his wrist to cover his eyes. In the sudden silence, he lay thinking about how insane it would be to return to Hyperion. During his 11 years as consul on that distant and enigmatic world, the mysterious Church of the Shrike had allowed a dozen barges of off-world pilgrims to depart for the windswept barrens around the time tombs, north of the mountains. No one had returned. And that had been in normal times, when the Shrike had been prisoner to the tides of time and forces no one understood, and the anti-entropic fields had been contained to a few dozen meters around the time tombs, and there had been no threat of an Ouster invasion. The consul thought of the Shrike, free to wander everywhere on Hyperion, of the millions of indigenes and thousands of Hegemony citizens helpless before a creature which defied physical laws and which communicated only through death, and he shivered despite the warmth of the cabin. Hyperion. The night and storm passed. Another storm front raced ahead of the approaching dawn. Gymnosperms 200 meters tall bent and whipped before the coming torrent. Just before first light, the consul's ebony spaceship rose on a tail of blue plasma and punched through thickening clouds as it climbed toward space and rendezvous. 1. The consul awoke with the peculiar headache, dry throat, and sense of having forgotten 1,000 dreams, which only periods in cryogenic fugue could bring. He blinked, sat upright on a low couch, and groggily pushed away the last sensor tapes clinging to his skin. There were 2 very short crew clones, and 1 very tall, hooded Templar with him, in the windowless ovoid of a room. One of the clones offered the consul the traditional post-thaw glass of orange juice. He accepted it and drank greedily. "The tree is 2 light minutes and 5 hours of travel from Hyperion," said the Templar, and the consul realized that he was being addressed by Het Mastine, captain of the Templar tree ship and true voice of the tree. The consul vaguely realized that it was a great honor to be awakened by the captain, but he was too groggy and disoriented from fugue to appreciate it. "The others have been awake for some hours," said Het Mastine, and gestured for the clones to leave them. "They have assembled on the foremost dining platform." "Huh," said the consul, and took a drink. He cleared his throat and tried again. "Thank you, Het Mastine," he managed. Looking around at the egg-shaped room with its carpet of dark grass, translucent walls, and support ribs of continuous curved weirwood, the consul realized that he must be in one of the smaller environment pods. Closing his eyes, he tried to recall his memories of rendezvous just before the Templar ship went quantum. The consul remembered his first glimpse of the kilometer-long tree ship as he closed for rendezvous, the tree ship's details blurred by the redundant machine and erg-generated containment fields which surrounded it like a spherical mist, but its leafy bulk clearly ablaze with thousands of lights, which shone softly through leaves and thin-walled environment pods, or along countless platforms, bridges, command decks, stairways, and bowers. Around the base of the tree ship, engineering and cargo spheres clustered like oversized gulls, while blue and violet drive streamers trailed behind like 10-kilometer-long roots. "The others await," Hetmestein said softly, and nodded toward low cushions where the consul's luggage lay ready to open upon his command. The Templar gazed thoughtfully at the weirwood rafters, while the consul, dressed in semi-formal evening wear of loose black trousers, polished ship boots, a white silk blouse which ballooned at waist and elbows, topaz collar cinch, black demi-coat complete with slashes of Hegemony crimson on the epaulets, and a soft gold tricorn. A section of curved wall became a mirror, and the consul stared at the image there. A more than middle-aged man in semi-formal evening wear, sunburned skin, but oddly pale under the sad eyes. The consul frowned, nodded, and turned away. Hetmestein gestured, and the consul followed the tall, robed figure through a dilation in the pod onto an ascending walkway, which curved up and out of sight around the massive bark wall of the tree ship's trunk. The consul paused, moved to the edge of the walkway, and took a quick step back. It was at least 600 meters down. Down being created by the 1/6 standard gravity being generated by the singularities imprisoned at the base of the tree. And there were no railings. They resumed their silent ascent, turning off from the main trunk walkway 30 meters and half a trunk spiral later to cross a flimsy suspension bridge to a 5-meter-wide branch. They followed this outward to where the riot of leaves caught the glare of Hyperion's sun. "Has my ship been brought out of storage?" asked the consul. "It is fueled and ready in Sphere 11, said Hetmestein. They passed into the shadow of the trunk, and stars became visible in the black patches between the dark latticework of leaves. "The other pilgrims have agreed to ferry down in your ship if the Force authorities give permission," added the Templar. The consul rubbed his eyes, and wished that he had been allowed more time to retrieve his wits from the cold grip of cryonic fugue. "You've been in touch with the task force?" "Oh, yes. We were challenged the moment we tunneled down from Quantum Leap. A Hegemony warship is escorting us this very moment." Hetmestein gestured toward a patch of sky above them. The consul squinted upward, but at that second, segments of the upper tiers of branches revolved out of the tree ship shadow, and acres of leaves ignited in sunset hues. Even in the still shadowed places, glowbirds nestled like Japanese lanterns above lighted walkways, glowing swing vines, and illuminated hanging bridges, while fireflies from Old Earth and radiant gossamers from Maui Covenant blinked and coated their way through labyrinths of leaves, mixing with constellations sufficiently to fool even the most star-wise traveler. Hetmestein stepped into a basket lift hanging from a whiskered carbon cable, which disappeared into the 300 meters of tree above them. The consul followed, and they were borne silently upward. He noted that the walkways, pods, and platforms were conspicuously empty, except for a few Templars and their diminutive crew-clone counterparts. The consul could recall seeing no other passengers during his rushed hour between rendezvous and fugue, but he had put that down to the imminence of the tree ship going quantum, assuming then that the passengers were safe in their fugue couches. Now, however, the tree ship was traveling far below relativistic velocities, and its branches should be crowded with gawking passengers. He mentioned his observation to the Templar. "The 6 of you are our only passengers," said Hetmestein. The basket stopped in a maze of foliage, and the tree ship captain led the way up a wooden escalator worn with age. The consul blinked in surprise. A Templar tree ship normally carried between 2,000 and 5,000 passengers. It was easily the most desirable way to travel between the stars. Tree ships rarely accrued more than a 4 or 5 month time debt, making short scenic crossings where star systems were a very few light-years apart, thus allowing their affluent passengers to spend as little time as necessary in fugue. For the tree ship to make the trip to Hyperion and back, accumulating 6 years of web time, with no paying passengers, would mean a staggering financial loss to the Templars. Then the consul realized, belatedly, that the tree ship would be ideal for the coming evacuation, its expenses ultimately to be reimbursed by the Hegemony. Still, the consul knew, to bring a ship as beautiful and vulnerable as the Yggdrasil, one of only 5 of its kind, into a war zone was a terrible risk for the Templar Brotherhood. "Your fellow pilgrims," announced Hetmestein, as he and the consul emerged onto a broad platform where a small group waited at one end of a long wooden table. Above them the stars burned, rotating occasionally as the tree ship changed its pitch or yaw, while to either side a solid sphere of foliage curved away like the green skin of some great fruit. The consul immediately recognized the setting as the captain's dining platform, even before the 5 other passengers rose to let Hegemony take his place at the head of the table. The consul found an empty chair waiting for him to the left of the captain. When everyone was seated and quiet, Hegemony made formal introductions. Although the consul knew none of the others from personal experience, several of the names were familiar, and he used his diplomat's long training to file away identities and impressions. To the consul's left sat Father Lenar Hoyt, a priest of the old-style Christian sect known as Catholic. For a second, the consul had forgotten the significance of the black clothing and Roman collar, but then he remembered St. Francis Hospital on Hebron, where he had received alcohol trauma therapy after his disastrous first diplomatic assignment there almost 4 standard decades earlier. And at the mention of Hoyt's name, he remembered another priest, one who had disappeared on Hyperion halfway through his own tenure there. Lenar Hoyt was a young man by the consul's reckoning, no more than his early 30s, but it appeared that something had aged the man terribly in the not-too-distant past. The consul looked at the thin face, cheekbones pressing against sallow flesh, eyes large but hooded in deep hollows, thin lips set in a permanent twitch of muscle too downturned to be called even a cynical smile, the hairline not so much receding as ravaged by radiation, and he felt he was looking at a man who had been ill for years. Still, the consul was surprised that behind that mask of concealed pain there remained the physical echo of the boy in the man, the faintest remnants of the round face, fair skin, and soft mouth which had belonged to a younger, healthier, less cynical Lenar Hoyt. Next to the priest sat a man whose image had been familiar to most citizens of the Hegemony some years before. The consul wondered if the collective attention span in the world web was as short now as it had been when he had lived there. Shorter, probably. If so, then Colonel Fedman Kassad, the so-called butcher of South Brescia, was probably no longer either infamous or famous. To the consul's generation, and to all those who lived in the slow expatriate fringe of things, Kassad was not someone one was likely to forget. Colonel Fedman Kassad was tall, almost tall enough to look the 2-meter Hegemony in the eye, and dressed in force black, with no rank insignia or citation showing. The black uniform was oddly similar to Father Hoyt's garb, but there was no real resemblance between the two men. In lieu of Hoyt's wasted appearance, Kassad was brown, obviously fit, and whip-handle lean, with strands of muscle showing in shoulder, wrist, and throat. The colonel's eyes were small, dark, and as all-encompassing as the lenses of some primitive video camera. His face was all angles, shadows, planes, and facets. Not gaunt like Father Hoyt's, merely carved from cold stone. A thin line of beard along his jawline served to accent the sharpness of his countenance as surely as blood on a knife blade. The colonel's intense, slow movements reminded the consul of an earth-bred jaguar he had seen in a private siege ship zoo on Lucis many years before. Kassad's voice was soft, but the consul did not fail to notice that even the colonel's silences commanded attention. Most of the long table was empty, the group clustered at one end. Across from Fedman Kassad sat a man introduced as the poet Martin Silenus. Silenus appeared to be quite the opposite of the military man across from him. Where Kassad was lean and tall, Martin Silenus was short and visibly out of shape. Countering Kassad's stone-cut features, the poet's face was as mobile and expressive as an earth primate's. His voice was a loud, profane rasp. There was something, thought the consul, almost pleasantly demonic about Martin Silenus, with his ruddy cheeks, broad mouth, pitched eyebrows, sharp ears, and constantly moving hands, sporting fingers long enough to serve a concert pianist. Or a strangler. The poet's silver hair had been cropped into rough-hewn bangs. Martin Silenus seemed to be in his late 50s, but the consul noticed the telltale blue tinge to throat and palms, and suspected that the man had been through more than a few Polson treatments. Silenus's true age might be anywhere from 90 to 150 standard years. If he were close to the latter age, the consul knew, the odds were that the poet was quite mad. As boisterous and animated as Martin Silenus seemed upon first encounter, So the next guest at the table exuded an immediate and equally impressive sense of intelligent reticence. Saul Weintraub looked up upon introduction, and the consul noted the short gray beard, lined forehead, and sad, luminous eyes of the well-known scholar. The consul had heard tales of the wandering Jew and his hopeless quest, but he was shocked to realize that the old man now held the infant in his arms, his daughter Rachel, no more than a few weeks old. The consul looked away. The sixth pilgrim, and only woman at the table, was Braun Lamia. When introduced, the detective stared at the consul with such intensity that he could feel the pressure of her gaze even after she looked away. A former citizen of the 1.3G world of Lucis, Braun Lamia was no taller than the poet 2 chairs to her right, but even her loose corduroy shipsuit did not conceal the heavy layers of muscle on her compact form. Black curls reached to her shoulders. Her eyebrows were 2 dark lines dabbed horizontally across a wide brow, and her nose was solid and sharp, intensifying the aquiline quality of her stare. Lamia's mouth was wide and expressive, to the point of being sensuous, curled slightly at the corners in a slight smile which might be cruel or merely playful. The woman's dark eyes seemed to dare the observer to discover which was the case. It occurred to the consul that Braun Lamia might well be considered beautiful. Introductions completed, the consul cleared his throat and turned toward the Templar. Hetmestein, you said that there were 7 pilgrims. Is M. Weintraub's child the 7th? Hetmestein's hood moved slowly from side to side. No. Only those who make a conscious decision to seek the Shrike may be counted among the pilgrims. The group at the table stirred slightly. Each must know what the consul knew. Only a group comprising a prime number of pilgrims might make the Shrike Church-sponsored trip north. I am the 7th, said Hetmestein, captain of the Templar tree ship Yggdrasil, and true voice of the tree. In the silence which followed the announcement, Hetmestein gestured, and a group of crew clones began serving the pilgrims their last meal before planetfall. So, the Ousters are not in system yet? Asked Braun Lamia. Her voice had a husky, throaty quality which strangely stirred the consul. No, said Hetmestein, but we cannot be more than a few standard days ahead of them. Our instruments have detected fusion skirmishes within the system's Oort cloud. Will there be war? Asked Father Hoyt. His voice seemed as fatigued as his expression. When no one volunteered a response, the priest turned to his right as if retroactively directing the question to the consul. The consul sighed. The crew clones had served wine. He wished it had been whiskey. Who knows what the Ousters will do, he said. They no longer appear to be motivated by human logic. Martin Silenus laughed loudly, spilling his wine as he gestured. As if we fucking humans were ever motivated by human logic. He took a deep drink, wiped his mouth, and laughed again. Braun Lamia frowned. If the serious fighting starts too soon, she said, perhaps the authorities will not allow us to land. We will be allowed to pass, said Hetmestein. Sunlight found its way past folds in his cowl to fall on yellowish skin. Saved from certain death in war to be delivered to certain death at the hands of the Shrike, murmured Father Hoyt. There is no death in all the universe, intoned Martin Silenus, in a voice which the consul felt sure could have awakened someone deep in cryogenic fugue. The poet drained the last of his wine, and raised the empty goblet in an apparent toast to the stars. No smell of death. There shall be no death. Moan, moan. Moan, Sibylle, moan, for thy pernicious babes have changed a god into a shaking palsy. Moan, brethren, moan, for I have no strength left. Weak as the reed, weak, feeble as my voice. Oh, oh, the pain of feebleness. Moan, moan, for still I thaw. Silenus abruptly broke off and poured more wine, belching once into the silence which had followed his recitation. The other 6 looked at one another. The consul noticed that Saul Weintraub was smiling slightly, until the baby in his arms stirred and distracted him. Well, said Father Hoyt hesitantly, as if trying to retrieve an earlier strand of thought, if the Hegemony convoy leaves and the Ousters take Hyperion, perhaps the occupation will be bloodless, and they'll let us go about our business. Colonel Fedman Kassad laughed softly. The Ousters don't want to occupy Hyperion, he said. If they take the planet, they'll loot what they want, and then do what they do best. They'll burn the cities into charred rubble, break the rubble into smaller pieces, and then bake the pieces until they glow. They'll melt the poles, boil the oceans, and then use the residue to salt what's left of the continents so nothing will ever grow there again. Well, began Father Hoyt, and then trailed off. There was no conversation, as the clones cleared the soup and salad dishes and brought on the main course. You said that there was a Hegemony warship escorting us, the consul said to Hetmestine as they finished their roast beef and boiled sky squid. The Templar nodded and pointed. The consul squinted, but could make out nothing moving against the rotating starfield. Here, said Fedman Kassad, and leaned across Father Hoyt to hand the consul a collapsible pair of military binoculars. The consul nodded his thanks, thumbed on the power, and scanned the patch of sky Hetmestine had indicated. Gyroscopic crystals in the binoculars hummed slightly as they stabilized the optics and swept the area in a programmed search pattern. Suddenly the image froze, blurred, expanded, and steadied. The consul could not avoid an involuntary intake of breath as the Hegemony ship filled the viewer. Neither the expected field-blurred seed of a solo ram scout, nor the bulb of a torch ship. The electronically outlined image was of a matte black attack carrier. The thing was impressive in the way only warships through the centuries had succeeded in being. The Hegemony spin ship was incongruously streamlined with its 4 sets of boom arms retracted in battle readiness, its 60-meter command probe sharp as a Clovis point, and its hawking drive and fusion blisters set far back along the launch shaft like feathers on an arrow. The consul handed the binoculars back to Kassad without comment. If the task force was using a full attack carrier to escort the Yggdrasil, what kind of firepower were they setting in place to meet the Ouster invasion? How long until we land? Asked Braun Lamia. She had been using her comlog to access the tree ship's datasphere, and obviously was frustrated with what she had found. Or had not found. 4 hours until orbit, murmured Hetmestine. A few minutes more by dropship. Our consular friend has offered his private craft to ferry you down. To Keats, said Saul Weintraub. It was the first time the scholar had spoken since dinner had been served. The consul nodded. It's still the only spaceport on Hyperion set to handle passenger vehicles, he said. A spaceport? Father Hoyt sounded angry. I thought that we were going straight to the north, to the Shrike's realm. Hetmestine patiently shook his head. The pilgrimage always begins from the capital, he said. It will take several days to reach the time tombs. Several days? Snapped Braun Lamia. That's absurd. Perhaps, agreed Hetmestine, but it is the case nonetheless. Father Hoyt looked as if something in the meal had caused him indigestion, even though he had eaten almost nothing. Look, he said, couldn't we change the rules this once? I mean, given the war scare and all, and just land near the time tombs or wherever and get it over with? The consul shook his head. Spacecraft and aircraft have been trying to take the short route to the northern moors for almost 400 years, he said. I know of none who made it. May one inquire, said Martin Silenus, happily raising his hand like a schoolboy, just what the gibbering fuck happens to these legions of ships? Father Hoyt frowned at the poet. Fedman Kassad smiled slightly. Saul Weintraub said, The consul did not mean to suggest that the area is inaccessible. One may travel by ship or various land routes. Nor do spacecraft and aircraft disappear. They easily land near the ruins or the time tombs, and just as easily return to whatever point their computers command. It is merely the pilots and passengers who are never seen again. Weintraub lifted the sleeping baby from his lap and set her in an infant carrier slung around his neck. So the tired old legend goes, said Braun Lamia. What do the ship logs show? Nothing, said the consul. No violence, no forced entry, no deviation from course, no unexplained time lapses, no unusual energy emissions or depletions, no physical phenomena of any sort. No passengers, said Hetmestine. The consul did a slow double-take. If Hetmestine had indeed just attempted a joke, it was the first sign in all of the consul's decades of dealing with the Templars that one of them had shown even a nascent sense of humor. What the consul could see of the captain's vaguely oriental features beneath the cowl gave no hint that a joke had been attempted. "Marvelous melodrama," laughed Silenus. "A real-life Christ-weeping Sargasso of souls, and we're for it. Who orchestrates this shit-pot of a plot, anyway?" "Shut up," said Braun Lamia. "You're drunk, old man." The consul sighed. The group had been together for less than a standard hour. Crew clones swept away the dishes and brought dessert trays, showcasing sherbets, coffees, tree-ship fruits, drams, torts, and concoctions made of Renaissance chocolate. Martin Silenus waved away the desserts and told the clones to bring him another bottle of wine. The consul reflected a few seconds and then asked for a whiskey. "It occurs to me," Saul Weintraub said as the group was finishing dessert, "that our survival may depend upon our talking to one another." "What do you mean?" asked Braun Lamia. Weintraub unconsciously rocked the child sleeping against his chest. "For instance, does anyone here know why he or she was chosen by the Shrike Church and the All Thing to go on this voyage?" No one spoke. "I thought not," said Weintraub. "Even more fascinating, is anyone here a member or follower of the Church of the Shrike? I, for one, am a Jew, and however confused my religious notions have become these days, they do not include the worship of an organic killing machine." Weintraub raised heavy eyebrows and looked around the table. "I am the true voice of the tree," said Hetmestein. "While many Templars believe that the Shrike is the avatar of punishment for those who do not feed from the root, I must consider this a heresy, not found in the Covenant or the writings of Muir." To the captain's left, the consul shrugged. "I am an atheist," he said, holding the glass of whiskey to the light. "I have never been in contact with the Shrike cult." Father Hoyt smiled, without humor. "The Catholic Church ordained me," he said. "Shrike worship contradicts everything the Church defends." Colonel Cassad shook his head. Whether in refusal to respond or to indicate that he was not a member of the Shrike Church, it was not clear. Martin Silenus made an expansive gesture. "I was baptized a Lutheran," he said, "a subset which no longer exists. I helped create Zen Gnosticism before any of your parents were born. I have been a Catholic, a Revelationist, a Neo-Marxist, an Interfaith Zealot, a Bound Shaker, a Satanist, a bishop in the Church of Jake's Nada, and a dues-paying subscriber to the Assured Reincarnation Institute. Now I am happy to say I am a simple pagan." He smiled at everyone. "To a pagan," he concluded, "the Shrike is a most acceptable deity." "I ignore religions," said Braun Lamia. "I do not succumb to them." "My point has been made, I believe," said Saul Weintraub. "None of us admits to subscribing to the Shrike cult dogma, yet the elders of that perceptive group have chosen us over many millions of the petitioning faithful to visit the time tombs and their fierce god in what may be the last such pilgrimage." The consul shook his head. "Your point may be made, M. Weintraub," he said, "but I fail to see it." The scholar absently stroked his beard. "It would seem that our reasons for returning to Hyperion are so compelling that even the Shrike Church and the Hegemony probability intelligences agree that we deserve to return," he said. "Some of these reasons, mine for instance, may appear to be public knowledge, but I am certain that none are known in their entirety except to the individuals at this table. I suggest that we share our stories in the few days remaining to us." "Why?" said Colonel Cassad. "It would seem to serve no purpose." Weintraub smiled. "On the contrary, it would, at the very least, amuse us, and give at least a glimpse of our fellow travelers' souls before the Shrike or some other calamity distracts us. Beyond that, it might just give us enough insight to save all of our lives if we are intelligent enough to find the common thread of experience which binds all our fates to the whim of the Shrike." Martin Silenus laughed and closed his eyes. He said, "Straddling each a dolphin's back and steadied by a fin, those innocents relive their death, their wounds open again." "That's Lanista, isn't it?" said Father Hoyt. "I studied her in seminary." "Close," said Silenus, opening his eyes and pouring more wine. "It's Yeats. Bugger lived 500 years before Lanista tugged at her mother's metal teat." "Look," said Lamia, "what good would telling each other stories do? When we meet the Shrike, we tell it what we want. One of us is granted the wish, and the others die. Correct? So goes the myth, said Weintraub. The Shrike is no myth, said Cassad, nor its steel tree. So why bore each other with stories? Asked Braun Lamia, spearing the last of her chocolate cheesecake. Weintraub gently touched the back of his sleeping infant's head. We live in strange times, he said. Because we are part of that 1/10 of 1/10 of 1% of the Hegemony citizens who travel between the stars, rather than along the web, we represent odd epochs of our own recent past. I, for example, am 68 standard years old, but because of the time debts my travels could have incurred, I might have spread these 68 years across well more than a century of Hegemony history. So, said the woman next to him. Weintraub opened his hand in a gesture which included everyone at the table. Among us, we represent islands of time as well as separate oceans of perspective. Or, perhaps more aptly put, each of us may hold a piece to a puzzle no one else has been able to solve since humankind first landed on Hyperion. Weintraub scratched his nose. It is a mystery, he said, and to tell the truth, I am intrigued by mysteries, even if this is to be my last week of enjoying them. I would welcome some glimmer of understanding, but failing that, working on the puzzle will suffice. I agree, said Hetmestein with no emotion. It had not occurred to me, but I see the wisdom of telling our tales before we confront the Shrike. But what's to keep us from lying? Asked Braun Lamia. Nothing, Martin Silenus grinned. That's the beauty of it. We should put it to a vote, said the consul. He was thinking about Maina Gladstone's contention that one of the group was an Ouster agent. Would hearing the stories be a way of revealing the spy? The consul smiled at the thought of an agent so stupid. Who decided that we are a happy little democracy? Colonel Cassad asked dryly. We had better be, said the consul. To reach our individual goals, this group needs to reach the Shrike regions together. We require some means of making decisions. We could appoint a leader, said Cassad. Piss on that, the poet said in a pleasant tone. Others at the table also shook their heads. All right, said the consul. We vote. Our first decision relates to M. Weintraub's suggestion that we tell the stories of our past involvement with Hyperion. All or nothing, said Hetmestein. We each share our story or none does. We will abide by the will of the majority. Agreed, said the consul, suddenly curious to hear the others tell their stories, and equally sure that he would never tell his own. Those in favor of telling our tales? Yes, said Saul Weintraub. Yes, said Hetmestein. Absolutely, said Martin Silenus. I wouldn't miss this little comic farce for a month in the orgasm baths on Shote. I vote yes also, said the consul, surprising himself. Those opposed? Nay, said Father Hoyt, but there was no energy in his voice. I think it's stupid, said Braun Lamia. The consul turned to Cassad. Colonel? Vedman Cassad shrugged. I register 4 yes votes, 2 negatives, and 1 abstention, said the consul. The ayes have it. Who wants to start? The table was silent. Finally, Martin Silenus looked up from where he had been writing on a small pad of paper. He tore a sheet into several smaller strips. I've recorded numbers from 1 to 7, he said. Why don't we draw lots and go in the order we draw? That seems rather childish, doesn't it? Said M. Lamia. I'm a childish fellow, responded Silenus with his satyr smile. Ambassador, he nodded toward the consul, could I borrow that gilded pillow you're wearing for a hat? The consul handed over his tricorn. The folded slips were dropped in, and the hat passed around. Saul Weintraub was the first to draw, Martin Silenus the last. The consul unfolded his slip, making sure that no one else could see it. He was number 7. Tension ebbed out of him like air out of an overinflated balloon. It was quite possible, he reasoned, that events would intercede before he had to tell his story. Or the war would make everything academic. Or the group could lose interest in stories. Or the king could die. Or the horse could die. Or he could teach the horse how to talk. No more whiskey, thought the consul. Who's first? Asked Martin Silenus. In the brief silence, the consul could hear leaves stirring to unfelt breezes. "I am," said Father Hoyt. The priest's expression showed the same barely submerged acceptance of pain which the consul had seen on the faces of terminally ill friends. Hoyt held up his slip of paper with a large 1 clearly scrawled on it. "All right," said Silenus. "Start." "Now?" asked the priest. "Why not?" said the poet. The only sign that Silenus had finished at least 2 bottles of wine was a slight darkening of the already ruddy cheeks and a somewhat more demonic tilt to the pitched eyebrows. "We have a few hours before planetfall," he said, "and I, for one, plan to sleep off the freezer fugue when we're safely down and settled among the simple natives." "Our friend has a point," Saul Weintraub said softly. "If the tales are to be told, the hour after dinner each day is a civilized time to tell them." Father Hoyt sighed and stood. "Just a minute," he said, and left the dining platform. After some minutes had passed, Bron Lamia said, "Do you think he's lost his nerve?" "No," said Lenar Hoyt, emerging from the darkness at the head of the wooden escalator which served as the main staircase. "I needed these." He dropped 2 small, stained notebooks on the table as he took his seat. "No fair reading stories from a primer," said Silenus. "These are to be our own tall tales, Magus." "Shut up, damn it," cried Hoyt. He ran a hand across his face, touched his chest. For the second time that night, the consul knew that he was looking at a seriously ill man. "I'm sorry," said Father Hoyt, "but if I'm to tell my tale, I have to tell someone else's story as well. These journals belong to the man who was the reason for my coming to Hyperion, and why I am returning today." Hoyt took a deep breath. The consul touched the journals. They were begrimed and charred, as if they had survived a fire. "Your friend has old-fashioned tastes," he said, "if he still keeps a written journal." "Yes," said Hoyt. "If you're all ready, I will begin." The group at the table nodded. Beneath the dining platform, a kilometer of tree-ship drove through the cold night with the strong pulse of a living thing. Saul Weintraub lifted his sleeping child from the infant carrier and carefully set her on a cushioned mat on the floor near his chair. He removed his comm log, set it near the mat, and programmed the diskey for white noise. The week-old infant lay on her stomach and slept. The consul leaned far back and found the blue and green star which was Hyperion. It seemed to grow larger even as he watched. Het Mastine drew his cowl forward until only shadows showed for his face. Saul Weintraub lighted a pipe. Others accepted refills of coffee and settled back in their chairs. Martin Silenus seemed the most avid and expectant of the listeners as he leaned forward and whispered, "Heseda, sini shall beginna the gamma, what welcoma be the kut agaris nama. Nu lot us reada, on herkneth what he say, on with that word we readin forth urawea. And he began with recta miria chera, his tala anan, and seda asye my hera." The Priest's Tale. The Man Who Cried God. "Sometimes there is a thin line separating orthodox zeal from apostasy," said Father Lenar Hoyt. So began the priest's story. Later, dictating the tale into his comm log, the consul remembered it as a seamless whole, minus the pauses, hoarse voice, false starts, and small redundancies which were the timeless failings of human speech. Lenar Hoyt had been a young priest born, raised, and only recently ordained on the Catholic world of Pachem, when he was given his first off-world assignment. He was ordered to escort the respected Jesuit Father Paul Duret into quiet exile on the colony world of Hyperion. In another time, Father Paul Duret certainly would have become a bishop, and perhaps a pope. Tall, thin, ascetic, with white hair receding from a noble brow, and eyes too filled with the sharp edge of experience to hide their pain, Paul Duret was a follower of Saint Teilhard, as well as an archaeologist, ethnologist, and eminent Jesuit theologian. Despite the decline of the Catholic Church into what amounted to a half-forgotten cult, tolerated because of its quaintness and isolation from the mainstream of hegemony life, Jesuit logic had not lost its bite. nor had Father Duray lost his conviction that the Holy Catholic Apostolic Church continued to be humankind's last, best hope for immortality. To Lenore Hoyt as a boy, Father Duray had been a somewhat godlike figure when glimpsed during his rare visits to the pre-seminary schools, or on the would-be seminarians' even rarer visits to the New Vatican. Then, during the years of Hoyt's study in seminary, Duray had been on an important church-sponsored archaeological dig on the nearby world of Armagast. When the Jesuit returned, a few weeks after Hoyt's ordination, it had been under a cloud. No one outside the highest circles of the New Vatican knew precisely what had happened, but there were whispers of excommunication, and even of a hearing before the Holy Office of the Inquisition, dormant the 4 centuries since the confusion following the death of Earth. Instead, Father Duray had asked for a posting to Hyperion, a world most people knew of only because of the bizarre Shrike cult which had originated there, and Father Hoyt had been chosen to accompany him. It would be a thankless job, traveling in a role which combined the worst aspects of apprentice, escort, and spy, without even the satisfaction of seeing a new world. Hoyt was under orders to see Father Duray down to the Hyperion spaceport, and then reboard the same spin ship for its return voyage to the world web. What the bishopric was offering Lenore Hoyt was 20 months in cryogenic fugue, a few weeks of in-system travel at either end of the voyage, and a time debt which would return him to Pacem 8 years behind his former classmates in the quest for Vatican careers and missionary postings. Bound by obedience and schooled in discipline, Lenore Hoyt accepted without question. Their transport, the aging spin ship H.S. Nadia Oleg, was a pockmarked metal tub with no artificial gravity of any sort when it was not under drive, no viewports for the passengers, and no onboard recreation, except for the stim sims piped into the data link to keep passengers in their hammocks and fugue couches. After awakening from fugue, the passengers, mostly off-world workers and economy-rate tourists with a few cult mystics and would-be Shrike suicides thrown in for good measure, slept in those same hammocks and fugue couches, ate recycled food in featureless mess decks, and generally tried to cope with space sickness and boredom during their 12-day zero-G glide from their spin-out point to Hyperion. Father Hoyt learned little from Father Duray during those days of forced intimacy, nothing at all about the events on Armagast which had sent the senior priest into exile. The younger man had keyed his comlog implant to seek out as much data as it could on Hyperion, and by the time they were 3 days out from planetfall, Father Hoyt considered himself somewhat of an expert on the world. "There are records of Catholics coming to Hyperion, but no mention of a diocese there," said Hoyt one evening, as they hung talking in their zero-G hammocks, while most of their fellow passengers lay tuned into erotic stim-sims. "I presume you're going down to do some mission work?" "Not at all," replied Father Duray. "The good people of Hyperion have done nothing to foist their religious opinions on me, so I see no reason to offend them with my proselytizing. Actually, I hope to travel to the southern continent, Aquila, and then find a way inland from the city of Port Romance. But not in the guise of a missionary. I plan to set up an ethnological research station along the cleft." "Research?" Father Hoyt had echoed in surprise. He closed his eyes to key his implant. Looking again at Father Duray, he said, "That section of the Pinion Plateau isn't inhabited, Father. The flame forests make it totally inaccessible most of the year." Father Duray smiled and nodded. He carried no implant, and his ancient comlog had been in his luggage for the duration of the trip. "Not quite inaccessible," he said softly, "and not quite uninhabited. The Bikura live there." "Bikura," Father Hoyt said, and closed his eyes. "But they're just a legend," he said at last. Said Father Duray. "Try cross-indexing through Mammoth Spedling." Father Hoyt closed his eyes again. General Index told him that Mammoth Spedling had been a minor explorer affiliated with the Shackleton Institute on Renaissance Minor, who, almost a standard century and a half earlier, had filed a short report with the Institute in which he told of hacking his way inland from the then newly settled Port Romance, through swamplands which had since been reclaimed for fiberplastic plantations, passing through the flame forests during a period of rare quietude, and climbing high enough on the Pinion Plateau to encounter the cleft and a small tribe of humans who fit the profile of the legendary Bikura. Spedling's brief notes hypothesized that the humans were survivors of a missing seed ship colony from 3 centuries earlier, and clearly described a group suffering all of the classic retrograde cultural effects of extreme isolation, inbreeding, and over-adaptation. In Spedling's blunt words, Even after less than 2 days here, it is obvious that the Bakura are too stupid, lethargic, and dull to waste time describing. As it turned out, the flame forests then began to show some signs of becoming active, and Spedling had not wasted any more time observing his discovery, but had rushed to reach the coast, losing 4 indigene bearers, all of his equipment and records, and his left arm to the quiet forest in the 3 months it took him to escape. "My God," Father Hoyt had said as he lay in his hammock on the Nadia Oleg. "Why the Bakura?" "Why not?" had been Father Duray's mild reply. "Very little is known about them." "Very little is known about most of Hyperion," said the younger priest, becoming somewhat agitated. "What about the time tombs, and the legendary Shrike north of the bridle range on Equus?" he said. "They're famous." "Precisely," said Father Duray. "Lennar, how many learned papers have been written on the tombs and the Shrike creature? Hundreds? Thousands?" The aging priest had tamped in tobacco and now lighted his pipe. "No small feat in 0G, Hoyt observed." "Besides," said Paul Duray, "even if the Shrike thing is real, it is not human. I am partial to human beings." "Yes," said Hoyt, ransacking his mental arsenal for potent arguments. "But the Bakura are such a small mystery. At the most, you're going to find a few dozen indigenes living in a region so cloudy and smoky and unimportant that even the colony's own mapsats haven't noticed them. Why choose them when there are big mysteries to study on Hyperion, like the labyrinths?" Hoyt had brightened. "Did you know that Hyperion is one of the 9 labyrinthine worlds, Father?" "Of course," said Duray. A rough hemisphere of smoke expanded from him until air currents broke it into tendrils and tributaries. "But the labyrinths have their researchers and admirers throughout the web, Lennar, and the tunnels have been there, on all 9 worlds, for how long? 500,000 standard years? Closer to 750,000, I believe. Their secret will last. But how long will the Bakura culture last before they're absorbed into modern colonial society? Or, more likely, are simply wiped out by circumstances?" Hoyt shrugged. "Perhaps they're already gone. It's been a long time since Spedling's encounter with them, and there haven't been any other confirmed reports. If they are extinct as a group, then all of your time, debt, and labor and pain of getting there will be for nothing." "Precisely," was all that Father Paul Duray had said, and puffed calmly on his pipe. It was in their last hour together, during the dropship ride down, that Father Hoyt had gained the slightest glimpse into his companion's thoughts. The limb of Hyperion had been glowing white and green and lapis above them for hours, when suddenly the old dropship had cut into the upper layers of atmosphere. Flame had briefly filled the window, and then they were flying silently some 60 kilometers above dark cloud masses and starlit seas, with the hurtling terminator of Hyperion sunrise rushing toward them like a spectral tidal wave of light. "Marvelous," Paul Duray had whispered, more to himself than to his young companion. "Marvelous. It is at times like this that I have the sense, the slightest sense, of what a sacrifice it must have been for the Son of God to condescend to become the Son of Man." Hoyt had wanted to talk then, but Father Duray had continued to stare out the window, lost in thought. 10 minutes later, they had landed at Keats Interstellar. Father Duray was soon swept into the whirlpool of customs and luggage rituals, and 20 minutes after that a thoroughly disappointed Lennar Hoyt was rising toward space and the Nadia Oleg once again. 5 weeks later of my time I returned to Pachem, said Father Hoyt. I had mislaid 8 years, but for some reason my sense of loss ran deeper than that simple fact. Immediately upon my return, the bishop informed me that there had been no word from Paul Duray during the 4 years of his stay on Hyperion. The new Vatican had spent a fortune on fat-line inquiries, but neither the colonial authorities nor the consulate in Keats had been able to locate the missing priest. Hoyt paused to sip from his water glass, and the consul said, I remember the search. I never met Duray, of course, but we did our best to trace him. Theo, my aide, spent a lot of energy over the years trying to solve the case of the missing cleric. Other than a few contradictory reports of sightings in Port Romance, there was no trace of him. And those sightings went back to the weeks right after his arrival, years before. There were hundreds of plantations out there with no radios or comm lines, primarily because they were harvesting bootleg drugs as well as fiberplastic. I guess we never talked to the people at the right plantation. At least I know Father Duray's file was still open when I left. Father Hoyt nodded. I landed in Keats a month after your replacement had taken over at the consulate. The bishop had been astonished when I volunteered to return. His Holiness himself granted me an audience. I was on Hyperion less than 7 of its local months. By the time I left to return to the web, I had discovered the fate of Father Duray. Hoyt tapped the 2 stained leather books on the table. If I am to complete this, he said, his voice thick, I must read excerpts from these. The tree ship Yggdrasil had turned, so the bulk of the tree had blocked the sun. The effect was to plunge the dining platform and the curved canopy of leaves beneath it into night. But instead of a few thousand stars dotting the sky, as would have been the case from a planet surface, literally 1,000,000 suns blazed above, beside, and beneath the group at the table. Hyperion was a distinct sphere now, hurtling directly at them like some deadly missile. "Read," said Martin Silenus. From the Journal of Father Paul Duray. Day 1. So begins my exile. I am somewhat at a loss as to how to date my new journal. By the monastic calendar on Pachem, it is the 17th day of Thomas month in the year of our Lord 2732. By Hegemony standard, it is October 12th, 589 PC. By Hyperion reckoning, or so I am told by the wizened little clerk in the old hotel where I am staying, it is the 23rd day of Lycius, the last of their 7 40-day months, either 426 ADC, after dropship crash, or the 128th year of the reign of Sad King Billy, who has not reigned for at least 100 of those years. To hell with it. I'll call it day 1 of my exile. Exhausting day. Strange to be tired after months of sleep, but that is said to be a common reaction after awakening from fugue. My cells feel the fatigue of these past months of travel, even if I do not remember them. I don't remember feeling this tired from travel when I was younger. I felt bad about not getting to know young Hoyt better. He seems a decent sort, all proper catechism and bright eyes. It's no fault of youngsters like him that the church is in its final days. It's just that his brand of happy naivete can do nothing to arrest that slide into oblivion which the church seems destined for. Well, my contributions have not helped either. Brilliant view of my new world as the dropship brought us down. I was able to make out 2 of the 3 continents, Equus and Aquila. The third one, Ursa, was not visible. Planetfall at Keats, and hours of effort getting through customs and taking ground transit into the city. Confused images. The mountain range to the north with its shifting blue haze, foothills forested with orange and yellow trees, pale sky with its green-blue undercoating. The sun too small, but more brilliant than Pachem's. Colors seem more vivid from a distance, dissolving and scattering as one approaches, like a pointillist's palette. The great sculpture of Sad King Billy, which I had heard so much about, was oddly disappointing. Seen from the highway, it looked raw and rough, a hasty sketch chiseled from the dark mountain, rather than the regal figure I had expected. It does brood over this ramshackle city of 500,000 people in a way that the neurotic poet king probably would have appreciated. The town itself seems to be separated into the sprawling maze of slums and saloons which the locals call Jacktown, and Keats itself, the so-called Old City, although it dates back only 4 centuries, all polished stone and studied sterility. I will take the tour soon. I had scheduled a month in Keats, but already I am eager to press on. Oh, Monsignor Edouard, if you could see me now. Punished, but still unrepentant. More alone than ever, but strangely satisfied with my new exile. If my punishment for past excesses brought about by my zeal is to be banishment to the 7th circle of desolation, then Hyperion was well chosen. I could forget my self-appointed mission to the distant Bikura. Are they real? I think not this night, and content myself with living out the remainder of my years in this provincial capital on this god-forsaken backwater world. My exile would be no less complete. Ah, Edouard, boys together, classmates together, although I was not so brilliant, nor so orthodox as you. Now old men together. But now you are 4 years wiser, and I am still the mischievous, unrepentant boy you remember. I pray that you are alive and well and praying for me. Tired. Will sleep. Tomorrow, take the tour of Keats, eat well, and arrange transport to Aquila and point south. Day 5. There is a cathedral in Keats, Or rather, there was one. It has been abandoned for at least 2 standard centuries. It lies in ruins with its transept open to the green-blue skies, one of its western towers unfinished, and the other tower a skeletal framework of tumbled stone and rusted reinforcement rods. I stumbled upon it while wandering, lost, along the banks of the Hooghly River in the sparsely populated section of town, where the old city decays into Jacktown, amid a jumble of tall warehouses which prevent even a glimpse of the ruined towers of the cathedral, until one turns a corner onto a narrow cul-de-sac, and there is the shell of the cathedral. Its chapter house has half fallen away into the river. Its facade is pocked with remnants of the mournful apocalyptic statuary of the post-Hegira expansionist period. I wandered through the latticework of shadows and fallen blocks into the nave. The bishopric on Pachem had not mentioned any history of Catholicism on Hyperion, much less the presence of a cathedral. It is almost inconceivable that the scattered seed ship colony of 4 centuries ago could have supported a large enough congregation to warrant the presence of a bishop, much less a cathedral. Yet there it was. I poked through the shadows of the sacristy. Dust and powdered plaster hung in the air like incense, outlining 2 shafts of sunlight streaming down from narrow windows high above. I stepped out into a broader patch of sunlight and approached an altar stripped of all decoration except for chips and cracks caused by falling masonry. The great cross which had hung on the east wall behind the altar had also fallen, and now lay in ceramic splinters among the heap of stones there. Without conscious thought, I stepped behind the altar, raised my arms, and began the celebration of the Eucharist. There was no sense of parody or melodrama in this act, no symbolism or hidden intention. It was merely the automatic reaction of a priest who had said Mass almost daily for more than 46 years of his life, and who now faced the prospect of never again participating in the reassuring ritual of that celebration. It was with some shock that I realized I had a congregation. The old woman was kneeling in the 4th row of pews. The black of her dress and scarf blended so perfectly with the shadows there that only the pale oval of her face was visible, lined and ancient, floating disembodied in the darkness. Startled, I stopped speaking the litany of consecration. She was looking at me, but something about her eyes, even at a distance, instantly convinced me that she was blind. For a moment I could not speak, and stood there mute, squinting in the dusty light bathing the altar, trying to explain this spectral image to myself, while at the same time attempting to frame an explanation of my own presence and actions. When I did find my voice and called to her, the words echoing in the great hall, I realized that she had moved. I could hear her feet scraping on the stone floor. There was a rasping sound, and then a brief flare of light illuminated her profile far to the right of the altar. I shielded my eyes from the shafts of sunlight, and began picking my way over the detritus where the altar railing had once stood. I called to her again, offered reassurances, and told her not to be afraid, even though it was I who had chills coursing up my back. I moved quickly, but when I reached the sheltered corner of the nave, she was gone. A small door led to the crumbling chapter house and the riverbank. There was no sight of her. I returned to the dark interior, and would have gladly attributed her appearance to my imagination, a waking dream after so many months of enforced cryogenic dreamlessness, but for a single tangible proof of her presence. There in the cool darkness burned a lone red votive candle, its tiny flame flickering to unseen drafts and currents. I am tired of this city. I am tired of its pagan pretensions and false histories. Hyperion is a poet's world devoid of poetry. Keats itself is a mixture of tawdry, false classicism and mindless boomtown energy. There are 3 Zen Gnostic assemblies and 4 high Muslim mosques in the town, but the real houses of worship are the countless saloons and brothels, the huge marketplaces handling the fiber-plastic shipments from the south, and the Shrike cult temples where lost souls hide their suicidal hopelessness behind a shield of shallow mysticism. The whole planet reeks of mysticism without revelation. To hell with it. Tomorrow I head south. There are skimmers and other aircraft on this absurd world, but for the common folk, travel between these accursed island continents seems restricted to boat, which takes forever, I am told, or one of the huge passenger dirigibles which departs from Keats only once a week. I leave early tomorrow by dirigible. Day 10. Animals. The first down team for this planet must have had a fixation on animals. Horse, bear, eagle. For 3 days we were creeping down the east coast of Equus over an irregular coastline called the Main. We've spent the last day making the crossing of a short span of the Middle Sea to a large island called Cat Key. Today we are offloading passengers and freight at Felix, the major city of the island. From what I can see from the observation promenade and the mooring tower, there can't be more than 5,000 people living in that random collection of hovels and barracks. Next, the ship will make its 800-kilometer crawl down a series of smaller islands called the Nine Tails, and then take a bold leap across 700 kilometers of open sea and the equator. The next land we see then is the northwest coast of Aquila, the so-called beak. Animals. To call this conveyance a passenger dirigible is an exercise in creative semantics. It is a huge lifting device with cargo holds large enough to carry the town of Felix out to sea and still have room for thousands of bales of fiber plastic. Meanwhile, the less important cargo, we passengers, make do where we can. I have set up a cot near the aft loading portal and made a rather comfortable niche for myself with my personal luggage and 3 large trunks of expedition gear. Near me is a family of 8, indigene plantation workers returning from a biannual shopping expedition of their own to Keats. And although I do not mind the sound or scent of their caged pigs or the squeal of their food hamsters, the incessant confused crowing of their poor befuddled rooster is more than I can stand some nights. Animals. Day 11. Dinner tonight in the salon above the promenade deck with Citizen Haramis Denzel, a retired professor from a small planters' college near Endymion. He informed me that the Hyperion first down team had no animal fetish after all. The official names of the 3 continents are not Equus, Ursa, and Aquila, but Creighton, Allinson, and Lopez. He went on to say that this was in honor of 3 middle-level bureaucrats in the old survey service. Better the animal fetish. It is after dinner. I am alone on the outside promenade to watch the sunset. The walkway here is sheltered by the forward cargo modules, so the wind is little more than a salt-tinged breeze. Above me curves the orange and green skin of the dirigible. We are between islands. The sea is a rich lapis shot through with verdant undertones, a reversal of sky tones. A scattering of high cirrus catches the last light of Hyperion's too small sun and ignites like burning coral. There is no sound, except for the faintest hum of the electric turbines. 300 meters below, the shadow of a huge mantle-like undersea creature keeps pace with the dirigible. A second ago, an insect or bird the size and color of a hummingbird, but with gossamer wings a meter across, paused 5 meters out to inspect me before diving toward the sea with folded wings. Edouard, I feel very alone tonight. It would help if I knew you were alive, still working in the garden, writing evenings in your study. I thought my travels would stir my old beliefs in Saint Théard's concept of the God in whom the Christ of evolution, the personal and the universal, the en haut and the en avant are joined, but no such renewal is forthcoming. It is growing dark. I am growing old. I feel something, not yet remorse, at my sin of falsifying the evidence on the Armagast dig. But, Edouard, Your Excellency, if the artifacts had indicated the presence of a Christ-oriented culture there, 600 light years from old Earth, almost 3,000 years before man left the surface of the homeworld, was it so dark a sin to interpret such ambiguous data in a way which could have meant the resurgence of Christianity in our lifetime? Yes, it was. But not, I think, because of the sin of tampering with the data, but the deeper sin of thinking that Christianity could be saved. The Church is dying, Edouard, and not merely our beloved branch of the Holy Tree, but all of its offshoots, vestiges, and cankers. The entire body of Christ is dying as surely as this poorly used body of mine, Edouard. You and I knew this in Armagast, where the blood sun illuminated only dust and death. We knew it that cool green summer at the college, when we took our first vows. We knew it as boys in the quiet playfields of Villefranche-sur-Saône. We know it now. The light is gone now. I must write by the slight glow from the salon windows a deck above. The stars lie in strange constellations. The middle sea glows at night with a greenish, unhealthy phosphorescence. There is a dark mass on the horizon to the southeast. It may be a storm, or it may be the next island in the chain, the third of the 9 tails. What mythology deals with a cat with 9 tails? I know of none. For the sake of the bird I saw earlier, if it was a bird, I pray that it is an island ahead, and not a storm. Day 28. I have been in Port Romance 8 days, and I have seen 3 dead men. The first was a beached corpse, a bloated white parody of a man, that had washed up on the mud flats beyond the mooring tower my first evening in town. Children threw stones at it. The second man I watched being pulled from the burned wreckage of a methane unit shop in the poor section of town near my hotel. His body was charred beyond recognition and shrunken by the heat, his arms and legs pulled tight in the prize-fighter posture burning victims have been reduced to since time immemorial. I had been fasting all day, and I confess with shame that I began to salivate when the air filled with the rich, frying fat odor of burned flesh. The third man was murdered not 3 meters from me. I had just emerged from the hotel onto the maze of mud-splattered planks that serve as sidewalks in this miserable town, when shots rang out, and a man several paces ahead of me lurched as if his foot had slipped, spun toward me with a quizzical look on his face, and fell sideways into the mud and sewage. He had been shot 3 times with some sort of projectile weapon. 2 of the bullets had struck his chest. The third entered just below the left eye. Incredibly, he was still breathing when I reached him. Without thinking about it, I removed my stole from my carrying bag, fumbled for the vial of holy water I had carried for so long, and proceeded to perform the sacrament of extreme unction. No one in the gathering crowd objected. The fallen man stirred once, cleared his throat as if he were about to speak, and died. The crowd dispersed even before the body was removed. The man was middle-aged, sandy-haired, and slightly overweight. He carried no identification, not even a universal card or comlog. There were 6 silver coins in his pocket. For some reason, I elected to stay with the body the rest of that day. The doctor was a short and cynical man who allowed me to stay during the required autopsy. I suspect that he was starved for conversation. "This is what the whole thing's worth," he said as he opened the poor man's belly like a pink satchel, pulling the folds of skin and muscle back and pinning them down like tent flaps. "What thing?" I asked. "His life," said the doctor, and pulled the skin of the corpse's face up and back like a greasy mask. "Your life? My life?" The red and white stripes of overlapping muscle turned to blue brews around the ragged hole just above the cheekbone. "There has to be more than this," I said. The doctor looked up from his grim work with a bemused smile. "Is there?" he said. "Please, show me." He lifted the man's heart and seemed to weigh it in one hand. "In the web worlds, this'd be worth some money on the open market. There are those too poor to keep vat-grown clone parts on store, but too well off to die just for want of a heart. But out here, it's just awful." "There has to be more," I said, although I felt little conviction. I remembered the funeral of His Holiness Pope Urban XV shortly before I left Pachem. As has been the custom since pre-Hegira days, the corpse was not embalmed. It waited in the anteroom off the main basilica to be fitted for the plain wooden coffin. As I helped Edouard and Monsignor Fry place the vestments on the stiffened corpse, I noticed the browning skin and slackening mouth. The doctor shrugged and finished the perfunctory autopsy. There was the briefest of formal inquiries. No suspect was found, no motive put forward. A description of the murdered man was sent to Keats, but the man himself was buried the next day in a pauper's field, between the mud flats and the yellow jungle. Port Romance is a jumble of yellow, weirwood structures, set on a maze of scaffolds and planks stretching far out onto the tidal mud flats at the mouth of the Cans. The river is almost 2 kilometers wide here where it spills out into Toschahai Bay, but only a few channels are navigable, and the dredging goes on day and night. I lie awake each night in my cheap room with the window open to the pounding of the dredge hammer, sounding like the booming of this vile city's heart, the distant susurration of the surf its wet breathing. Tonight I listen to the city breathe and cannot help but give it the flayed face of the murdered man. The companies keep a skimmer port on the edge of town to ferry men and materiel inland to the larger plantations, but I do not have enough money to bribe my way aboard. Rather, I could get myself aboard, but cannot afford to transport my 3 trunks of medical and scientific gear. I am still tempted. My service among the Bikura seems more absurd and irrational now than ever before. Only my strange need for a destination and a certain masochistic determination to complete the terms of my self-imposed exile keep me moving upriver. There is a riverboat departing up the Cans in 2 days. I have booked passage, and will move my trunks onto it tomorrow. It will not be hard to leave Port Romance behind. Day 41. The Emperoric Girandole continues its slow progress upriver. No sight of human habitation since we left Melton's Landing 2 days ago. The jungle presses down to the riverbank like a solid wall now. More, it almost completely overhangs us in places where the river narrows to 30 or 40 meters. The light itself is yellow, rich as liquid butter, filtered as it is through foliage and fronds 80 meters above the brown surface of the Cans. I sit on the rusted tin roof of the center passenger barge and strain to make out my first glimpse of a Tesla tree. Old Katy, sitting nearby, pauses in his whittling, spits over the side through a gap in his teeth, and laughs at me. "Ain't going to be no flame trees this far down," he says. "If they was, the forest sure as hell wouldn't look like this. You got to get up in the pinyons before you see a Tesla. We ain't out of the rainforest yet, Padre." It rains every afternoon. Actually, rain is too gentle a term for the deluge that strikes us each day, obscuring the shore, pounding the tin roofs of the barges with a deafening roar, and slowing our upstream crawl until it seems we are standing still. It is as if the river becomes a vertical torrent each afternoon, a waterfall which the ship must climb if we are to go on. The Girandole is an ancient flat-bottomed tow with 5 barges lashed around it like ragged children clinging to their tired mother's skirts. 3 of the 2 level barges carry bales of goods to be traded or sold at the few plantations and settlements along the river. The other 2 offer a simulacrum of lodging for the indigenes traveling upriver, although I suspect that some of the barges' residents are permanent. My own berth boasts a stained mattress on the floor and lizard-like insects on the walls. After the rains, everyone gathers on the decks to watch the evening mists rise from the cooling river. The air is very hot and supersaturated with moisture most of the day now. Old Katy tells me that I have come too late to make the climb through the rain and flame forests before the Tesla trees become active. We shall see. Tonight, the mists rise like the spirits of all the dead who sleep beneath the river's dark surface. The last tattered remnants of the afternoon's cloud cover dissipate through the treetops, and color returns to the world. I watch as the dense forest shifts from chrome yellow to a translucent saffron, and then slowly fades through ochre to umber to gloom. Aboard the Girandole, old Katy lights the lanterns and candle globes hanging from the sagging second tier, and, as if not to be outdone, the darkened jungle begins to glow with the faint phosphorescence of decay, while glowbirds and multi-hued gossamers can be seen floating from branch to branch in the darker upper regions. Hyperion's small moon is not visible tonight, but this world moves through more debris than is common for a planet so close to its sun, and the night skies are illuminated by frequent meteor showers. Tonight, the heavens are especially fertile, and when we move onto wide sections of the river, we can see a tracery of brilliant meteor trails weaving the stars together. Their images burn the retina after a while, and I look down at the river only to see the same optic echo there in the dark waters. There is a bright glow on the eastern horizon, and old Katy tells me that this is from the orbital mirrors which give light to a few of the larger plantations. It is too warm to return to my cabin. I spread my thin mat on the rooftop of my barge and watch the celestial light show, while clusters of indigene families sing haunting songs in an argot I have not even tried to learn. I wonder about the Bikura, still far away from here, and a strange anxiety rises in me. Somewhere in the forest, an animal screams, with the voice of a frightened woman. Day 60. Arrived Perecibo Plantation. Sick. Day 62. Very ill, fever, fits of shaking. All yesterday I was vomiting black bile. The rain is deafening. At night the clouds are lit from above by orbital mirrors. The sky seems to be on fire. My fever is very high. A woman takes care of me, bathes me. Too sick to be ashamed. Her hair is darker than most indigenes. She says little. Dark, gentle eyes. Oh God, to be sick so far from home. Day. She is waiting, spying, comes in from the rain, the thin shirt, on purpose to tempt me, knows what I am, my skin burning on fire, thin cotton nipples dark against it. I know who they are watching. Hear their voices at night. They bathe me in poison. Burns me, they think I don't know, but I hear their voices above the rain when the screaming stops, stop, stop. My skin is almost gone. Red underneath, can feel the hole in my cheek. When I find the bullet, I will spit it out. Agnus Dei qui tollis peccata mundi, miserere nobis, miserere. Day 65. Thank you, dear Lord, for deliverance from illness. Day 66. Shaved today. Was able to make it to the shower. Semfa helped prepare for the administrator's visit. I expected him to be one of the large gruff types I've seen out the window, working in the sorting compound, but he was a quiet black man with a slight lisp. He was most helpful. I had been concerned about paying for my medical care, but he reassured me that there would be no charge. Even better, he will assign a man to lead me into the high country. He says it is late in the season, but if I can travel in 10 days, we should be able to make it through the flame forest to the cleft before the Tesla trees are fully active. After he left, I sat and talked to Semfa a bit. Her husband died here 3 local months ago in a harvesting accident. Semfa herself had come from Port Romance. Her marriage to Michael had been a salvation for her, and she has chosen to stay on here doing odd jobs rather than go back downriver. I do not blame her. After a massage, I will sleep. Many dreams about my mother recently. 10 days. I will be ready in 10 days. Day 75. Before leaving with Tuck, I went down to the Matrix Paddies to say goodbye to Semfa. She said little, but I could see in her eyes that she was sad to see me go. Without premeditation, I blessed her and then kissed her on the forehead. Tuck stood nearby, smiling and bobbing. Then we were off, leading the 2 pack brids. Supervisor Orlandi came to the end of the road and waved as we entered the narrow lane hacked into the aureate foliage. Domine dirige nos. Day 82. After a week on the trail. What trail? After a week in the trackless yellow rainforest, after a week of exhausting climb up the ever steeper shoulder of the Pinyon Plateau, we emerged this morning onto a rocky outcropping that allowed us a view back across an expanse of jungle toward the beak in the middle sea. The plateau here is almost 3,000 meters above sea level, and the view was impressive. Heavy rain clouds spread out below us to the foot of the Pinyon Hills, but through gaps in the white and gray carpet of cloud, we caught glimpses of the Cans in its leisurely uncoiling toward Port R and the sea, chrome-yellow swatches of the forest we had struggled through, and a hint of magenta far to the east that Tuck swore was the lower matrix of fiberplastic fields near Perecibo. We continued onward and upward late into the evening. Tuck is obviously worried that we will be caught in the flame forests when the Tesla trees become active. I struggle to keep up, tugging at the heavily laden brid and saying silent prayers to keep my mind off my aches, pains, and general misgivings. Day 83. Loaded and moving before dawn today. The air smells of smoke and ashes. The change in vegetation here on the plateau is startling. No longer evident are the ubiquitous weirwood and leafy chalma. After passing through an intermediate zone of short evergreens and everblues, then after climbing again through dense strands of mutated lodgepole pines and triaspen, we came into the flame forest proper with its groves of tall Prometheus, trailers of ever-present phoenix, and round stands of amber lambens. Occasionally we encountered impenetrable breaks of the white fibrous bifurcated vestus plants that Tuck picturesquely referred to as looking like the rotting cocks of some dead giants what be buried shallow here, dat be sure. My guide has a way with words. It was late afternoon before we saw our first Tesla tree. For half an hour we had been trudging over an ash-covered forest floor, trying not to tread on the tender shoots of phoenix and firewhip gamely pushing up through the sooty soil, when suddenly Tuck stopped and pointed. The Tesla tree, still half a kilometer away, stood at least 100 meters tall, half again as high as the tallest Prometheus. Near its crown it bulged with the distinctive onion-shaped dome of its accumulator gall. The radial branches above the gall trailed dozens of nimbus vines, each looking silver and metallic against the clear green and lapis sky. The whole thing made me think of some elegant high Muslim mosque on New Mecca, irreverently garlanded with tinsel. "We got to get the brids and our asses to hell out of here," grunted Tuck. He insisted that we change into flame forest gear right then and there. We spent the rest of the afternoon and evening trudging on in our osmosis masks and thick rubber-soled boots, sweating under layers of leathery gamma cloth. Both of the Brids acted nervous, their long ears pricking at the slightest sound. Even through my mask I could smell the ozone. It reminded me of electric trains I had played with as a child on lazy Christmas Day afternoons in Villefranche-sur-Saône. We are camping as close as we can to a Bestus break this night. Tuck showed me how to set out the ring of arrestor rods, all the time clucking dire warnings to himself and searching the evening sky for clouds. I planned to sleep well in spite of everything. Day 84. 0400 hours. Sweet Mother of Christ. For 3 hours we have been caught up in the middle of the end of the world. The explosions started shortly after midnight, mere lightning crashes at first, and against our better judgment, Tuck and I slid our heads through the tent flap to watch the pyrotechnics. I am used to the Matthew month monsoon storms on Pachem, so the first hour of lightning displays did not seem too unusual. Only the sight of distant Tesla trees as the unerring focus of the aerial discharge was a bit unnerving. But soon the forest behemoths were glowing and spitting with their own accumulated energy, and then, just as I was drifting off to sleep despite the continued noise, true Armageddon was unleashed. At least 100 arcs of electricity must have been released in the first 10 seconds of the Tesla tree's opening spasms of violent energy. A Prometheus less than 30 meters from us exploded, dropping flaming brands 50 meters to the forest floor. The arrestor rods glowed, hissed, and deflected arc after arc of blue-white death over and around our small campsite. Tuck screamed something, but no mere human sound was audible over the onslaught of light and noise. A patch of trailing phoenix burst into flame near the tethered Brids, and one of the terrified animals, hobbled and blindfolded as it was, broke free and lunged through the circle of glowing arrestor rods. Instantly, 6 bolts of lightning from the nearest Tesla arced to the hapless animal. For a mad second I could have sworn I saw the beast's skeleton glowing through boiling flesh, and then it spasmed high into the air and simply ceased to be. For 3 hours we have watched the end of the world. 2 of the arrestor rods have fallen, but the other 8 continue to function. Tuck and I huddle in the hot cave of our tent, osmosis masks filtering enough cool oxygen out of the superheated, smoky air to allow us to breathe. Only the lack of undergrowth, and Tuck's skill in placing our tent away from other targets and near the sheltering Bestus plants have allowed us to survive. That, and the 8 whiskered alloy rods that stand between us and eternity. "They seem to be holding up well," I shout to Tuck over the hiss and crackle, crash and split of the storm. "They be made to stand a hour, maybe 2, grunts my guide. "Any time, maybe sooner, they fuse, we die." I nod and sip at lukewarm water through the slipstream of my osmosis mask. If I survive this night, I shall always thank God for his generosity in allowing me to see this sight. Day 87. Tuck and I emerged from the smoldering northeastern edge of the flame forest at noon yesterday, promptly set up camp by the edge of a small stream, and slept for 18 hours straight, making up for 3 nights of no sleep and 2 grueling days moving without rest through a nightmare of flame and ash. Everywhere we looked as we approached the hogback ridge that marked the terminus of the forest, we could see seed pods and cones burst open with new life for the various fire species that had died in the conflagration of the previous 2 nights. 5 of our arrestor rods still functioned, although neither Tuck nor I was eager to test them another night. Our surviving pack brid collapsed and died the instant the heavy load was lifted off its back. I awoke this morning at dawn to the sound of running water. I followed the small stream a kilometer to the northeast, following a deepening in its sound until suddenly it dropped from sight. The cleft. I had almost forgotten our destination. This morning, stumbling through the fog, leaping from one wet rock to another alongside the widening stream, I took a leap to a final boulder, teetered there, regained my balance, and looked straight down above a waterfall that dropped almost 3,000 meters to mist, rock, and river far below. The cleft was not carved out of the rising plateau, as was the legendary Grand Canyon on Old Earth, or World Crack on Hebron. In spite of its active oceans and seemingly Earth-like continents, Hyperion is tectonically quite dead. More like Mars, Lucis, or Armagast in its total lack of continental drift. And like Mars and Lucis, Hyperion is afflicted with its deep ice ages, although here the periodicity is spread to 37 million years by the long ellipse of the currently absent binary dwarf. The Comlog compares the cleft to the pre-terraformed Mariner Valley on Mars, both being caused by the weakening of crust through periodic freeze and thaw over the eons, followed by the flow of subterranean rivers such as the Cans. Then the massive collapse, running like a long scar through the mountainous wing of the continent Aquila. Tuck joined me as I stood on the edge of the cleft. I was naked, rinsing the ash smell from my traveling clothes and cassock. I splashed cold water over my pale flesh and laughed out loud as the echoes of Tuck's shouts came back from the north wall 2/3 of a kilometer away. Because of the nature of the crust collapse, Tuck and I stood far out on an overhang that hid the south wall below us. Although perilously exposed, we assumed that the rocky cornice which had defied gravity for millions of years would last a few more hours as we bathed, relaxed, shouted echoing hellos until we were hoarse, and generally acted like children liberated from school. Tuck confessed that he had never penetrated the full width of the flame forest, nor known anyone who had in this season, and announced that, now that the Tesla trees were becoming fully active, he would have at least a 3-month wait until he could return. He did not seem too sorry, and I was glad to have him with me. In the afternoon we transported my gear in relays, setting up camp near the stream 100 meters back from the cornice, and stacking my flow foam boxes of scientific gear for further sorting in the morning. It was cold this evening. After dinner, just before sunset, I pulled on my thermal jacket and walked alone to a rocky ledge southwest of where I had first encountered the cleft. From my vantage point, far out over the river, the view was memorable. Mists rose from unseen waterfalls tumbling to the river far below, spray rising in shifting curtains of mist to multiply the setting sun into a dozen violet spheres and twice that many rainbows. I watched as each spectrum was born, rose toward the darkening dome of sky, and died. As the cooling air settled into the cracks and caverns of the plateau, and the warm air rushed skyward, pulling leaves, twigs, and mist upward in a vertical gale, a sound ebbed up out of the cleft, as if the continent itself was calling with the voices of stone giants, gigantic bamboo flutes, church organs the size of palaces, the clear, perfect notes ranging from the shrillest soprano to the deepest bass. I speculated on wind vectors against the fluted rock walls, on caverns far below venting deep cracks in the motionless crust, and on the illusion of human voices that random harmonics can generate. But in the end I set aside speculation and simply listened as the cleft sang its farewell hymn to the sun. I walked back to our tent and its circle of bioluminescent lantern light as the first fusillade of meteor showers burned the skies overhead, and distant explosions from the flame forests rippled along the southern and western horizons, like cannon fire from some ancient war on pre-Hegira old Earth. Once in the tent, I tried the long-range comlog bands, but there is nothing but static. I suspect that even if the primitive comsats that served the fiberplastic plantations were ever to broadcast this far east, anything but the tightest laser or fat line beams would be masked by the mountains and Tesla activity. On Pachem, few of us at the monastery wore or carried personal comlogs, but the datasphere was always there if we needed to tap into it. Here there is no choice. I sit and listen to the last notes from the canyon wind die, watch the skies simultaneously darken and blaze, smile at the sound of Tuck snoring from his bedroll outside the tent, and I think to myself, if this is exile, so be it. Day 88. Tuck is dead. Murdered. I found his body when I left the tent at sunrise. He had been sleeping outside, not more than 4 meters from me. He had said that he wished to sleep under the stars. The murderers cut his throat while he slept. I heard no cry. I did dream, however, dreams of Sempha ministering to me during my fever, dreams of cool hands touching my neck and chest, touching the crucifix I have worn since childhood. I stood over Tuck's body, staring at the wide, dark circle where his blood had soaked into Hyperion's uncaring soil, and I shivered at the thought that the dream had been more than a dream, that hands had touched me in the night. I confess that I reacted more like a frightened old fool than as a priest. I did administer extreme unction, but then the panic struck me, and I left my poor guide's body, desperately searched through the supplies for a weapon, and took away the machete I had used in the rainforest and the low-voltage mazer with which I had planned to hunt small game. Whether I would have used a weapon on a human being, even to save my own life, I do not know. But in my panic I carried the machete, the mazer, and the powered binoculars to a high boulder near the cleft, and searched the region for any signs of the murderers. Nothing stirred except the tiny arboreals and gossamers we had seen flitting through the trees yesterday. The forest itself seemed abnormally thick and dark. The cleft offered 100 terraces, ledges, and rock balconies to the northeast for entire bands of savages. An army could have hidden there in the crags and ever-present mists. After 30 minutes of fruitless vigilance and foolish cowardice, I returned to the campsite and prepared Tuck's body for burial. It took me well over 2 hours to dig a proper grave in the rocky soil of the plateau. When it was filled and the formal service was finished, I could think of nothing personal to say about the rough, funny little man who had been my guide. "Watch over him, Lord," I said at last, disgusted at my own hypocrisy, sure in my heart that I was mouthing words only to myself. "Give him safe passage. Amen." This evening I have moved my camp half a kilometer north. My tent is pitched in an open area 10 meters away, but I am wedged with my back against the boulder, sleeping robes pulled around, the machete and mazer nearby. After Tuck's funeral, I went through the supplies and boxes of equipment. Nothing had been taken except for the few remaining arrestor rods. Immediately, I wondered if someone had followed us through the flame forest in order to kill Tuck and strand me here, but I could think of no motive for such an elaborate action. Anyone from the plantations could have killed us as we slept in the rainforest, or, better yet from a murderer's point of view, deep in the flame forest, where no one would wonder at 2 charred corpses. That left the Bikura, my primitive charges. I considered returning through the flame forest without the rods, but soon abandoned the idea. It is probable death to stay, and certain death to go. 3 months before the Teslas become dormant. 120 of the 26-hour local days. An eternity. Dear Christ, why has this come to me? And why was I spared last night if I am merely to be offered up this night, or next? I sit here in the darkening crag, and I listen to the suddenly ominous moaning rising with the night wind from the cleft, and I pray as the sky lights with the blood-red streaks of meteor trails, mouthing words to myself. Day 95. The terrors of the past week have largely abated. I find that even fear fades and becomes commonplace after days of anticlimax. I used the machete to cut small trees for a lean-to, covering the roof inside with gamma cloth and caulking between the logs with mud. The back wall is the solid stone of the boulder. I have sorted through my research gear and set some of it out, although I suspect that I will never use it now. I have begun foraging to supplement my quickly diminishing cache of freeze-dried food. By now, according to the absurd schedule drawn up so long ago on Pachem, I was to have been living with the Bikura for some weeks and trading small goods for local food. No matter. Besides my diet of bland but easily boiled chalma roots, I have found half a dozen varieties of berries and larger fruits that the comlog assures me are edible. So far, only one has disagreed with me enough to keep me squatting all night near the edge of the nearest ravine. I paced the confines of the region as restlessly as one of those caged pelops that were so prized by the minor padishahs on Armagast. A kilometer to the south and 4 to the west, the flame forests are in full form. In the morning, smoke vies with the shifting curtains of mist to hide the sky. Only the near-solid breaks of Bestus, the rocky soil here on the summit plateau, and the hogback ridges running like armor-plated vertebrae northeast from here keep the Teslas at bay. To the north, the plateau widens out, and the undergrowth becomes denser near the cleft for some 15 kilometers, until the way is blocked by a ravine a third as deep and half as wide as the cleft itself. Yesterday, I reached this northernmost point and stared across the gaping barrier with some frustration. I will try again some day, detouring to the east to find a crossing point. But from the telltale signs of Phoenix across the chasm and the pall of smoke along the northeastern horizon, I suspect I will find only the chalma-filled canyons and steppes of flame forest that are roughed in on the orbital survey map I carry. Tonight I visited Tuck's rocky grave as the evening wind began to wail its Aeolian dirge. I knelt there and tried to pray, but nothing came. Edouard, nothing came. I am as empty as those fake sarcophagi that you and I unearthed by the score from the sterile desert sands near Tarim Belwadi. The Zen Gnostics would say that this emptiness is a good sign, that it presages openness to a new level of awareness, new insights, new experiences. Merde. My emptiness is only emptiness. Day 96. I have found the Bakura, or rather they have found me. I will write what I can before they come to rouse me from my sleep. Today I was doing some detail mapping a mere 4 kilometers north of camp, when the mists lifted in the midday warmth, and I noticed a series of terraces on my side of the cleft that had been hidden until then. I was using my powered glasses to inspect the terraces, actually a series of laddered ledges, spires, shelves, and tussocks extending far out onto the overhang, when I realized that I was staring at man-made habitations. The dozen or so huts were crude, rough hovels of heaped chalma fronds, stones, and sponge turf, but they were unmistakably of human origin. I was standing there irresolute, binoculars still lifted, trying to decide whether to climb down to the exposed ledges and confront the inhabitants or to retreat to my camp, when I felt that lifting chill along the back and neck that tells one with absolute certainty that he is no longer alone. I lowered the binoculars and turned slowly. The Bakura were there, at least 30 of them, standing in a semicircle that left me no retreat to the forest. I do not know what I expected. Naked savages, perhaps, with fierce expressions and necklaces of teeth. Perhaps I had half expected to find the kind of bearded, wild-haired hermits that travelers sometimes encountered in the Moshe Mountains on Hebron. Whatever I had held in mind, the reality of the Bakura did not fit the template. The people who had approached me so silently were short. None came higher than my shoulder, and swathed in roughly woven dark robes that covered them from neck to toe. When they moved, as some did now, they seemed to glide over the rough ground like wraiths. From a distance, their appearance reminded me of nothing so much as a gaggle of diminutive Jesuits at a new Vatican enclave. I almost giggled then, but realized that such a response might well be a sign of rising panic. The Bakura showed no outward signs of aggression to cause such a panic. They carried no weapons. Their small hands were empty as their expressions. Their physiognomy is hard to describe succinctly. They are bald, all of them. That baldness, the absence of any facial hair, and the loose robes that fell in a straight line to the ground, all conspired to make it very difficult to tell the men from the women. The group now confronting me, more than 50 by this time, looked to be all of roughly the same age, somewhere between 40 and 50 standard years. Their faces were smooth, the skin tinged with a yellowish cast that I guessed might be associated with generations of ingesting trace minerals in the chalma and other local plant life. One might be tempted to describe the round faces of the Bakura as cherubic, until upon closer inspection, that impression of sweetness fades and is replaced by another interpretation, placid idiocy. As a priest, I have spent enough time on backward worlds to see the effects of an ancient genetic disorder variously called Down syndrome, Mongolism, or generationship legacy. This, then, was the overall impression created by the 60 or so dark-robed little people who had approached me. I was being greeted by a silent, smiling band of bald, retarded children. I reminded myself that these were almost certainly the same group of smiling children who had slit Tuck's throat while he slept, and left him to die like a butchered pig. The closest Bakura stepped forward, stopped 5 paces from me, and said something in a soft monotone. "Just a minute," I said, and fumbled out my comlog. I tapped in the translator function. "Veyetet ota mena lot cresfem ket?" asked the short man in front of me. I slipped on the ear plug just in time to hear the comlog's translation. There was no lag time. The apparently foreign language was a simple corruption of archaic seed ship English, not so far removed from the indigene argot of the plantations. "You are the man who belongs to the cross-shaped cruciform," interpreted the comlog, giving me 2 choices for the final noun. "Yes," I said, knowing now that these were the ones who had touched me the night I slept through Tuck's murder, which meant that these were the ones who had murdered Tuck. I waited. The hunting mazer was in my pack. The pack was set against a small chalma not 10 paces from me. Half a dozen Bakura stood between me and it. It did not matter. I knew at that instant that I would not use a weapon against another human being, even a human being who had murdered my guide and might well be planning to murder me at any second. I closed my eyes and said a silent act of contrition. When I opened my eyes, more of the Bakura had arrived. There was a cessation of movement, as if a quorum had been filled, a decision reached. "Yes," I said again into the silence. "I am the one who wears the cross." I heard the comlog speaker pronounce the last word, Cresfem. The Bakura nodded in unison, and, as if from long practice as altar boys, all went to one knee, robes rustling softly, in a perfect genuflection. I opened my mouth to speak and found that I had nothing to say. I closed my mouth. The Bakura stood. A breeze moved the brittle chalma fronds and leaves together to make a dry end-of-summer sound above us. The Bakura nearest to me on the left stepped closer, grasped my forearm with a touch of cool, strong fingers, and spoke a soft sentence that my comlog translated as, "Come, it is time to go to the houses and sleep." It was mid-afternoon. Wondering if the comlog had translated the word sleep properly, or if it might be an idiom or metaphor for die, I nodded and followed them toward the village at the edge of the cleft. Now I sit in the hut and wait. There are rustling sounds. Someone else is awake now. I sit and wait. Day 97. The Bakura call themselves the 70. I have spent the past 26 hours talking to them, observing, making notes when they take their 2-hour mid-afternoon sleep, and generally trying to record as much data as I can before they decide to slit my throat. Except now I am beginning to believe that they will not hurt me. I spoke to them yesterday after our sleep. Sometimes they do not respond to questions, and when they do, the responses are little better than the grunts or divergent answers one receives from slow children. After their initial question and invitation at our first encounter, none of them originated a single query or comment my way. I questioned them subtly, carefully, cautiously, and with the professional calm of a trained ethnologist. I asked the simplest, most factual questions possible to make sure that the comlog was functioning properly. It was. But the sum total of the answers left me almost as ignorant as I had been 20-some hours before. Finally, tired in body and spirit, I abandoned professional subtlety and asked the group I was sitting with, "Did you kill my companion?" My 3 interlocutors did not look up from the weaving they were doing on a crude loom. "Yes," said the one I have come to think of as Alpha because he had been the first to approach me in the forest. "We cut your companion's throat with sharpened stones and held him down and silent while he struggled. He died the true death." "Why?" I asked after a moment. My voice sounded as dry as a corn husk crumbling. "Why did he die the true death?" said Alpha, still not looking up. "Because all of his blood ran out and he stopped breathing." "No," I said. "Why did you kill him?" Alpha did not respond, but Betty, who may or may not be female, and Alpha's mate, looked up from her loom and said simply, "To make him die." "Why?" The responses invariably came back, and just as invariably failed to enlighten me one iota. After much questioning, I had ascertained that they had killed Tuck to make him die, and that he had died because he had been killed. "What is the difference between death and true death?" I asked, not trusting the comlog or my temper at this point. The third Bakura, Dell, grunted a response that the comlog interpreted as, "Your companion died the true death. You did not." Finally, in frustration far too close to rage, I snapped, "Why not? Why didn't you kill me?" All 3 stopped in the middle of their mindless weaving and looked at me. "You cannot be killed because you cannot die," said Alpha. "You cannot die because you belong to the cruciform and follow the way of the cross." I had no idea why the damn machine would translate cross as cross one second and as cruciform the next. "Because you belong to the cruciform." A chill went through me, followed by the urge to laugh. Had I stumbled into that old adventure holo cliché? The lost tribe that worshipped the god that had tumbled into their jungle until the poor bastard cuts himself shaving or something, and the tribespeople, assured and a bit relieved at the obvious mortality of their visitor, offer up their erstwhile deity as a sacrifice? It would have been funny if the image of Tuck's bloodless face and raw-rimmed gaping wound was not so fresh. Their reaction to the cross certainly suggested that I had encountered a group of survivors of a once Christian colony. Catholics? Even though the data in the comlog insisted that the dropship of 70 colonists who had crashed on this plateau 400 years ago had held only Neo-Kerwin Marxists, all of whom should have been indifferent, if not openly hostile, to the old religions. I considered dropping the matter as being far too dangerous to pursue, but my stupid need to know drove me on. "Do you worship Jesus?" I asked. Their blank expressions left no need for a verbal negative. "Christ?" I tried again. "Jesus Christ? Christian? The Catholic Church?" No interest. Catholic? Jesus? Mary? St. Peter? Paul? St. Théard? The comlog made noises, but the words seemed to have no meaning for them. "You follow the cross?" I said, flailing for some last contact. All three looked at me. "We belong to the cruciform," said Alpha. I nodded, understanding nothing. This evening I fell asleep briefly just before sunset, and when I awoke it was to the organ pipe music of the cleft's nightfall winds. It was much louder here on the village ledges. Even the hovels seemed to join the chorus as the rising gusts whistled and whined through the stone gaps, flapping fronds and crude smoke holes. Something was wrong. It took me a groggy minute to realize that the village was abandoned. Every hut was empty. I sat on a cold boulder and wondered if my presence had sparked some mass exodus. The wind music had ended, and meteors were beginning their nightly show through cracks in low clouds, when I heard a sound behind me and turned to find all 70 of the 70 behind me. They walked past without a word and went to their huts. There were no lights. I imagined them sitting in their hovels, staring. I stayed outside for some time before returning to my own hut. After a while I walked to the edge of the grassy shelf and stood where rock dropped away into the abyss. A cluster of vines and roots clung to the cliff face, but appeared to end a few meters into space and hang there above emptiness. No vine could have been long enough to offer a way to the river 2 kilometers below. But the Bakura had come from this direction. Nothing made sense. I shook my head and went back to my hut. Sitting here, writing by the light of the comlog disky, I try to think of precautions I can take to ensure that I will see the sunrise. I can think of none. Day 103. The more I learn, the less I understand. I have moved most of my gear to the hut they leave empty for me here in the village. I have taken photographs, recorded video and audio chips, and imagined a full holoscan of the village and its inhabitants. They do not seem to care. I project their images and they walk right through them, showing no interest. I play back their words to them and they smile and go back into their hovels to sit for hours, doing nothing, saying nothing. I offer them trade trinkets, and they take them without comment, check to see if they are edible, and then leave them lying. The grass is littered with plastic beads, mirrors, bits of colored cloth, and cheap pens. I have set up the full medical lab, but to no avail. The 70 will not let me examine them, will not let me take blood samples, even though I have repeatedly shown them that it is painless, will not let me scan them with the diagnostic equipment, will not, in short, cooperate in any way. They do not argue, they do not explain, they simply turn away and go about their non-business. After a week, I still cannot tell the males from the females. Their faces remind me of those visual puzzles that shift forms as you stare. Sometimes Betty's face looks undeniably female, and 10 seconds later the sense of gender is gone, and I think of her, him, as Beta again. Their voices undergo the same shift. Soft, well-modulated, sexless. They remind me of the poorly programmed home comps one encounters on backward worlds. I find myself hoping to catch a glimpse of a naked Bakura. This is not easy for a Jesuit of 48 standard years to admit. Still, it would not be an easy task even for a veteran voyeur. The nudity taboo seems absolute. They wear the long robes while awake and during their 2-hour midday nap. They leave the village area to urinate and defecate, and I suspect that they do not remove the loose robes even then. They do not seem to bathe. One would suspect that this would cause olfactory problems, but there is no odor about these primitives except for the slight, sweet smell of chalma. "You must undress sometimes," I said to Alpha one day, abandoning delicacy in favor of information. "No," said Al, and went elsewhere to sit and do nothing while fully dressed. They have no names. I found this incredible at first, but now I am sure. "We are all that was and will be," said the shortest Bakura, one I think of as female and call Epi. "We are the 70. I searched the comlog records and confirmed what I suspected. In more than 16,000 known human societies, none are listed where there are no individual names at all. Even in the Lucis hive societies, individuals respond to their class category followed by a simple code. I tell them my name, and they stare. "Father Paul de Ray, Father Paul de Ray," repeats the comlog translator, but there is no attempt at even simple repetition. Except for their mass disappearances each day before sunset and their common 2-hour sleep time, they do very little as a group. Even their lodging arrangements appear random. Al will spend one nap time with Betty, the next with Gam, and the third with Zelda or Pete. No system or schedule is apparent. Every third day, the entire group of 70 goes into the forest to forage and returns with berries, chalma roots and bark, fruit, and whatever else might be edible. I was sure they were vegetarians, until I saw Dell munching on the cold corpse of an infant arboreal. The little primate must have fallen from the high branches. It seems, then, that the 70 do not disdain meat. They simply are too stupid to hunt and kill it. When the Bakura are thirsty, they walk almost 300 meters to a stream that cascades into the cleft. In spite of this inconvenience, there are no signs of water skins, jugs, or any type of pottery. I keep my reserve of water in 10-gallon plastic containers, but the villagers take no notice. In my plummeting respect for these people, I do not find it unlikely that they have spent generations in a village with no handy water source. "Who built the houses?" I ask. They have no word for village. "The 70, responds Will. I can tell him from the others only by a broken finger that did not mend well. Each of them has at least one such distinguishing feature, although sometimes I think it would be easier to tell crows apart. "When did they build them?" I ask, although I should know by now that any question that starts with "when" will not receive an answer. I receive no answer. They do go into the cleft each evening, down the vines. On the third evening I tried to observe this exodus, but 6 of them turned me back from the edge and gently but persistently brought me back to my hut. It was the first observable action of the Bakura that had hinted at aggression, and I sat in some apprehension after they had gone. The next evening, as they departed, I went quietly to my hut, not even peering out, but after they returned I retrieved the imager and its tripod from where I had left them near the edge. The timer had worked perfectly. The hollows showed the Bakura grabbing the vines and scrambling down the cliff face as nimbly as the little arboreals that filled the chalma and weirwood forests. Then they disappeared under the overhang. "What do you do when you go down the cliff each evening?" I asked Al the next day. The native looked at me with the seraphic Buddha smile I have learned to hate. "You belong to the cruciform," he said, as if that answered everything. "Do you worship when you go down the cliff?" I asked. No answer. I thought a minute. "I also follow the cross," I said, knowing that it would be translated as "belong to the cruciform." Any day now I will not need the translator program. But this conversation was too important to leave to chance. "Does this mean that I should join you when you go down the cliff face?" For a second I thought that Al was thinking. His brow furrowed, and I realized that it was the first time that I had seen one of the 70 come close to frowning. Then he said, "You cannot. You belong to the cruciform, but you are not of the 70. I realized that it had taken every neuron and synapse in his brain to frame that distinction. "What would you do if I did go down the cliff face?" I asked, expecting no response. Hypothetical questions almost always had as much luck as my time-based queries. This time he did respond. The seraphic smile and untroubled countenance returned, and Alpha said softly, If you try to go down the cliff, we will hold you down on the grass, take sharpened stones, cut your throat, and wait until your blood stops flowing and your heart stops beating." I said nothing. I wondered if he could hear the pounding of my heart at that moment. Well, I thought, at least you don't have to worry any longer that they think you are a god. The silence stretched. Finally, Al added one more sentence that I have been thinking about ever since. "And if you did it again," he said, "we would have to kill you again." We stared at each other for some time after that, each convinced, I am sure, that the other was a total idiot. Day 104. Each new revelation adds to my confusion. The absence of children here has bothered me since my first day in the village. Looking back through my notes, I find frequent mention of it in the daily observations I have dictated to my comlog, but no record of it in the personal mishmash here that I call a journal. Perhaps the implications were too frightening. To my frequent and clumsy attempts at piercing this mystery, the 70 have offered their usual enlightenment. The person questioned smiles beatifically, and responds in some non sequitur that would make the babble of the web's worst village idiot seem like sage aphorisms in comparison. More often than not, they do not answer at all. One day I stood in front of the one I have tagged as Dell, stayed there until he had to acknowledge my presence, and asked, "Why are there no children?" "We are the 70, he said softly. "Where are the babies?" No response. No sense of evading the question, merely a blank stare. I took a breath. "Who is the youngest among you?" Dell appeared to be thinking, wrestling with the concept. He was overmatched. I wondered if the Bakura had lost their time sense so completely that any such question was doomed. After a minute of silence, however, Dell pointed to where Al was crouched in the sunlight, working with his crude hand loom, and said, "There is the last one to return." "To return?" I said. "From where?" Dell stared at me with no emotion, not even impatience. "You belong to the cruciform," he said. "You must know the way of the cross." I nodded. I knew enough to recognize that in this direction lay one of the many conversational, illogic loops that usually derailed our dialogues. I hunted for some way to keep a grasp of the thin thread of information. "Then Al," I said and pointed, "is the last to be born, to return. But others will return?" I was not sure that I understood my own question. How does one inquire about birth when the interviewee has no word for child and no concept of time? But Dell seemed to understand. He nodded. Encouraged, I asked, "Then when will the next of the 70 be born? Return?" "No one can return until one dies," he said. Suddenly I thought I understood. So, no new children. No one will be returned until someone dies, I said. You replace the missing one with another to keep the group at 70? Dell responded with the type of silence I had come to interpret as assent. The pattern seemed clear enough. The Bakura were quite serious about their 70. They kept the tribal population at 70, the same number recorded on the passenger list of the dropship that crashed here 400 years ago. Little chance of coincidence there. When someone died, they allowed a child to be born to replace the adult. Simple. Simple, but impossible. Nature and biology do not work that neatly. Besides the problem of minimum herd population, there were other absurdities. Even though it is difficult to tell the ages of these smooth-skinned people, it is obvious that no more than 10 years separates the oldest from the youngest. Although they act like children, I would guess their average age to be in the late 30s or mid-40s in standard years. So where are the very old? Where are the parents, aging uncles, and unmarried aunts? At this rate, the entire tribe will enter old age at approximately the same time. What happens when they all pass beyond childbearing age, and it comes time to replace members of the tribe? The Bakura lead dull, sedentary lives. The accident rate, even while living on the very edge of the cleft, must be low. There are no predators. The seasonal variations are minimal, and the food supply almost certainly remains stable. But granted all this, there must have been times in the 400-year history of this baffling group when disease swept the village, when more than the usual number of vines gave way and dropped citizens into the cleft, or when something caused that abnormal cluster of sudden deaths that insurance companies have dreaded since time immemorial. And then what? Do they breed to make up the difference and then revert to their current sexless behavior? Are the Bakura so different from every other recorded human society that they have a rutting period once every few years, once a decade, once in a lifetime? It is doubtful. I sit here in my hut and review the possibilities. One is that these people live very long lifetimes and can reproduce during most of that time, allowing for simple replacement of tribal casualties. Only this does not explain their common ages, and there is no mechanism to explain any such longevity. The best anti-aging drugs the Hegemony has to offer only manage to extend an active lifetime a bit over the 100 standard year mark. Preventive health measures have spread the vitality of early middle age well into the late 60s, my age. But except for clonal transplants, bioengineering, and other perks for the very rich, no one in the world web can expect to begin planning a family when they are 70 or expect to dance at their 110th birthday party. If eating chalma roots or breathing the pure air of the Pinyon Plateau had a dramatic effect on retarding aging, it would be a sure bet that everyone on Hyperion would be living here munching chalma, that this planet would have had a Farcaster centuries ago, and that every citizen of the Hegemony who has a universal card would be planning to spend vacations and retirement here. No. A more logical conclusion is that the Bakura live normal length lives, have children at a normal rate, but kill them unless a replacement is required. They may practice abstinence or birth control, other than slaughtering the newborn, until the entire band reaches an age where new blood will soon be needed. A mass birthing time explains the apparent common age of the members of the tribe. But who teaches the young? What happens to the parents and other older people? Do the Bakura pass along the rudiments of their crude excuse for a culture and then allow their own deaths? Would this be a true death, the rubbing out of an entire generation? Do the 70 murder individuals at both ends of the bell-shaped age curve? This type of speculation is useless. I am beginning to get furious at my own lack of problem-solving skills. Let's form a strategy here and act on it, Paul. Get off your lazy Jesuit ass. Problem: how to tell the sexes apart? Solution: cajole or coerce a few of these poor devils into a medical exam. Find out what all the sex role mystery and nudity taboo is about. A society that depends upon years of rigid sexual abstinence for population control is consistent with my new theory. Problem: why are they so fanatical about maintaining the same 70 population that the lost dropship colony started with? Solution: keep pestering them until you find out. Problem: where are the children? Solution: keep pressing and poking until you find out. Perhaps the evening excursion down the cliff is related to all of this. There may be a nursery there, or a pile of small bones. Problem: what is this belong to the cruciform and way of the cross business, if not a contorted vestige of the original colonists' religious belief? Solution: find out by going to the source. Could their daily descent down the cliff be religious in nature? Problem: what is down the cliff face? Solution: go down and see. Tomorrow, if their pattern holds true, all 70 of the 70 will wander into the woods for several hours of foraging. This time I will not go with them. This time I am going over the edge and down the cliff. Day 105. 0930 hours. Thank you, O Lord, for allowing me to see what I have seen today. Thank you, O Lord, for bringing me to this place at this time to see the proof of your presence. 11:25 hours. Edouard. Edouard! I have to return, to show you all, to show everyone. I've packed everything I need, putting the imager discs and film in a pouch I wove from Bestus leaves. I have food, water, the mazer with its weakening charge, tent, sleep robes. If only the arrestor rods had not been stolen. The Bakura might have kept them. No, I've searched the hovels in the nearby forest. They would have no use for them. It doesn't matter. I'll leave today if I can. Otherwise, as soon as I can. Edouard, I have it all here on the film and discs. 1400. There is no way through the flame forests today. The smoke drove me back even before I penetrated the edge of the active zone. I returned to the village and went over the hollows. There is no mistake. The miracle is real. 15:30 hours. The 70 will return any moment. What if they know? What if they can tell by looking at me that I have been there? I could hide. No, there is no need to hide. God did not bring me this far and let me see what I have seen, only to let me die at the hands of these poor children. 16:15 hours. The 70 returned and went to their huts without giving me a glance. I sit here in the doorway of my own hut and cannot keep from smiling, from laughing, and from praying. Earlier I walked to the edge of the cleft, said Mass, and took communion. The villagers did not bother to watch. How soon can I leave? Supervisor Orlandi and Tuck had said that the flame forest was fully active for 3 local months, 120 days, then relatively quiet for 2. Tuck and I arrived here on day 87. I cannot wait another 100 days to bring the news to the world, to all of the worlds. If only a skimmer would brave the weather and flame forests and pluck me out of here. If only I could access one of the datafix sats that serve the plantations. Anything is possible. More miracles will occur. 23:50 hours. The 70 have gone down into the cleft. The voices of the evening wind choir are rising all around. How I wish I could be with them now, there, below. I will do the next best thing. I will drop to my knees here, near the cliff edge, and pray while the organ notes of the planet and sky sing what I now know is a hymn to a real and present God. Day 106. I awoke today to a perfect morning. The sky was a deep turquoise. The sun was a sharp, blood-red stone set within. I stood outside my hut as the mists cleared. The arboreals ended their morning screech concert, and the air began to warm. Then I went in and viewed my tapes and discs. I realized that in yesterday's excited scribblings I mentioned nothing of what I found down the cliff. I will do so now. I have the discs, film tapes, and comlog notes, but there is always the chance that only these personal journals will be found. I lowered myself over the cliff edge at approximately 07:30 hours yesterday morning. The Bakura were all foraging in the forest. The descent on vines had looked simple enough. They were bound around one another sufficiently to create a sort of ladder in most places. But as I swung out and began to let myself down, I could feel my heart pounding hard enough to be painful. There was a sheer 3,000-meter drop to the rocks and river below. I kept a tight grip on at least 2 vines at all times and centimetered my way down, trying not to look at the abyss beneath my feet. It took me the better part of an hour to descend the 150 meters that I am sure the Bakura can cover in 10 minutes. Eventually, I reached the curve of an overhang. Some vines trailed away into space, but most of them curled under the sheer slab of rock toward the cliff wall 30 meters in. Here and there the vines appeared to have been braided to form crude bridges upon which the Bakura probably walked with little or no help from their hands. I crawled along these braided strands, clutching other vines for support, and uttering prayers I had not said since my boyhood. I stared straight ahead as if I could forget that there was only a seemingly infinite expanse of air under those swaying, creaking strands of vegetable matter. There was a broad ledge along the cliff wall. I allowed 3 meters of it to separate me from the gulf before I squeezed through the vines and dropped 2.5 meters to the stone. The ledge was about 5 meters wide, and it terminated a short distance to the northeast, where the great mass of the overhang began. I followed a path along the ledge to the southwest, and had gone 20 or 30 paces before I stopped in shock. It was a path worn out of solid stone. Its shiny surface had been pushed centimeters below the level of the surrounding rock. Farther on, where the path descended a curving lip of ledge to a lower, wider level, steps had been cut into the stone, but even these had been worn to the point that they seemed to sag in the middle. I sat down for a second as the impact of this simple fact struck me. Even 4 centuries of daily travel by the 70 could not account for such erosion of solid rock. Someone or something had used this path long before the Bakura colonists crashed here. Someone or something had used this path for millennia. I stood and walked on. There was little noise except for the wind blowing gently along the half-kilometer wide cleft. I realized that I could hear the soft sound of the river far below. The path curved left around a section of cliff and ended. I stepped out onto a broad apron of gently descending stone and stared. I believe I made the sign of the cross without thinking. Because this ledge ran due north and south for a 100-meter cut of cliff, I could look due west along a 30-kilometer slash of cleft to open sky where the plateau ended. I realized at once that the setting sun would illuminate this slab of cliff wall under the overhang each evening. It would not have surprised me if, on the spring or autumn solstice, Hyperion's sun would, from this vantage point, appear to set directly into the cleft, its red sides just touching the pink-toned rock walls. I turned left and stared at the cliff face. The worn path led across the wide ledge to doors carved into the vertical slab of stone. No, these were not merely doors. They were portals, intricately carved portals, with elaborate stone casements and lintels. To either side of these twin doors spread broad windows of stained glass, rising at least 20 meters toward the overhang. I went closer and inspected the facade. Whoever had built this had done so by widening the area under the overhang, slicing a sheer, smooth wall into the granite of the plateau, and then tunneling directly into the cliff face. I ran my hand over the deeply cut folds of ornamental carving around the door. Smooth. Everything had been smoothed and worn and softened by time, even here, hidden away from most of the elements by the protective lip of overhang. How many thousands of years had this temple been carved into the south wall of the cleft? The stained glass was neither glass nor plastic, but some thick, translucent substance that seemed as hard as the surrounding stone to the touch. Nor was the window a composite of panels. The color swirled, shaded, melded, and blended into one another like oil on water. I removed my flashlight from the pack, touched one of the doors, and hesitated as the tall portal swung inward with frictionless ease. I entered the vestibule. There is no other word for it, crossed the silent 10-meter space, and paused in front of another wall made from the same stained glass material that even now glowed behind me, filling the vestibule with thick light of 100 subtle hues. I realized instantly that at the sunset hour, the direct rays of the sun would fill this room with incredibly deep shafts of color, would strike the stained glass wall in front of me, and would illuminate whatever lay beyond. I found the single door, outlined by thin, dark metal set into the stained glass stone, and I passed through it. On Pachem we have, as best we could from ancient photos and hollows, rebuilt the Basilica of St. Peter's exactly as it stood in the ancient Vatican. Almost 700 feet long and 450 feet wide, the church can hold 50,000 worshippers when His Holiness says Mass. We have never had more than 5,000 faithful there, even when the Council of Bishops of all the worlds is in assembly every 43 years. In the central apse, near our copy of Bernini's Throne of St. Peter, the great dome rises more than 130 meters above the floor of the altar. It is an impressive space. This space was larger. In the dim light, I used the beams of my flashlight to ascertain that I was in a single great room, a giant hall hollowed out of solid stone. I estimated that the smooth walls rose to a ceiling that must be only a few meters beneath the surface of the crag where the Bakura had set their huts. There was no ornamentation here, no furniture, no sign of any concession to form or function, except for the object that sat squarely in the center of this huge, echoing cave of a room. Centered in the great hall was an altar, a 5-meter square slab of stone left when the rest was hollowed out, and from this altar rose a cross. 4 meters high, 3 meters wide, carved in the old style of the elaborate crucifixes of old Earth. The cross faced the stained glass wall as if awaiting the sun and the explosion of light that would ignite the inlaid diamonds, sapphires, blood crystals, lapis beads, queen's tears, onyxes, and other precious stones that I could make out in the light of the flashlight as I approached. I knelt and prayed. Shutting off the flashlight, I waited several minutes before my eyes could discern the cross in the dim, smoky light. This was, without a doubt, the cruciform of which the Bakura spoke. and it had been set here a minimum of many thousands of years ago, perhaps tens of thousands, long before mankind first left old Earth, almost certainly before Christ taught in Galilee. I prayed. Today, I sit out in the sunlight after reviewing the holodiscs. I have confirmed what I barely noticed during my return up the cliff after discovering what I now think of as the basilica. On the ledge outside the basilica, there are steps descending farther into the cleft. Although not as worn as the path leading to the basilica, they are equally intriguing. God alone knows what other wonders wait below. I must let the worlds know of this find. The irony of my being the one to discover this is not lost on me. If it had not been for Armagast and my exile, this discovery might have waited more centuries. The Church might have died before this revelation could have brought new life to it. But I have found it. One way or the other, I will leave or get my message out. Day 107. I am a prisoner. This morning I was bathing in my usual place near where the stream drops over the cliff edge, when I heard a sound and looked up to see the Bakura I called Dell staring at me with wide eyes. I called a greeting, but the little Bakura turned and ran. It was perplexing. They rarely hurry. Then I realized that even though I had been wearing trousers at the time, I had undoubtedly violated their nudity taboo by allowing Dell to see me naked from the waist up. I smiled, shook my head, finished dressing, and returned to the village. If I had known what awaited me there, I would not have been amused. The entire 70 stood watching as I approached. I stopped a dozen paces from Al. "Good afternoon," I said. Alpha pointed, and half a dozen of the Bakura lunged toward me, seized my arms and legs, and pinned me to the ground. Beta stepped forward and removed a sharp-edged stone from his or her robes. As I struggled in vain to pull free, Beta cut my clothes down the front and pulled apart the shreds until I was all but naked. I ceased struggling as the mob pressed forward. They stared at my pale, white body and murmured to themselves. I could feel my heart pounding. "I am sorry if I have offended your laws," I began, "but there is no reason—" "Silence," said Alpha, and spoke to the tall Bakura with the scar on his palm, the one I call Zed. "He is not of the cruciform." Zed nodded. "Let me explain," I began again, but Alpha silenced me with a backhanded slap that left my lip bleeding and my ears ringing. There had been no more sense of hostility in his action than I would have shown in silencing a comlog by throwing a switch. "What are we to do with him?" asked Alpha. "Those who do not follow the cross must die the true death," said Beta, and the crowd shifted forward. Many had sharpened stones in their hands. "Those not of the cruciform must die the true death," said Beta, and her voice held the tone of complacent finality common to oft-repeated formulae and religious litanies. "I follow the cross," I cried out as the crowd tugged me to my feet. I grabbed at the crucifix that hung around my neck and struggled against the pressure of many arms. Finally, I managed to lift the little cross over my head. Alpha held up his hand, and the crowd paused. In the sudden silence, I could hear the river 3 kilometers below in the cleft. "He does carry a cross," said Alpha. Dell pressed forward. "But he is not of the cruciform. I saw. It was not as we thought. He is not of the cruciform." There was murder in his voice. I cursed myself for being careless and stupid. The future of the Church depended upon my survival, and I had thrown both away by beguiling myself into believing that the Bakura were dull, harmless children. "Those who do not follow the cross must die the true death," repeated Beta. It was a final sentencing. Stones were being raised by 70 hands when I shouted, knowing that it was either my last chance or my final condemnation. "I have been down the cliff and worshipped at your altar. I follow the cross." Alpha and the mob hesitated. I could see that they were wrestling with this new thought. It was not easy for them. "I follow the cross and wish to be of the cruciform," I said as calmly as I could. "I have been to your altar." "Those who do not follow the cross must die the true death," called Gamma. "But he follows the cross," said Alpha. "He has prayed in the room." "This cannot be," said Zed. The 70 pray there, and he is not of the 70. We knew before this that he is not of the 70, said Alpha, frowning slightly as he dealt with the concept of past tense. He is not of the cruciform, said Delta 2. Those who are not of the cruciform must die the true death, said Beta. He follows the cross, said Alpha. Can he not then become of the cruciform? An outcry arose. In the general babble and shuffle of forms, I pulled against restraining hands, but their grips remained firm. He is not of the 70 and is not of the cruciform, said Beta, sounding more puzzled than hostile now. How is it that he should not die the true death? We must take the stones and open his throat so that the blood flows until his heart stops. He is not of the cruciform. He follows the cross, said Alpha. Can he not become of the cruciform? This time silence followed the question. He follows the cross and has prayed at the room of the cruciform, said Alpha. He must not die the true death. All die the true death, said a Bakura, whom I did not recognize. My arms were aching from the strain of holding the crucifix above my head. Except the 70, finished the anonymous Bakura. Because they followed the cross, prayed at the room, and became of the cruciform, said Alpha. Must he not then become of the cruciform? I stood there gripping the cold metal of the small cross and awaited their verdict. I was afraid to die. I felt afraid. But the larger part of my mind seemed almost detached. My greatest regret was that I would not be able to send out the news of the Basilica to an unbelieving universe. Come, we will talk of this, Beta said to the group, and they pulled me with them as they trod silently back to the village. They have imprisoned me here in my hut. There was no chance to try for the hunting mazer. Several of them held me down while they emptied the hut of most of my possessions. They took my clothing, leaving me only one of their rough-woven robes to cover myself with. The longer I sit here, the more angry and anxious I become. They have taken my comlog, imager, discs, chips, everything. I have a single unopened crate of medical diagnostic equipment left up at the old site, but that cannot help me document the miracle in the cleft. If they destroy the things they have taken, and then destroy me, there will be no record of the Basilica. If I had a weapon, I could kill the guards and... Oh, dear God, what am I thinking? Edouard, what am I to do? And even if I survive this, make my way back to Keats, arrange travel back to the web, who would believe me? After 9 years' absence from Pachem because of the quantum leap time debt, just an old man returning with the same lies he was exiled for. Oh, dear God, if they destroy the data, let them destroy me as well. Day 110. After 3 days, they have decided my fate. Zed and the one I think of as Theta Prime came to get me shortly after midday. I blinked as they led me out into the light. The 70 stood in a wide semicircle near the cliff edge. I fully expected to be thrown over that edge. Then I noticed the bonfire. I had assumed that the Bakura were so primitive that they had lost the art of making and using fire. They did not warm themselves with fire, and their huts were always dark. I had never seen them cook a meal, not even the rare corpse of an arboreal they devoured. But now the fire was burning strongly, and they were the only ones who could have started it. I looked to see what fueled the flames. They were burning my clothes, my comlog, my field notes, the tape cassettes, video chips, data disks, the imager, everything that had held information. I screamed at them, tried to throw myself at the fire, and called them names I had not used since the street days of my childhood. They ignored me. Finally, Alpha came close. "You will become of the cruciform," he said softly. I did not care. They led me back to my hut, where I wept for an hour. There is no guard at the door. A minute ago I stood at the doorway and considered running for the flame forests. Then I thought of a much shorter, but no less fatal run to the cleft. I did nothing. The sun will be setting in a short time. Already the winds are rising. Soon, soon. Day 112. Has it been only 2 days? It has been forever. It did not come off this morning. It did not come off. The med scanner's image wafer is right here in front of me, but I still cannot believe it. And yet I do. I am of the cruciform now. They came for me just before sunset, all of them. I did not struggle as they led me to the edge of the cleft. They were more agile on the vines than I could have imagined. I slowed them down, but they were patient, showing me the easiest footholds, the fastest route. Hyperion's sun had dropped below low clouds and was visible above the rim wall to the west as we walked the final few meters to the basilica. The evening windsong was louder than I had anticipated. It was as if we were caught amid the pipes of a gigantic church organ. The notes rose from bass growls so deep that my bones and teeth resonated in sympathy to high, piercing screams that slid easily into the ultrasonic. Alpha opened the outer doors, and we passed through the antechamber into the central basilica. The 70 made a wide circle around the altar and its tall cross. There was no litany. There was no singing. There was no ceremony. We simply stood there in silence as the wind roared through the fluted columns outside and echoed in the great empty room carved into the stone. Echoed and resonated and grew in volume until I clapped my hands over my ears. And all the while the streaming horizontal rays of sunlight filled the hall with deepening hues of amber, gold, lapis, and then amber again. Colors so deep that they made the air thick with light and lay like paint against the skin. I watched as the cross caught this light and held it in each of its 1,000 precious stones. Held it, it seemed, even after the sun had set and the windows had faded to a twilight gray. It was as if the great crucifix had absorbed the light and was radiating it toward us, into us. Then even the cross was dark, and the winds died, and in the sudden dimness Alpha said softly, "Bring him along." We emerged onto the wide ledge of stone, and Beta was there with torches. As Beta passed them out to a selected few, I wondered if the Bakura reserved fire for ritual purposes only. Then Beta was leading the way, and we descended the narrow staircase carved into the stone. At first I crept along, terrified, clutching at the smooth rock and searching for any reassuring projection of root or stone. The drop to our right was so sheer and endless that it bordered on being absurd. Descending the ancient staircase was far worse than clutching at vines on the cliff face above. Here I had to look down each time I placed a foot on the narrow, age-slickened slabs. A slip and fall at first seemed probable, then inevitable. I had the urge to stop then, to return at least to the safety of the basilica, but most of the 70 were behind me on the narrow staircase, and there seemed little chance that they would stand aside to let me pass. Besides this, and even greater than my fear, was the nagging curiosity about what was at the bottom of the staircase. I did pause long enough to glance up at the lip of the cleft 300 meters above, and to see that the clouds were gone, the stars were out, and the nightly ballet of meteor trails was bright against a sable sky. Then I lowered my head, began a whispered recitation of the rosary, and followed the torchlight and the Bakura into the treacherous depths. I could not believe that the staircase would take us all the way to the bottom of the cleft, but it did. When, sometime after midnight, I realized that we would be descending all the way down to the level of the river, I estimated that it would take us until noon of the next day, but it did not. We reached the base of the cleft shortly before sunrise. The stars still shone in the aperture of sky between cliff walls that rose an impossible distance on either side. Exhausted, staggering downward step by step, recognizing slowly that there were no more steps, I stared upward and wondered stupidly if the stars remained visible there in the daylight as they did in a well I had lowered myself into once as a child in Villefranche-sur-Saône. "Here," said Beta. It was the first word uttered in many hours, and was barely audible over the roar of the river. The 70 stopped where they were and stood motionless. I collapsed to my knees and fell on my side. There was no possibility that I could climb that stairway we had just descended. Not in a day. Not in a week. Perhaps never. I closed my eyes to sleep, but the dull fuel of nervous tension continued to burn inside me. I looked out across the floor of the ravine. The river here was wider than I had anticipated, at least 70 meters across, and the noise of it was beyond mere noise. I felt that I was being consumed by a great beast's roar. I sat up and stared at a patch of darkness in the opposing cliff wall. It was a shadow darker than the shadows, more regular than the serrated patchwork of buttresses and crevices and columns that mottled the face of the cliff. It was a perfect square of darkness, at least 30 meters to a side. A door or hole in the cliff wall. I struggled to my feet and looked downriver along the wall we had just ascended. Yes, it was there. The other entrance, the one toward which Beta and the others even now were walking, was faintly visible in the starlight. I had found an entrance to Hyperion's labyrinth. "Did you know that Hyperion was one of the 9 labyrinthine worlds?" someone had asked me on the dropship. Yes, it was the young priest named Hoyt. I had said yes, and dismissed the fact. I was interested in the Bakura, actually more in the self-inflicted pain of my own exile, not the labyrinths or their builders. 9 worlds have labyrinths. 9 out of 176 web worlds, and another 200-some colonial and protectorate planets. 9 worlds out of 8,000 or more worlds explored, however cursorily, since the Hegira. There are planetary archaeohistorians who devote their lives to the study of the labyrinths. Not I. I had always found them a sterile topic, vaguely unreal. Now I walked toward one with the 70 as the Cannes River roared and vibrated and threatened to douse our torches with its spray. The labyrinths were dug, tunneled, created more than 750,000 standard years ago. The details were inevitably the same, their origins inevitably unsolved. Labyrinthine worlds are always Earth-like, at least to 7.9 on the Solmev scale, always circling a G-type star, and yet always restricted to worlds that are tectonically dead, more like Mars than old Earth. The tunnels themselves are set deep, usually a minimum of 10 kilometers, but often as deep as 30, and they catacomb the crust of the planet. On Svoboda, not far from Pachem's system, over 800,000 kilometers of labyrinth have been explored by remotes. The tunnels on each world are 30 meters square and carved by some technology still not available to the Hegemony. I read once in an archaeological journal that Kemp Holzer and Weinstein had postulated a fusion tunneler that would explain the perfectly smooth walls and lack of tailings, but their theory did not explain where the builders or their machines had come from, or why they had devoted centuries to such an apparently aimless engineering task. Each of the labyrinthine worlds, including Hyperion, has been probed and researched. Nothing has ever been found. No signs of excavation machinery, no rusting miners' helmets, not a single piece of shattered plastic or decomposing stem stick wrapper. Researchers have not even identified entrance and exit shafts. No suggestion of heavy metals or precious ores has been sufficient to explain such a monumental effort. No legend or artifact of the labyrinth builders has survived. The mystery had mildly intrigued me over the years, but never concerned me. Until now. We entered the tunnel mouth. It was not a perfect square. Erosion and gravity had turned the perfect tunnel into a rough cave for 100 meters into the cliff wall. Beta stopped just where the tunnel floor grew smooth and extinguished his torch. The other Bakura did likewise. It was very dark. The tunnel had turned enough to block out any starlight that might have entered. I had been in caves before. With the torches extinguished, I did not expect my eyes to adapt to the near-total darkness. But they did. Within 30 seconds, I began to sense a roseate glow, dim at first, then ever richer until the cave was brighter than the canyon had been, brighter than Pachem under the glow of its triune moons. The light came from 100 sources, 1,000 sources. I was able to make out the nature of these sources just as the Bakura dropped reverently to their knees. The cave walls and ceiling were encrusted with crosses, ranging in size from a few millimeters to almost a meter long. Each glowed with a deep pink light of its own. Invisible in the torchlight, these glowing crosses now suffused the tunnel with light. I approached one embedded in the wall nearest me. 30 or so centimeters across, it pulsed with a soft organic glow. This was not something that had been carved out of stone or attached to the wall. It was definitely organic, definitely alive, resembling soft coral. It was slightly warm to the touch. There came the slightest whisper of sound. No, not sound. A disturbance in the cool air, perhaps. And I turned in time to see something enter the chamber. The Bakura were still kneeling, their heads down, eyes lowered. I remained standing. My gaze never left the thing which moved among the kneeling Bakura. It was vaguely man-shaped, but in no way human. It stood at least 3 meters tall. Even when it was at rest, the silvered surface of the thing seemed to shift and flow like mercury suspended in mid-air. The reddish glow from the crosses set into the tunnel walls reflected from sharp surfaces and glinted on the curved metal blades protruding from the thing's forehead, 4 wrists, oddly jointed elbows, knees, armored back, and thorax. It flowed between the kneeling Bakura, and when it extended 4 long arms, hands extended but fingers clicking into place like chrome scalpels, I was absurdly reminded of His Holiness on Pachem offering a benediction to the faithful. I had no doubt that I was looking at the legendary Shrike. At that moment, I must have moved or made a sound, for large red eyes turned my way, and I found myself hypnotized by the dance of light within the multifaceted prisms there. Not merely reflected light, but a fierce, blood-bright glow which seemed to burn within the creature's barbed skull and pulse in the terrible gems set where God meant eyes to be. Then it moved. Or rather, it did not move, but ceased being there, and was here, leaning less than a meter from me, its oddly jointed arms encircling me in a fence of body blades and liquid silver steel. Panting hard, but unable to take a breath, I saw my own reflection, face white and distorted, dancing across the surface of the thing's metallic shell and burning eyes. I confess that I felt something closer to exaltation than fear. Something inexplicable was happening. Forged in Jesuit logic and tempered in the cold bath of science, I nevertheless understood at that second the ancient obsession of the God-fearing for another kind of fear, the thrill of exorcism, the mindless whirl of dervish possession, the puppet dance ritual of tarot, and the almost erotic surrender of seance, speaking in tongues, and Zen Gnostic trance. I realized at that instant just how surely the affirmation of demons or the summoning of Satan somehow can affirm the reality of their mystic antithesis, the God of Abraham. Thinking none of this, but feeling all of it, I awaited the embrace of the Shrike with the imperceptible tremble of a virgin bride. It disappeared. There was no thunderclap, no sudden smell of brimstone, not even a scientifically sound inrush of air. 1 second the thing was there, surrounding me with its beautiful certainty of sharp-edged death, and the next instant it was gone. Numbed, I stood there and blinked as Alpha rose and approached me in the bosh-tinted gloom. He stood where the Shrike had stood, his own arms extended in a pathetic imitation of the deadly perfection I had just witnessed, but there was no sign on Alpha's bland Bakura face that he had seen the creature. He made an awkward, open-handed gesture which seemed to include the labyrinth, cave wall, and scores of glowing crosses embedded there. "Cruciform," said Alpha. The 70 rose, came closer, and knelt again. I looked at their placid faces in the soft light, and I also knelt. "You will follow the cross all of your days," said Alpha, and his voice carried the cadence of litany. The rest of the Bakura repeated the statement in a tone just short of a chant. "You will be of the cruciform all of your days," said Alpha. And as the others repeated this, he reached out and pulled a small cruciform away from the cave wall. It was not more than a dozen centimeters long, and it came away from the wall with the faintest of snaps. Its glow faded even as I watched. Alpha removed a small thong from his robe, tied it around small knobs at the top of the cruciform, and held the cross above my head. "You will be of the cruciform now and forever," he said. "Now and forever," echoed the Bakura. "Amen," I whispered. Beta signaled that I should open the front of my robe. Alpha lowered the small cross until it hung around my neck. It felt cool against my chest. The back of it was perfectly flat, perfectly smooth. The Bakura stood and wandered toward the cave entrance, apparently apathetic and indifferent once again. I watched them leave, and then I gingerly touched the cross, lifted and inspected it. The cruciform was cool, inert. If it had truly been living a few seconds earlier, it showed no sign of it now. It continued to feel more like coral than crystal or rock. There was no sign of any adhesive material on the smooth back of it. I speculated on photochemical effects that would have created the luminescent quality. I speculated on natural phosphors, bioluminescence, and on the chances that evolution would shape such things. I speculated on what, if anything, their presence here had to do with the labyrinth, and on the eons necessary to raise this plateau so the river and canyon could slice through one of the tunnels. I speculated on the basilica and its makers, on the Bakura, on the Shrike, and on myself. Eventually I ceased speculating and closed my eyes to pray. When I emerged from the cave, the cruciform cool against my chest under the robe, the 70 were obviously ready to begin the 3-kilometer climb up the staircase. I looked up to see a pale slash of morning sky between the walls of the cleft. "No," I shouted, my voice almost lost against the roar of the river. "I need rest. Rest!" I sank to my knees on the sand, but half a dozen of the Bakura approached, pulled me gently to my feet, and moved me toward the staircase. I tried. The Lord knows that I tried. But 2 or 3 hours into the climb, I felt my legs give way and I collapsed, sliding across the rock, unable to stop my 600-meter fall to the rocks and river. I remember grasping at the cruciform under the thick robe, and then half a dozen hands stopped my slide, lifted me, carried me. Then I remember no more. Until this morning. I awoke to a sunrise pouring light through the opening of my hut. I wore only the robe, and a touch assured me that the cruciform was still hanging from its fibrous thong. As I watched the sun lift over the forest, I realized that I had lost a day, that somehow I had slept through not only my ascent up that endless staircase. How could these little people carry me 2.5 vertical kilometers? But through the next day and night as well. I looked around my hut. My comm log and other recording devices were gone. Only my med scanner and a few packets of anthropological software made useless by the destruction of my other equipment remained. I shook my head and went up to the stream to wash. The Bakura appeared to be sleeping. Now that I had participated in their ritual and become of the cruciform, they seemed to have lost interest in me. As I stripped to bathe, I decided to take no interest in them. I decided that I would leave as soon as I was strong enough. I would find a way around the flame forests if necessary. I could descend the staircase and follow the cans if I had to. I knew more than ever that word of these miraculous artifacts had to be brought to the outside world. I pulled off the heavy robe, stood pale and shivering in the morning light, and went to lift the small cruciform from my chest. It did not come off. It lay there as if it were part of my flesh. I pulled, scraped, and tore at the thong until it snapped and fell away. I clawed at the cross-shaped lump on my chest. It did not come off. It was as if my flesh had sealed itself around the edges of the cruciform. Except for the scratches from my fingernails, there was no pain or physical sensation in the cruciform or surrounding flesh, only sheer terror in my soul at the thought of this thing attached to me. After the first rush of panic subsided, I sat a minute and then hastily pulled on my robe and ran back to the village. My knife was gone. My mazer, scissors, razor, everything that might have helped me peel back the growth on my chest. My nails left bloody tracks across the red welt and my chest. Then I remembered the med scanner. I passed the transceiver over my chest, read the disk key display, shook my head in disbelief, and then ran an entire body scan. After a while, I keyed in a request for hard copies of the scan results and sat motionless for a very long time. I sit here now holding the image wafers. The cruciform is quite visible on both the sonic and K-cross images, as are the internal fibers that spread like thin tentacles, like roots, throughout my body. Excess ganglia radiate from a thick nucleus above my sternum to filaments everywhere, a nightmare of nematodes. As well as I can tell with my simple field scanner, the nematodes terminate in the amygdala and other basal ganglia in each cerebral hemisphere. My temperature, metabolism, and lymphocyte level are normal. There has been no invasion of foreign tissue. According to the scanner, the nematotic filaments are the result of extensive but simple metastasis. According to the scanner, the cruciform itself is composed of familiar tissue. The DNA is mine. I am of the cruciform. Day 116. Each day I pace the confines of my cage. The flame forests to the south and east, the forested ravines to the northeast, and the cleft to the north and west. The 70 will not let me descend into the cleft beyond the basilica. The cruciform will not let me get more than 10 kilometers from the cleft. At first I could not believe this. I had resolved to enter the flame forests, trusting to luck and to God's help to see me through. But I had gone no more than 2 kilometers into the fringes of the forest when pain struck me in the chest and arms and head. I was sure that I was having a massive heart attack. But as soon as I turned back toward the cleft, the symptoms ceased. I experimented for some time, and the results were invariably the same. Whenever I ventured deeper into the flame forest, away from the cleft, the pain would return and increase in severity until I turned back. I began to understand other things. Yesterday I happened across the wreckage of the original seed ship shuttle as I explored to the north. Only a rusted, vine-enmeshed wreck of metal remains among the rocks at the edge of the flame forest near the ravine. But crouching among the exposed alloy ribs of the ancient craft, I could imagine the rejoicing of the 70 survivors, their short voyage to the cleft, their eventual discovery of the basilica, and what? Conjectures beyond that point are useless, but suspicions remain. Tomorrow I will attempt another physical exam of one of the Bakura. Perhaps now that I am of the cruciform, they will allow it. Each day I do a med scan of myself. The nematodes remain, perhaps thicker, perhaps not. I am convinced that they are purely parasitic, although my body has shown no signs of this. I peer at my face in the pool near the waterfall and see only the same long, aging countenance that I have learned to dislike in recent years. This morning, while gazing at my image in the water, I opened my mouth wide, half thinking that I would see gray filaments and nematode clusters growing from the roof of my mouth and the back of my throat. There was nothing. Day 117. The Bakura are sexless. Not celibate or hermaphroditic or undeveloped. Sexless. They are as devoid of external or internal genitalia as a child's flow-foam doll. There is no evidence that the penis or testes or comparable female organs have atrophied or been surgically altered. There is no sign that they ever existed. Urine is conducted through a primitive urethra terminating in a small chamber contiguous with the anus, a sort of crude cloaca. Beta allowed the examination. The med scanner confirmed what my eyes would not believe. Del and Theta also agreed to be scanned. I have absolutely no doubt that the rest of the 70 are equally sexless. There is no sign that they have been altered. I would suggest that they had all been born that way, but from what kind of parents? And how do these sexless lumps of human clay plan to reproduce? It must be tied in with the cruciform in some way. When I was finished with their med scans, I stripped and studied myself. The cruciform rises from my chest like pink scar tissue, but I am still a man. For how long? Day 133. Alpha is dead. I was with him 3 mornings ago when he fell. We were about 3 kilometers east, hunting for chalma tubers in the large boulders near the edge of the cleft. It had been raining most of the past 2 days, and the rocks were quite slippery. I looked up from my own scrambling just in time to see Alpha lose his footing and go sliding down a broad slab of stone, over the edge. He did not shout. The only sound was the rasp of his robe against the rock, followed several seconds later by the sickening dropped melon sound of his body, striking a ledge 80 meters below. It took me an hour to find a route down to him. Even before I began the treacherous descent, I knew it was too late to help. But it was my duty. Alpha's body was half wedged between 2 large rocks. He must have died instantly. His arms and legs were splintered, and the right side of his skull had been crushed. Blood and brain tissue clung to the wet rock like the refuse of a sad picnic. I wept as I stood over the little body. I do not know why I wept, but I did. And as I wept, I administered extreme unction, and prayed that God would accept the soul of this poor, sexless little person. Later I wrapped the body in vines, laboriously climbed the 80 meters of cliff, and, pausing frequently to pant with exhaustion, pulled the broken corpse up to me. There was little interest as I carried the body of Alpha into the Bakura village. Eventually, Beta and half a dozen others wandered over to stare down indifferently at the corpse. No one asked me how he had died. After a few minutes, the small crowd dispersed. Later, I carried Alpha's body to the promontory where I had buried Tuck so many weeks earlier. I was digging the shallow grave with a flat stone when Gamma appeared. The Bakura's eyes widened, and for a brief second I thought I saw emotion cross those bland features. "What are you doing?" asked Gamma. "Burying him." I was too tired to say more. I leaned against a thick chalma root and rested. "No." It was a command. "He is of the cruciform." I stared as Gamma turned and walked quickly back to the village. When the Bakura was gone, I pulled off the crude fiber tarp I had draped over the corpse. Alpha was, without any doubt, truly dead. It no longer mattered to him or the universe whether he was of the cruciform or not. The fall had stripped him of most of his clothes and all of his dignity. The right side of his skull had been cracked and emptied like a breakfast egg. One eye stared sightlessly toward Hyperion's sky through a thickening film, while the other looked out lazily from under a drooping lid. His rib cage had been splintered so thoroughly that shards of bone protruded from his flesh. Both arms were broken, and his left leg had been twisted almost off. I had used the med scanner to perform a perfunctory autopsy, and it had revealed massive internal injuries. Even the poor devil's heart had been pulped by the force of the fall. I reached out and touched the cold flesh. Rigor mortis was setting in. My fingers brushed across the cross-shaped welt on his chest, and I quickly pulled my hand away. The cruciform was warm. "Stand away." I looked up to see Beta and the rest of the Bakura standing there. I had no doubt that they would murder me in a second if I did not move away from the corpse. As I did so, an idiotically frightened part of my mind noted that the 70 were now the 69. It seemed funny at the time. The Bakura lifted the body and moved back toward the village. Beta looked at the sky, looked at me, and said, "It is almost time. You will come." We went down into the cleft. The body was carefully tied into a basket of vines and lowered with us. The sun was not yet illuminating the interior of the basilica when they set Alpha's corpse on the broad altar and removed his remaining rags. I do not know what I expected next. Some ritual act of cannibalism, perhaps. Nothing would have surprised me. Instead, one of the Bakura raised his arms, just as the first shafts of colored light entered the basilica, and intoned, "You will follow the cross all of your days." The 70 knelt and repeated the sentence. I remained standing. I did not speak. "You will be of the cruciform all of your days," said the little Bakura, and the basilica echoed to the chorus of voices repeating the phrase. Light the color and texture of clotting blood through a huge shadow of the cross on the far wall. "You will be of the cruciform now and forever and ever," came the chant, as the winds rose outside and the organ pipes of the canyon wailed with the voice of a tortured child. When the Bakura stopped chanting, I did not whisper, "Amen." I stood there while the others turned and left with the sudden, total indifference of spoiled children who have lost interest in their game. "There is no reason to stay," said Beta when the others had gone. "I want to," I said, expecting a command to leave. Beta turned without so much as a shrug and left me there. The light dimmed. I went outside to watch the sunset, and when I returned, it had begun. Once, years ago in school, I saw a time-lapse holo showing the decomposition of a kangaroo mouse. A week's slow work of nature's recycling had been accelerated to 30 seconds of horror. There was the sudden, almost comic bloating of the little corpse, then the stretching of flesh into lesions, followed by the sudden appearance of maggots in the mouth, eyes, and open sores, and finally the sudden and incredible corkscrew cleaning of meat from the bones. There is no other phrase that fits the image, as the pack of maggots spiraled right to left, head to tail, in a time-lapsed helix of carrion consumption that left behind nothing but bones and gristle and hide. Now it was a man's body I watched. I stopped and stared, the last of the light fading quickly. There was no sound in the echoing silence of the basilica, except for the pounding of my pulse in my own ears. I stared as Alpha's corpse first twitched and then visibly vibrated, almost levitating off the altar in the spastic violence of sudden decomposition. For a few seconds the cruciform seemed to increase in size and deepen in color, glowing as red as raw meat. And I imagined then that I caught a glimpse of the network of filaments and nematodes holding the disintegrating body together like metal fibers in a sculptor's melting model. The flesh flowed. I stayed in the basilica that night. The area around the altar remained lit by the glow of the cruciform on Alpha's chest. When the corpse moved, the light would cast strange shadows on the walls. I did not leave the basilica until Alpha left on the third day, but most of the visible changes had taken place by the end of that first night. The body of the Bakura I had named Alpha was broken down and rebuilt as I watched. The corpse that was left was not quite Alpha, and not quite not Alpha, but it was intact. The face was a flow-foam doll's face, smooth and unlined, features stamped in a slight smile. At sunrise of the third day, I saw the corpse's chest begin to rise and fall, and I heard the first intake of breath. A rasp, like water being poured into a leather pouch. Shortly before noon, I left the basilica to climb the vines. I followed Alpha. He has not spoken, will not reply. His eyes have a fixed, unfocused look, and occasionally he pauses as if he hears distant voices calling. No one paid attention to us when we returned to the village. Alpha went to a hut and sits there now. I sit in mine. A minute ago I opened my robe and ran my fingers across the welt of the cruciform. It lies benignly under the flesh of my chest, waiting. Day 140. I am recovering from my wounds and the loss of blood. It cannot be cut out with a sharpened stone. It does not like pain. I lost consciousness long before the pain or loss of blood demanded it. Each time I awoke and resumed cutting, I would be made to pass out. It does not like pain. Day 158. Alpha speaks some now. He seems duller, slower, and only vaguely aware of me, or anyone else, but he eats and moves. He appears to recognize me to some extent. The med scanner shows the heart and internal organs of a young man, perhaps of a boy of 16. I must wait about another Hyperion month and 10 days, about 50 days in all, until the flame forests become quiet enough for me to try to walk out, pain or no pain. We will see who can stand the most pain. Day 173. Another death. The one called Will, the one with the broken finger, had been missing for a week. Yesterday the Bakura went several kilometers northeast as if following a beacon, and found the remains near the great ravine. Evidently a branch had snapped while he was climbing to grasp some chalma fronds. Death must have been instantaneous when he broke his neck, but it is where he fell that is important. The body, if one could call it that, was lying between two great mud cones marking the burrows of the large red insects that Tuck called fire mantises. Carpet beetles might have been a more apt phrase. In the past few days the insects had stripped the corpse clean to the bone. Little was left to be found except the skeleton, some random shreds of tissue and tendon, and the cruciform, still attached to the ribcage like some splendid cross packed in the sarcophagus of a long-dead pope. It is terrible, but I cannot help but feel some small sense of triumph beneath the sadness. There is no way that the cruciform can regenerate something out of these bare bones. Even the terrible illogic of this accursed parasite must respect the imperative of the law of conservation of mass. The Bakura I called Will has died the true death. The 70 truly are the 79 from this time on. Day 174. I am a fool. Today I inquired about Will, about his dying the true death. I was curious at the lack of reaction from the Bakura. They had retrieved the cruciform, but left the skeleton lying where they had found it. There was no attempt to carry the remains to the basilica. During the night, I had become concerned that I would be made to fill the role of the missing member of the 70. It is very sad, I said, that one of you has died the true death. What is to become of the 70? Beta stared at me. He cannot die the true death, said the bald little androgyny. He is of the cruciform. Somewhat later, while continuing my med scans of the tribe, I discovered the truth. The one I have tagged as Theta looks the same and acts the same, but now carries 2 cruciforms embedded in his flesh. I have no doubt that this is one Bakura who will tend toward corpulence in coming years, swelling and ripening like some obscene E. coli cell in a petri dish. When he, she, it dies, 2 will leave the tomb, and the 70 will be complete once more. I believe I am going mad. Day 195. Weeks of studying the damn parasite, and still no clue as to how it functions. Worse, I no longer care. What I care about now is more important. Why has God allowed this obscenity? Why have the Bakura been punished this way? Why was I chosen to suffer their fate? I ask these questions in nightly prayers, but I hear no answers, only the blood song of the wind from the cleft. Day 214. The last 10 pages should have covered all of my field notes and technical conjectures. This will be my last entry before attempting the quiescent flame forest in the morning. There is no doubt that I have discovered the ultimate in stagnant human societies. The Bakura have realized the human dream of immortality, and have paid for it with their humanity and their immortal souls. Edouard, I have spent so many hours wrestling with my faith, my lack of faith, but now in this fearful corner of an all but forgotten world, riddled as I am with this loathsome parasite, I have somehow rediscovered a strength of belief the likes of which I have not known since you and I were boys. I now understand the need for faith, pure, blind, fly-in-the-face-of-reason faith, as a small life-preserver in the wild and endless sea of a universe ruled by unfeeling laws and totally indifferent to the small reasoning beings that inhabit it. Day after day, I have tried to leave the cleft area, and day after day I have suffered pain so terrible that it has become a tangible part of my world, like the too small sun or the green and lapis sky. Pain has become my ally, my guardian angel, my remaining link with humanity. The cruciform does not like pain, nor do I, but, like the cruciform, I am willing to use it to serve my purposes. And I will do so consciously, not instinctively like the mindless mass of alien tissue embedded in me. This thing only seeks a mindless avoidance of death by any means. I do not wish to die, but I welcome pain and death rather than an eternity of mindless life. Life is sacred. I still hold to that as a core element of the Church's thought and teachings these past 2,800 years, when life has been so cheap. But even more sacred is the soul. I realize now that what I was trying to do with the Armagas data was offer the Church not a rebirth, but only a transition to a false life such as these poor walking corpses inhabit. If the Church is meant to die, it must do so, but do so gloriously, in the full knowledge of its rebirth in Christ. It must go into the darkness not willingly, but well, bravely and firm of faith, like the millions who have gone before us, keeping faith with all those generations facing death in the isolated silence of death camps and nuclear fireballs and cancer wards and pogroms, going into the darkness, if not hopefully, then prayerfully that there is some reason for it all, something worth the price of all that pain, all those sacrifices. All those before us have gone into the darkness without assurance of logic or fact or persuasive theory, with only a slender thread of hope or the all-too-shakeable conviction of faith. And if they have been able to sustain that slim hope in the face of darkness, then so must I, and so must the Church. I no longer believe that any surgery or treatment can cure me of this thing that infests me, but if someone can separate it and study it and destroy it, even at the cost of my death, I will be well satisfied. The flame forests are as quiet as they will ever be. To bed now. I leave before dawn. Day 215. There is no way out. 14 kilometers into the forest. Stray fires and bursts of current, but penetrable. 3 weeks of walking would have got me through. The cruciform will not let me go. The pain was like a heart attack that would not stop. Still, I staggered forward, stumbling and crawling through the ash. Eventually, I lost consciousness. When I came to, I was crawling toward the cleft. I would turn away, walk a kilometer, crawl 50 meters, then lose consciousness again and awake back where I had started. All day, this insane battle for my body went on. Before sunset, the Bakura entered the forest, found me 5 kilometers from the cleft, and carried me back. Dear Jesus, Why have you let this be? There is no hope now unless someone comes looking for me. Day 223. Again the attempt, again the pain, again the failure. Day 257. I am 68 standard years old today. Work goes on with the chapel I am building near the cleft. Attempted to descend to the river yesterday, but was turned back by Beta and 4 others. Day 280. 1 local year on Hyperion. 1 year in purgatory. Or is it hell? Day 311. Working on quarrying stones on the ledges below the shelf where the chapel is going up, and I made the discovery today. The arrestor rods. The Bakura must have thrown them over the edge when they murdered Tuck that night 223 days ago. These rods would allow me to penetrate the flame forest at any time, if the cruciform would allow it. But it will not. If only they had not destroyed my med kits with the painkillers. But still, sitting here holding the rods today, I have an idea. My crude experiments with the med scanner have continued. 2 weeks ago, when Theta broke his leg in 3 places, I observed the reaction of the cruciform. The parasite did its best to block the pain. Theta was unconscious much of the time, and his body was producing incredible quantities of endorphins. But the break was a very painful one, and after 4 days the Bakura slashed Theta's throat and took his body to the basilica. It was easier for the cruciform to resurrect his corpse than to tolerate such pain over a long period. But before his murder, my scanner showed an appreciable retreat of the cruciform nematodes from some parts of the central nervous system. I do not know if it would be possible to inflict on oneself, or to tolerate, levels of non-lethal pain sufficient to drive the cruciform out completely, but I am sure of one thing. The Bakura would not allow it. Today I sit on the ledge below the half-finished chapel, and I consider possibilities. Day 438. The chapel is finished. It is my life's work. Tonight, when the Bakura went down into the cleft for their daily parody of worship, I said Mass at the altar of the newly erected chapel. I had baked the bread from chalma flour, and I am sure that it must have tasted of that bland yellow leaf, but to me the taste was exactly like that of the first host I had partaken of during my first Holy Communion in Villefranche-sur-Saône, some 60 standard years earlier. In the morning I will do what I have planned. Everything is in readiness. My journals and the MedScan wafers will be in the pouch of woven Vestas fibers. That is the best I can do. The consecrated wine was only water, but in the dim light of sunset it looked blood red and tasted of communion wine. The trick will be to penetrate deep enough into the flame forest. I will have to trust that there is enough incipient activity in and from the Tesla trees even during the quiet periods. Goodbye, Edouard. I doubt if you are still alive, and should you be, I see no way that we could ever be reunited, separated as we are not only by years of distance, but by a much wider gulf in the form of a cross. My hope of seeing you again shall not be placed on this life, but on the one to come. Strange to hear me speak like this again, is it not? I must tell you, Edouard, that after all these decades of uncertainty, and with great fear of what lies ahead, my heart and soul are none the less at peace. Oh, my God, I am heartily sorry for having offended thee, and I detest all my sins, because of the loss of heaven and the pains of hell, but most of all because I have offended thee, my God, who art all good and deserving of all my love. I firmly resolve, with the help of thy grace, to confess my sins, to do penance, and to amend my life. Amen. 2400 hours. The sunset comes through the open chapel window and bathes the altar, the crudely carved chalice, and me in light. The wind from the cleft rises in the last such chorus that, with luck and God's mercy, I will ever hear. That is the final entry, said Lenore Hoyt. When the priest quit reading, the 6 pilgrims at the table raised their faces toward him as if they were awakening from a common dream. The consul glanced upward and saw that Hyperion was much closer now, filling 1/3 of the sky, banishing the stars with its cold radiance. I arrived some 10 weeks after I had last seen Father de Ray, continued Father Hoyt. His voice was a hoarse rasp. More than 8 years had passed on Hyperion, 7 years since the last entry in Father Duré's journal. The priest was visibly in pain now, his face paled to a sick luminescence and filmed with perspiration. Within a month I found my way to Perecibo Plantation upriver from Port Romance, he continued, forcing some strength into his voice. My assumption was that the fiberplastic growers might tell me the truth, even if they would have nothing to do with the consulate or home rule authorities. I was right. The administrator at Perecibo, a man named Orlandi, remembered Father Duré, as did Orlandi's new wife, the woman named Sempha, whom Father Duré mentioned in his journals. The plantation manager had tried to mount several rescue operations onto the plateau, but an unprecedented series of active seasons in the flame forests had made them abandon their attempts. After several years, they had given up hope that Duré or their man Tuck could still be alive. Nonetheless, Orlandi recruited 2 expert bush pilots to fly a rescue expedition up the cleft in 2 plantation skimmers. We stayed in the cleft itself for as long as we could, trusting to terrain avoidance instruments and luck to get us to Bikura country. Even with bypassing most of the flame forest that way, we lost one of the skimmers and 4 people to Tesla activity. Father Hoyt paused and swayed slightly. Gripping the edge of the table to steady himself, he cleared his throat and said, "There's little else to tell. We located the Bikura village. There were 70 of them, each as stupid and uncommunicative as Duré's notes had suggested. I managed to ascertain from them that Father Duré had died while trying to penetrate the flame forest. The Bestus pouch had survived, and in it we found his journals and medical data." Hoyt looked at the others a second and then glanced down. "We persuaded them to show us where Father Duré had died," he said. They had not buried him. His remains were badly burned and decomposed, but complete enough to show us that the intensity of the Tesla charges had destroyed the cruciform, as well as his body. Father Duré had died the true death. We returned the remains to the Perecibo plantation, where he was buried following a full funeral mass. Hoyt took a deep breath. Over my strong objections, M. Orlandi destroyed the Bikura village and a section of the cleft wall with shaped nuclear charges he had brought from the plantation. I do not believe that any of the Bikura could have survived. As far as we could tell, the entrance to the labyrinth and the so-called basilica also must have been destroyed in the landslide. I had sustained several injuries during the expedition, and thus had to remain at the plantation for several months before returning to the northern continent and booking passage to Pachem. No one knows of these journals or their contents except M. Orlandi, Monsignor Edouard, and whichever of his superiors Monsignor Edouard chose to tell. As far as I know, the Church has issued no declaration relating to the journals of Father Paul Duré. Father Hoyt had been standing, and now he sat. Sweat dripped from his chin, and his face was blue-white in the reflected light of Hyperion. "Is that all?" asked Martin Silenus. "Yes," managed Father Hoyt. "Gentlemen and lady," said Hetmestein, "it is late. I suggest that you gather your luggage and rendezvous at our friend the Consul's ship on Sphere 11 in 30 minutes or sooner. I will be using one of the tree's dropships to join you later." Most of the group was assembled in less than 15 minutes. The Templars had rigged a gangway from a work pier on the interior of the sphere to the ship's top-tier balcony, and the Consul led the way into the lounge as crew clones stowed luggage and departed. "A fascinating old instrument," said Colonel Cassad, as he ran one hand across the top of the Steinway. "Harpsichord?" "Piano," said the Consul. "Pre-Hegira. Are we all here?" "Everyone except Hoyt," said Braun Lamia, as she took a seat in the projection pit. Hetmestein entered. "The Hegemony warship has granted permission for you to descend to Keats's spaceport," said the captain. He glanced around. "I will send a crew member to see if M. Hoyt needs assistance." "No," said the Consul. He modulated his voice. "I'd like to get him. Can you tell me the way to his quarters?" The tree-ship captain looked at the Consul for a long second and then reached into the folds of his robe. "Bon voyage," he said, handing over a wafer. "I will see you on the planet sometime before our midnight departure time from the Shrike's temple in Keats. The consul bowed. "It was a pleasure traveling within the protective branches of the tree, Hetmestein," he said formally. Turning to the others, he gestured. "Please make yourselves comfortable in the lounge or the library on the deck below this. The ship will see to your needs and answer any questions you might have. We will depart as soon as Father Hoyt and I return." The priest's environment pod was halfway up the tree ship, far out on a secondary branch. As the consul expected, the comm-log direction wafer Hetmestein had given him also served as a palm lock override. After useless minutes tapping the announcer chime and pounding on the access portal, the consul triggered the override and stepped into the pod. Father Hoyt was on his knees, writhing in the center of the grass carpet. Bedclothes, gear, garments, and the contents of a standard medkit were strewn on the floor around him. He had torn off his tunic and collar and sweated through his shirt, so that it now hung in damp folds, ripped and tattered where he had clawed through the fabric. Hyperion light seeped through the pod wall, making the bizarre tableau appear to be staged underwater, or, thought the consul, in a cathedral. Lenar Hoyt's face contorted in agony as his hands raked at his chest. Muscles on his exposed forearms writhed like living creatures moving beneath his pale tarp of a skin. "The injector malfunctioned," gasped Hoyt. "Please." The consul nodded, commanded the door to close, and knelt next to the priest. He removed the useless injector from Hoyt's clenched fist and ejected the Surette ampule. Ultramorphine. The consul nodded again and took out an injector from the medkit he had brought from his ship. It took less than 5 seconds to load the ultramorph. "Please," begged Hoyt. His whole body spasmed. The consul could almost see the waves of pain passing through the man. "Yes," said the consul. He took a ragged breath. "But first, the rest of the story." Hoyt stared, reached weakly for the injector. Sweating himself now, the consul held the instrument just out of reach. "Yes, in a second," he said. "After the rest of the story. It's important that I know." "Oh God, sweet Christ," sobbed Hoyt. "Please." "Yes," gasped the consul. "Yes, as soon as you tell me the truth." Father Hoyt collapsed onto his forearms, breathing in quick pants. "You fucking bastard," he gasped. The priest took several deep breaths, held one until his body quit shaking, and tried to sit up. When he looked at the consul, there was something like relief in the maddened eyes. "Then you'll give me the shot?" "Yes," said the consul. "All right," Hoyt managed in a sour whisper. "The truth. Paracebo plantation, like I said. We flew in early October. Licious, 8 years after DeRay disappeared. Oh, Christ, it hurts. Alcohol and endos don't work at all anymore. Only pure ultramorph." "Yes," whispered the consul. "It's ready, as soon as the story is done." The priest lowered his head. Sweat dripped from his cheeks and nose onto the short grass. The consul saw the man's muscles tense as if he were going to attack. Then another spasm of pain racked the thin body, and Hoyt sagged forward. "Skimmer wasn't destroyed by Tesla. Sempha, 2 men, and I forced down near the cleft while Orlandi searched upriver. His skimmer had to wait while the lightning storm died down. Bakura came in the night, killed Sempha, the pilot, the other man, forget his name. Left me alive." Hoyt reached for his crucifix, realized that he had torn it off. He laughed briefly, stopping before the laughter turned to sobs. "They told me about the way of the cross, about the cruciform, told me about the son of the flames. Next morning they took me to see the sun, took me to see him." Hoyt struggled upright and clawed at his own cheeks. His eyes were wide, the ultramorph obviously forgotten despite the pain. "About 3 kilometers into the flame forest. Big Tesla, 80, 100 meters tall at least. Quiet then, but still a lot of charge in the air. Ash everywhere. The Bakura wouldn't go too close. Just knelt there with their goddamned bald heads bowed. But I went close. Had to. Dear God. Oh, Christ, it was him. Duray. What was left of him. He'd used a ladder to get 3, maybe 4 meters up on the bole of the tree. Built a sort of platform for his feet. Broken the arrestor rods off. Little more than spikes. Then sharpened them. Must have used a rock to drive the long one through his feet into the bestest platform and tree. His left arm, he'd pounded the stake between the radius and ulna. Missed veins, just like the goddamned Romans. Very secure as long as his skeleton was intact. Other hand, right hand, palm down. He'd driven the spike first, sharpened both ends. Then impaled his right hand, somehow bent the spike over. Hook. Ladder'd fallen long ago, but it was bestest. Hadn't burned. Used it to climb up to him. Everything had burned away years ago. Clothes, skin, top layers of flesh. But the bestest pouch was still around his neck. The alloy spike still conducted current even when I could see it, feel it, surging through what was left of the body. It still looked like Paul Duray. Important. I told Monsignor. No skin, flesh raw or boiled away. Nerves and things visible, like gray and yellow roots. Christ, the smell. But it still looked like Paul Duray. I understood then. Understood it all. Somehow, even before reading the journals. Understood he'd been hanging there. Oh, dear God, 7 years. Living, dying. The cruciform, forcing him to live again. Electricity surging through him every second of those 7 years. Flames, hunger, pain, death. But somehow the goddamned cruciform. Leaching substance from the tree, maybe. The air, what was left. Rebuilding what it could. Forcing it to live. To feel the pain over and over and over. But he won. Pain was his ally. Oh, Jesus, not a few hours on the tree and then the spear and rest, but 7 years. But he won. When I removed the pouch, the cruciform on his chest fell away also. Just fell right off. Long, bloody roots. Then the thing I'd been sure was a corpse. The man raised its head. No eyelids. Eyes baked white. Lips gone. But it looked at me and smiled. He smiled. And he died. Really died. There in my arms. The 10,000th time, but real this time. He smiled at me and died. Hoyt stopped, communed in silence with his own pain, and then continued between bouts of clenching his teeth. Bakura took me back to Cleft. Orlandi came the next day. Rescued me. Sempha, I couldn't. He lasered the village. Burned the Bakura where they stood like stupid sheep. I didn't argue with him. I laughed. Dear God, forgive me. Orlandi nuked the site with shaped charges they used to clear the jungle. Fiberplastic matrix. Hoyt looked directly at the console and made a contorted gesture with his right hand. The painkillers worked all right at first. But every year, every day got worse. Even in fugue, the pain. I would have had to come back anyway. How could he? 7 years! Oh, Jesus, said Father Hoyt, and clawed at the carpet. The console moved quickly, injecting the full ampule of ultramorph just under the armpit, catching the priest as he collapsed, and gently lowering the unconscious form to the floor. His vision unclear, the console ripped open Hoyt's sweat-sodden shirt, casting the rags aside. It was there, of course, lying under the pale skin of Hoyt's chest like some great, raw, cross-shaped worm. The consul took a breath and gently turned the priest over. The second cruciform was where he had expected to find it, a slightly smaller, cross-shaped welt between the thin man's shoulder blades. It stirred slightly as the consul's fingers brushed the fevered flesh. The consul moved slowly but efficiently, packing the priest's belongings, straightening the room, dressing the unconscious man with the gentle care one would use in clothing the body of a dead family member. The consul's comlog buzzed. "We need to go," came Colonel Cassad's voice. "We're coming," replied the consul. He coded the comlog to summon crew clones to fetch the luggage, but lifted Father Hoyt himself. The body seemed to weigh nothing. The pod door dilated open, and the consul stepped out, moving from the deep shadow of the branch into the blue-green glow of the world which filled the sky. Deciding what cover story he would tell the others, the consul paused a second to look at the sleeping man's face. He glanced up at Hyperion, and then moved on. Even if the gravity field had been full Earth standard, the consul knew, the body in his arms would have been no burden. Once a parent to a child now dead, the consul walked on, knowing once again the sensation of bearing a sleeping son to bed. 2. It had been a warm, rainy day in Keats, Hyperion's capital, and even after the rain stopped, a layer of clouds moved slow and heavy over the city, filling the air with the salt scent of the ocean 20 kilometers to the west. Toward evening, as the gray daylight was beginning to fade into gray twilight, a double sonic boom shook the town, and then echoed from the single sculpted peak to the south. The clouds glowed blue-white. Half a minute later, an ebony spacecraft broke through the overcast and descended carefully on a tail of fusion flame, its navigation lights blinking red and green against the gray. At 1,000 meters, the craft's landing beacons flared, and 3 beams of coherent light from the spaceport north of town locked the ship in a welcoming ruby tripod. The spacecraft hovered at 300 meters, slipped sideways as smoothly as a mug sliding on a wet tabletop, and then settled weightlessly into a waiting blast pit. High-pressure jets of water bathed the pit and the base of the ship, sending up billows of steam to blend with the curtains of drizzle blowing across the paved plain of the spaceport. When the water jets ceased, there was no noise except the whisper of rain and the random ticks and creaks of the cooling spaceship. A balcony extruded itself from the ship's bulkhead 20 meters above the pit wall. 5 figures emerged. "Thank you for the ride, sir," Colonel Cassad said to the consul. The consul nodded and leaned on the railing, taking in deep breaths of fresh air. Droplets of rain beaded on his shoulders and eyebrows. Sol Weintraub lifted his baby from her infant carrier. Some change in pressure, temperature, scent, motion, noise, or a combination of all of these, had awakened her, and now she began to cry lustily. Weintraub bounced her and cooed to her, but the wailing continued. "An appropriate comment upon our arrival," said Martin Silenus. The poet wore a long purple cape and a red beret which slouched to his right shoulder. He took a drink from a wine glass he had carried out from the lounge. "Christ on a stick, this place looks different." The consul, who had been away only 8 local years, had to agree. The spaceport had been a full 9 clicks from the city when he lived in Keats. Now shacks, tents, and mud streets surrounded the landing field's perimeter. In the consul's day, no more than a ship a week had put in at the tiny spaceport. Now he counted more than 20 spacecraft on the field. The small administration and customs building had been superseded by a huge prefabricated structure. A dozen new blast pits and dropship grids had been added where the field had been hastily extended to the west, and the perimeter now was littered with scores of camouflage-sheathed modules, which the consul knew must serve as everything from ground control stations to barracks. A forest of exotic antennae grew skyward from a cluster of such boxes at the far end of the landing apron. "Progress," murmured the consul. "War," said Colonel Cassad. "Those are people," said Braun Lamia, pointing toward the main terminal gates on the south side of the field. A wave of drab colors crashed like a silent surf against the outer fence and the violet containment field. "My God," said the consul. "You're right." Cassad produced his binoculars, and they took turns staring at the thousands of forms tugging at the wire, pressing against the repelling field. "Why are they here?" asked Lamia. "What do they want?" Even from half a kilometer away, the mindless will of the mob was daunting. Dark forms of force marines could be seen patrolling just within the perimeter. The consul realized that between the wire, the containment field, and the marines, a strip of raw earth almost surely signified mines or a death beam zone, or both. "What do they want?" repeated Lamia. "They want out," said Cassad. Even before the colonel spoke, the consul realized that the shack city around the spaceport and the mob at the gates were inevitable. The people of Hyperion were ready to leave. He guessed that there must be such a silent surge toward the gates each time a ship landed. "Well, there's one who'll be staying," said Martin Silenus, and pointed toward the low mountain across the river to the south. "Old Weeping William Rex, God rest his sinful soul." The sculpted face of sad King Billy was just visible through the light rain and growing darkness. "I knew him, Horatio," said the drunken poet. "A man of infinite jest, not one of them funny. A real horse's ass, Horatio." Saul Weintraub stood just inside the ship, shielding his baby from the drizzle and removing her cries from the vicinity of the conversation. He pointed. "Someone is coming." A ground car with its camouflage polymer inert and a military EMV modified with hover fans for Hyperion's weak magnetic field were crossing the damp hardpan. Martin Silenus's gaze never left sad King Billy's dour visage. Silenus said in a voice almost too soft to be heard, "Deep in the shady sadness of a vale, far sunken from the healthy breath of morn, far from the fiery noon and eve's one star, sat gray-haired Saturn, quiet as a stone, still as the silence round about his lair. Forest on forest hung above his head, like cloud on cloud." Father Hoyt came onto the balcony, rubbing his face with both hands. His eyes were wide and unfocused, a child rising from his nap. "Are we there?" he asked. "Fucking aye," cried Martin Silenus, returning the binoculars to the colonel. "Let's go down and greet the gendarmes." The young Marine lieutenant seemed unimpressed with the group even after he had scanned the authorization wafer Hetna Steen had passed along from the task force commander. The lieutenant took his time scanning their visa chips, letting them wait in the drizzle, occasionally making a comment with the idle arrogance common to such nobodies who have just come into a small bit of power. Then he came to Fedman Cassad's chip and looked up with the expression of a startled stoat. "Colonel Cassad." "Retired," said Cassad. "I'm sorry, sir," said the lieutenant, stumbling over his words as he fumbled the visas back to everyone. "I had no idea you were with this party, sir. That is, the captain just said... my uncle was with you on Brescia, sir. I'm sorry. Anything I or my men can do to..." "At ease, Lieutenant," said Cassad. "Is there any chance of getting some transport into the city?" "Ah, well, sir..." The young Marine started to rub his chin, and then remembered that he was wearing his helmet. "Yes, sir. But the problem is, sir, the mobs can get pretty nasty, and... well, the damn EMVs don't work for shit on this... pardon me, sir. You see, the ground transports are limited to cargo, and we don't have any skimmers free to leave the base until 2200 hours. But I'll be happy to get your party on the roster for..." "Just a minute," said the consul. A battered passenger skimmer with the gold geodesic of the Hegemony painted on one flare skirt had landed 10 meters away. A tall, thin man stepped out. "Theo!" cried the consul. The two men stepped forward, started to shake hands, and then hugged each other instead. "Damn," said the consul. "You look good, Theo." It was true. His former aide had gained half a dozen years on the consul, but the younger man still had the boyish smile, thin face, and thick red hair that had attracted every unmarried woman, and not a few married ones, on the consulate staff. The shyness, which had been part of Theo Lane's vulnerability, was still there, as evidenced by the way he now needlessly adjusted his archaic horn-rimmed glasses. The young diplomat's one affectation. "It's good to have you back," said Theo. The consul turned, started to introduce his friend to the group, and then stopped. "My God," he said. "You're consul now. I'm sorry, Theo, I wasn't thinking." Theo Lane smiled and adjusted his glasses. "No problem, sir," he said. "Actually, I'm no longer consul. For the last few months I've been acting Governor General." The Home Rule Council finally requested, and received, formal colonial status. Welcome to the newest world in the hegemony. The consul stared a second, and then hugged his former protege again. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Theo grinned and glanced at the sky. It's going to rain in earnest before long. Why don't we get your group aboard the skimmer, and I'll drive you into town? The new Governor-General smiled at the young Marine. Lieutenant? Yes, sir? The officer had snapped to attention. Could you get your men to load these good people's luggage, please? We'd all like to get in out of the rain. The skimmer flew south above the highway at a steady 60 meters. The consul rode in the front passenger seat. The rest of the group relaxed in flow-foam recliners behind. Martin Silenus and Father Hoyt appeared to be asleep. Weintraub's baby had ceased crying in favor of nursing on a soft bottle of synthesized mother's milk. Things have changed, said the consul. He rested his cheek against the rain-spattered canopy and looked down at the chaos. Thousands of shacks and lean-tos covered the hillsides and gullies along the 3-click ride to the suburbs. Fires were being lighted under wet tarps, and the consul watched mud-colored figures moving between mud-colored shacks. High fences had been rigged along the old spaceport highway, and the road itself had been widened and regraded. 2 lanes of truck and hover traffic, most of it military green or shrouded with inactive camouflage polymer, moved sluggishly in both directions. Ahead, the lights of Keats seemed to have multiplied and spread across new sections of the river valley and hills. 3 million, said Theo, as if reading his former boss's mind. At least 3 million people, and growing every day. The consul stared. There were only 4.5 million people on the planet when I left. Still are, said the new Governor-General, and every one of them wants to get to Keats, board a ship, and get the hell out. Some are waiting for the Farcaster to be built, but most don't believe it'll happen in time. They're afraid. Of the Ousters? Them too, said Theo, but mostly of the Shrike. The consul turned his face from the coolness of the canopy. It's come south of the bridle range, then? Theo laughed, without humor. It's everywhere. Or they're everywhere. Most people are convinced that there are dozens or hundreds of the things now. Shrike deaths have been reported on all 3 continents. Everywhere except Keats, segments of the coast along the Main, and a few of the big cities like Endymion. How many casualties? The consul did not really want to know. At least 20,000 dead or missing, said Theo. There are a lot of injured people, but that isn't the Shrike, is it? Again came the dry laugh. The Shrike doesn't just wound people, does it? People shoot each other by accident, fall down stairways or jump out windows in their panic, and trample each other in crowds. It's a fucking mess. In the 11 years the consul had worked with Theo Lane, he had never heard the younger man use profanity of any sort. Is force any help? The consul asked. Are they what's keeping the Shrike away from the big cities? Theo shook his head. Force hasn't done a damn thing except control the mobs. Oh, the Marines put on a show of keeping the spaceport open here, and the harbor landing zone at Port R secure, but they haven't even tried to confront the Shrike. They're waiting to fight the Ousters. SDF? Asked the consul, knowing even as he spoke that the poorly trained self-defense force would have been of little use. Theo snorted. At least 8,000 of the casualties are SDF. General Braxton took the Fighting Third up the river road to strike at the Shrike menace in their lair, and that was the last we heard of them. You're joking, said the consul, but one look at his friend's face told him that he wasn't. Theo, he said, how in the world did you have time to meet us at the spaceport? I didn't, said the Governor-General. He glanced in the back. The others were sleeping or staring exhaustedly out windows. I needed to talk to you, said Theo. Convince you not to go. The consul started to shake his head, but Theo grasped his arm, squeezed hard. Now listen to what I have to say, damn it. I know how hard it is for you to come back here after what happened, but goddamn it, there's no sense in your throwing everything away for no reason. Abandon this stupid pilgrimage. Stay in Keats. I can't, began the consul. Listen to me, demanded Theo. Reason 1, you're the finest diplomat and crisis manager I've ever seen, and we need your skills. It doesn't, Shut up a minute. Reason 2, you and the others won't get within 200 clicks of the time tombs. This isn't like the old days when you were here and the goddamn suicides could get up there and even sit around for a week and maybe even change their minds and come home. The Shrike is on the move. It's like a plague. I understand that, but reason 3, I need you. I begged Tau Cetai Center to send someone else out. When I found that you were coming, well, hell, it got me through the last 2 years. The consul shook his head, not understanding. Theo started the turn toward the city center and then hovered, taking his eyes off the controls to look directly at the consul. I want you to take over the governor-generalship. The Senate won't interfere, except perhaps for Gladstone, and by the time she finds out it will be too late. The consul felt as though someone had struck him below the third rib. He looked away, down at the maze of narrow streets and crooked buildings that was Jacktown, the old city. When he could speak again, he said, I can't, Theo. Listen, if you... No, I mean I cannot. It would be no good if I did accept it. But the simple truth is I can't. I have to go on this pilgrimage. Theo straightened his glasses, stared straight ahead. Look, Theo, you're the most competent and capable Foreign Service professional I've ever worked with. I've been out of things for 8 years. I think... Theo nodded tersely, interrupted. I suppose you want to go to the Shrike Temple? Yes. The skimmer circled and settled. The consul was staring at nothing, thinking, when the side doors of the skimmer raised and folded, and Saul Weintraub said, Good God. The group stepped out and stared at the charred and toppled wreckage of what had been the Shrike Temple. Since the time tombs had been closed as too dangerous some 25 local years earlier, the Shrike Temple had become Hyperion's most popular tourist attraction, filling 3 full city blocks, rising more than 150 meters to its central sharpened spire. The Shrike Church's central temple was part awe-inspiring cathedral, part Gothic joke, with its fluid, buttressed curves of stone permabonded to its whiskered alloy skeleton, part Escher print with its tricks of perspective and impossible angles, part Boschian nightmare with its tunnel entrances, hidden chambers, dark gardens, and forbidden sections. And, more than anything else, it had been part of Hyperion's past. Now it was gone. Tall heaps of blackened stone were the only hint of the structure's former majesty. Melted alloy girders rose from the stones like the ribs of some giant carcass. Much of the rubble had tumbled into the pits, basements, and passages which had lain beneath the 3-century-old landmark. The consul walked close to the edge of a pit and wondered if the deep basements had, as legend decreed, actually connected to one of the planet's labyrinths. It looks as if they used a hell whip on this place, said Martin Silenus, using an archaic term for any high-energy laser weapon. The poet seemed suddenly sobered as he joined the consul at the edge of the pit. I remember when the temple and parts of the old city were the only things here, he said. After the disaster near the tombs, Billy decided to relocate Jacktown here because of the temple. Now it's gone. Christ. No, said Kassad. The others looked at him. The colonel rose from where he had been examining the rubble. Not a hell whip, he said. Shaped plasma charges. Several of them. Now do you want to stay here and go on this useless pilgrimage? Asked Theo. Come with me back to the consulate. He was speaking to the consul, but extending the invitation to everyone. The consul turned away from the pit, looking at his former aide, but now seeing, for the first time, the governor-general of a besieged hegemony world. We can't, Your Excellency, said the consul. At least, I can't. I won't speak for the others. The 4 men and the woman shook their heads. Silenus and Kassad began unloading luggage. The rain returned as a light mist falling out of the darkness. At that second, the consul noticed the 2 force attack skimmers hovering above nearby rooftops. Darkness and chameleon polymer hulls had hidden them well, but the rain now revealed their outlines. Of course, thought the consul, the governor-general does not travel unescorted. Did the priests escape? Were there survivors when the temple was destroyed? Asked Braun Lamia. Yes, said Theo. The de facto dictator of 5 million doomed souls removed his glasses and dried them on his shirt tail. All of the Shrike cult priests and acolytes escaped through tunnels. The mob had been surrounding this place for months. Their leader, a woman named Kamen from somewhere east of the Sea of Grass, gave everyone in the temple plenty of warning before they set off the DL-20. Where were the police? Asked the consul. The SDF. Force. Theo Lane smiled, and at that second he looked decades older than the young man the consul had known. You folks have been in transit for 3 years, he said. The universe has changed. Shrike cultists are being burned out and beaten up in the web. You can imagine the attitude here. The Keats police have been absorbed under the martial law I declared 14 months ago. They and the SDF watched while the mob torched the temple. So did I. There were 500,000 people here tonight. Saul Weintraub stepped closer. Do they know about us? About this final pilgrimage? If they did, said Theo, none of you would be alive. You'd think they'd welcome anything that might appease the Shrike, but the only thing the mob would notice is that you were chosen by the Shrike Church. As it was, I had to overrule my own advisory council. They were in favor of destroying your ship before it reached the atmosphere. Why did you? Asked the consul. Overrule them, I mean. Theo sighed and adjusted his glasses. Hyperion still needs the hegemony, and Gladstone still has the vote of confidence of the All-Thing, if not the Senate. And I still need you. The consul looked at the rubble of the Shrike Temple. This pilgrimage was over before you got here, said Governor General Theo Lane. Will you come back to the consulate with me, at least in an advisory capacity? I'm sorry, said the consul. I can't. Theo turned without a word, dropped into the skimmer, and lifted off. His military escort followed as a blur in the rain. It was raining harder now. The group moved closer together in the growing darkness. Weintraub had rigged a makeshift hood over Rachel, and the noise of the rain on plastic made the baby cry. What now? Said the consul, looking around at the night and narrow streets. Their luggage lay heaped in a soggy pile. The world smelled of ashes. Martin Silenus grinned. I know a bar. It turned out that the consul also knew the bar. He had all but lived in Cicero's for most of his 11-year assignment on Hyperion. Unlike most things in Keats, on Hyperion, Cicero's was not named after some piece of pre-Hegira literary trivia. Rumor had it that the bar was named after a section of an old Earth city. Some said Chicago, USA. Others were sure it was Calcutta, AIS. But only Stan Leweski, owner and great-grandson of the founder, knew for sure, and Stan had never revealed its secret. The bar itself had overflowed over the century and a half of its existence from a walk-up loft in one of Jacktown's sagging older buildings along the Hooghly River to 9 levels in 4 sagging old buildings along the Hooghly. The only consistent elements of decor at Cicero's over the decades were the low ceilings, thick smoke, and constant background babble which offered a sense of privacy in the midst of bustle. There was no privacy this night. The consul and the others paused as they carried their gear through the Marsh Lane entrance. Jesus wept, muttered Martin Silenus. Cicero's looked as if it had been invaded by barbarian hordes. Every chair was filled, every table occupied, mostly by men, and the floors were littered with packs, weapons, bedrolls, antiquated comm equipment, ration boxes, and all of the other detritus of an army of refugees, or perhaps a refugee army. The heavy air of Cicero's, which once had been filled with the blended scent of broiling steaks, wine, stim, ale, and tea-free tobacco, was now laden with the overlapping smells of unwashed bodies, urine, and hopelessness. At that moment the huge form of Stan Leweski materialized out of the gloom. The bar owner's forearms were as huge and heavy as ever, but his forehead had advanced more than a few centimeters against the receding tangle of black hair, and there were more creases than the consul remembered around the dark eyes. Those eyes were wide now as Leweski stared at the consul. "Ghost," he said. "No." "You are not dead?" "No." "By damn," declared Stan Leweski, and grasping the consul by the upper arms, picked him up as easily as a man would lift a 5-year-old. "By damn, you are not dead. What are you doing here?" "Checking your liquor license," said the consul. "Put me down." Leweski carefully set the consul down, tapped his shoulders, and grinned. He looked at Martin Silenus, and the grin changed to a frown. "You look familiar, but I have never seen you before." I knew your great-grandfather, said Silenus. Which reminds me, do you have any of that pre-Hegira ale left? The warm British stuff that tastes like recycled moose piss. I could never get enough of that. Nothing left, said Lewinsky. He pointed at the poet. By damn, Grandfather Yeargie's trunk. That old hola of the satyr in the original Jacktown. Can it be? He stared at Silenus and then at the consul, touching them both gingerly with a massive forefinger. 2 ghosts. 6 tired people, said the consul. The baby began crying again. 7. Do you have space for us? Lewinsky turned in a half circle, hands spread, palms up. It is all like this. No space left. No food. No wine. He squinted at Martin Silenus. No ale. Now we have become a big hotel with no beds. The SDF bastards stay here without paying and drink their own up-country rotgut and wait for the world to end. That will happen soon enough, I think. The group was standing in what had once been the entrance mezzanine. Their heaped luggage joined a riot of gear already littering the floor. Small clusters of men shouldered their way through the throng and cast appraising glances at the newcomers, especially at Braun Lamia. She returned their stares with a flat, cold glare. Stan Lewinsky looked at the consul for a moment. I have a balcony table. 5 of those SDF death commandos have been parked there for a week, telling everyone and each other how they are going to wipe out the Ouster legions with their bare hands. You want the table, I will throw the teat-suckers out. Yes, said the consul. Lewinsky had turned to leave when Lamia stopped him with a hand on his arm. Would you like a little help? She asked. Stan Lewinsky shrugged, grinned. I do not need it, but I might like it. Come. They disappeared into the crowd. The third-floor balcony had just enough room for the splintered table and 6 chairs. Despite the insane crowding on the main floors, stairs, and landings, no one had challenged them for the space after Lewinsky and Lamia threw the protesting death commandos over the railing and into the river 9 meters below. Somehow, Lewinsky had managed to send up a tankard of beer and a basket of bread and cold beef. The group ate in silence, obviously suffering more than the usual amount of post-fugue hunger, fatigue, and depression. The darkness of the balcony was relieved only by dim, reflected light from deeper within Cicero's, and by the lanterns on passing river barges. Most of the buildings along the Hooghly were dark, but other city lights reflected from low clouds. The consul could make out the ruins of the Shrike temple half a kilometer upriver. Well, said Father Hoyt, obviously recovered from the heavy dose of ultramorph, and teetering on the delicate balance between pain and sedation. What do we do next? When no one answered, the consul closed his eyes. He refused to take the lead in anything. Sitting on the balcony at Cicero's, it was all too easy to fall back into the rhythms of a former life. He would drink until the early morning hours, watch the pre-dawn meteor showers as the clouds cleared, and then stagger to his empty apartment near the market, going into the consulate 4 hours later, showered, shaved, and seemingly human, except for the blood in his eyes and the insane ache in his skull. Trusting in Theo, quiet, efficient Theo, to get him through the morning. Trusting in luck to get him through the day. Trusting in the drinking at Cicero's to get him through the night. Trusting in the unimportance of his posting to get him through life. You are all ready to leave for the pilgrimage? The consul's eyes snapped open. A hooded figure stood in the doorway, and for a second the consul thought it was Het Mustine. But then he realized that this man was much shorter, his voice not accented with the stilted Templar consonants. If you are ready, we must go, said the dark figure. Who are you? Asked Braun Lamia. Come quickly, was the shadow's only reply. Fedman Kassad stood, bending to keep his head from striking the ceiling, and detained the robed figure, flipping back the man's hood with a flick of his left hand. An android, said Lenar Hoyt, staring at the man's blue skin and blue-on-blue eyes. The consul was less surprised. For more than a century it had been illegal to own androids in the Hegemony, and none had been biofactured for almost that long. But they were still used for manual labor in remote parts of backwater non-colony worlds like Hyperion. The Shrike Temple had used androids extensively, complying with the Church of the Shrike doctrine, which proclaimed that androids were free from original sin, therefore spiritually superior to humankind, and, incidentally, exempt from the Shrike's terrible and inevitable retribution. "You must come quickly," whispered the android, setting his hood in place. "Are you from the temple?" asked Lamia. "Quiet," snapped the android. He glanced into the hall, turned back, and nodded. "We must hurry. Please follow me." All of them stood and then hesitated. The consul watched as Cassad casually unsealed the long leather jacket he was wearing. He caught the briefest glimpse of a death wand tucked in the colonel's belt. Normally the consul would have been appalled by even the thought of a death wand nearby. The slightest mistaken touch could puree every synapse on the balcony. But at this moment he was oddly reassured by the sight of it. "Our luggage," began Weintraub. "It has been seen to," whispered the hooded man. "Quickly now." The group followed the android down the stairs and into the night, their movement as tired and passive as a sigh. The consul slept late. Half an hour after sunrise, a rectangle of light found its way between the porthole shutters and fell across his pillow. The consul rolled away and did not wake. An hour after that there came a loud clatter as the tired mantas which had pulled the barge all night were released and fresh ones harnessed. The consul slept on. In the next hour the footsteps and cries of the crew on the deck outside his stateroom grew louder and more persistent, but it was the warning klaxon below the locks at Carla which finally brought him up out of his sleep. Moving slowly in the drug-like languor of fugue hangover, the consul bathed as best he could with only basin and pump, dressed in loose cotton trousers, an old canvas shirt, and foam-soled walking shoes, and found his way to the middeck. Breakfast had been set out on a long sideboard near a weathered table, which could be retracted into the deck planking. An awning shaded the eating area, and the crimson and gold canvas snapped to the breeze of their passage. It was a beautiful day, cloudless and bright, with Hyperion's sun making up in ferocity what it lacked in size. M. Weintraub, Lamia, Cassad, and Silenus had been up for some time. Lenore Hoyt and Het Mastine joined the group a few minutes after the consul arrived. The consul helped himself to toasted fish, fruit, and orange juice at the buffet, and then moved to the railing. The water was wide here, at least a kilometer from shore to shore, and its green and lapis sheen echoed the sky. At first glance, the consul did not recognize the land on either side of the river. To the east, periscope beam paddies stretched away into the haze of distance, where the rising sun reflected on 1,000 flooded surfaces. A few indigene huts were visible at the junction of paddy dikes, their angled walls made of bleached weirwood or golden half-oak. To the west, the bottomland along the river was overgrown with low tangles of gisson, woman-grove root, and a flamboyant red fern the consul did not recognize, all growing around mud marshes and miniature lagoons, which stretched another kilometer or so to bluffs, where scrub everblues clung to any bare spot between granite slabs. For a second the consul felt lost, disoriented on a world he thought he knew well. But then he remembered the klaxon at the Carla locks, and realized that they had entered a rarely used stretch of the Hooghly north of Doukhobors Copse. The consul had never seen this part of the river, having always traveled on or flown above the Royal Transport Canal which lay to the west of the bluffs. He could only surmise that some danger or disturbance along the main route to the Sea of Grass had sent them this back way along bypassed stretches of the Hooghly. He guessed that they were about 180 kilometers northwest of Keats. "It looks different in the daylight, doesn't it?" said Father Hoyt. The consul looked at the shore again, not sure what Hoyt was talking about. Then he realized the priest meant the barge. It had been strange, following the android messenger in the rain, boarding the old barge, making their way through its maze of tessellated rooms and passages, picking up Het Mastine at the ruins of the temple, and then watching the lights of Keats fall astern. The consul remembered those hours before and after midnight as from a fatigue-blurred dream, and he imagined the others must have been just as exhausted and disoriented. He vaguely remembered his surprise that the barge's crew were all android, but mostly he recalled his relief at finally closing the door of his stateroom and crawling into bed. "I was talking to A. Beddock this morning," said Weintraub, referring to the android who had been their guide. "This old scow has quite a history." Martin Silenus moved to the sideboard to pour himself more tomato juice, added a dash of something from the flask he carried, and said, "It's obviously been around a bit. The goddamn railings have been oiled by hands, the stairs worn by feet, the ceilings darkened by lamp soot, and the bed's beaten saggy by generations of humping. I'd say it's several centuries old. The carvings and rococo finishes are fucking marvelous. Did you notice that under all the other scents, the inlaid wood still smells of sandalwood? I wouldn't be surprised if this thing came from old Earth. It does, said Saul Weintraub. The baby, Rachel, slept on his arm, softly blowing bubbles of saliva in her sleep. We're on the proud ship Benares, built in and named after the old Earth city of the same name. I don't remember hearing of any old Earth city with that name, said the consul. Brown Lamia looked up from the last of her breakfast. Benares, also known as Varanasi or Gandhipur, Hindu Free State, part of the Second Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere after the Third Sino-Japanese War, destroyed in the Indo-Soviet Muslim Republic Limited Exchange. Yes, said Weintraub, the Benares was built quite some time before the big mistake. Mid-22nd century, I would guess. Abetic informs me that it was originally a levitation barge. Are the EM generators still down there? Interrupted Colonel Cassad. I believe so, said Weintraub. Next to the main salon on the lowest deck. The floor of the salon is clear lunar crystal. Quite nice if we were cruising at 2,000 meters. Quite useless now. Benares, mused Martin Silenus. He ran his hand lovingly across a time-darkened railing. I was robbed there once. Brown Lamia put down her coffee mug. Old man, are you trying to tell us that you're ancient enough to remember old Earth? We're not fools, you know. My dear child, beamed Martin Silenus, I am not trying to tell you anything. I just thought it might be entertaining, as well as edifying and enlightening, if at some point we exchanged lists of all the locations at which we have either robbed or been robbed. Since you have the unfair advantage of having been the daughter of a senator, I am sure that your list would be much more distinguished, and much longer. Lamia opened her mouth to retort, frowned, and said nothing. I wonder how this ship got to Hyperion, murmured Father Hoyt. Why bring a levitation barge to a world where EM equipment doesn't work? It would work, said Colonel Cassad. Hyperion has some magnetic field. It just would not be reliable in holding anything airborne. Father Hoyt raised an eyebrow, obviously at a loss to see the distinction. Hey, cried the poet from his place at the railing. The gang's all here. So, said Braun Lamia. Her lips all but disappeared into a thin line whenever she spoke to Silenus. So we're all here, he said. Let's get on with the storytelling. Het Mustine said, I thought it had been agreed that we would tell our respective stories after the dinner hour. Martin Silenus shrugged. Breakfast, dinner, who the fuck cares? We're assembled. It's not going to take 6 or 7 days to get to the time tombs, is it? The consul considered. Less than 2 days to get as far as the river could take them. 2 more days, or less, if the winds were right, on the Sea of Grass. Certainly no more than 1 more day to cross the mountains. No, he said, not quite 6 days. All right, said Silenus. Then let's get on with the telling of tales. Besides, there's no guarantee that the Shrike won't come calling before we knock on his door. If these bedtime stories are supposed to be helpful to our survival chances in some way, then I say let's hear from everyone before the contributors start getting chopped and diced by that ambulatory food processor we're so eager to visit. You're disgusting, said Braun Lamia. Ah, darling, smiled Silenus. Those are the same words you whispered last night after your second orgasm. Lamia looked away. Father Hoyt cleared his throat and said, Whose turn is it? To tell a story, I mean. The silence stretched. Mine, said Fedman Cassad. The tall man reached into the pocket of his white tunic and held up a slip of paper with a large 2 scribbled on it. Do you mind doing this now? Asked Saul Weintraub. Cassad showed a hint of a smile. I wasn't in favor of doing it at all, he said. But if it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly. Hey, cried Martin Silenus, the man knows his pre-Hegira playwrights. Shakespeare? Said Father Hoyt. No, said Silenus. Lerner and fucking Lowe. Neil buggering Simon. Hamill fucking Poston. Colonel, Saul Weintraub said formally, the weather is nice. None of us seems to have anything pressing to do in the next hour or so, and we would be obliged if you would share the tale of what brings you to Hyperion on the Shrike's last pilgrimage." Cassad nodded. The day grew warmer as the canvas awning snapped, the decks creaked, and the levitation barge Benares worked its steady way upstream toward the mountains, the moors, and the Shrike. The Soldier's Tale. The War Lovers. It was during the Battle of Agincourt that Fedman Cassad encountered the woman he would spend the rest of his life seeking. It was a wet and chilly late October morning in A.D. 1415. Cassad had been inserted as an archer into the army of Henry V of England. The English force had been on French soil since August 14th, and had been retreating from superior French forces since October 8th. Henry had convinced his war council that the army could beat the French in a forced march to the safety of Calais. They had failed. Now, as October 25th dawned gray and drizzly, 7,000 Englishmen, mostly bowmen, faced a force of some 28,000 French men-at-arms across a kilometer of muddy field. Cassad was cold, tired, sick, and scared. He and the other archers had been surviving on little more than scavenged berries for the past week of the march, and almost every man on the line that morning was suffering from diarrhea. The air temperature was in the low 50s Fahrenheit, and Cassad had spent a long night trying to sleep on damp ground. He was impressed with the unbelievable realism of the experience. The Olympus Command School Historical Tactical Network was as far beyond regular stim sims as full-form holas were beyond tintypes. But the physical sensations were so convincing, so real, that Cassad did not relish the thought of being wounded. There were tales of cadets receiving fatal wounds in the OCS HTN sims, and being pulled dead from their immersion crashes. Cassad and the other bowmen on Henry's right flank had been staring at the larger French force for most of the morning, when pennants waved, the 15th century equivalent of sergeant's parade, and the archers obeyed the king's command and began marching against the enemy. The ragged English line, stretching about 700 meters across the field from tree line to tree line, consisted of clusters of archers, like Cassad's troop interspersed with smaller groups of men-at-arms. The English had no formal cavalry, and most of the horses Cassad could see on his end of the field were carrying men clustered near the king's command group 300 meters toward the center, or huddled around the Duke of York's position much closer to where Cassad and the other archers stood near the right flank. These command groups reminded Cassad of a Force Ground Mobile Staff HQ, only instead of the inevitable forest of comm antennae giving away their position, bright banners and pennants hung limp on pikes. An obvious artillery target, thought Cassad, and then reminded himself that this particular military nuance did not yet exist. Cassad noticed that the French had plenty of horses. He estimated 600 or 700 mounted men formed in ranks on each of the French flanks, and a long line of cavalry behind the main battle line. Cassad did not like horses. He had seen holas and pictures, of course, but he had not encountered the animals themselves until this exercise, and the size, smell, and sound of them tended to be unnerving, especially so when the damn quadrupeds were armored chest and head, shod in steel, and trained to carry armored men wielding 4 meters of lance. The English advance halted. Cassad estimated that his battle line was about 250 meters from the French. He knew from the experience of the past week that this was within longbow range, but he also knew that he would have to pull his arm half out of its socket to hold the pull. The French were shouting what Cassad assumed were insults. He ignored them as he and his silent comrade stepped forward from where they had planted their long arrows and found soft ground in which to drive their stakes. The stakes were long and heavy, and Cassad had been carrying his for a week. Almost 1.5 meters long, the clumsy thing had been sharpened at both ends. When the order first came down for all archers to find saplings and cut stakes somewhere in the deep woods just after they had crossed the Somme, Cassad had wondered idly what the things were for. Now he knew. Every third archer carried a heavy mallet, and now they took turns driving their stakes in at a careful angle. Cassad pulled out his long knife, resharpened the end, which, even leaning, rose almost to his chest, and stepped back through the hedgehog of sharpened stakes to await the French charge. The French did not charge. Cassad waited with the others. His bow was strung, 48 arrows were planted in 2 clusters at his feet, and his feet were set properly. The French did not charge. The rain had stopped, but a cool breeze had come up, and what little body heat Cassad had generated by the short march and the task of driving stakes had been lost quickly. The only sounds were the metallic shufflings of men and horses, occasional mutterings or nervous laughs, and the heavier thud of hooves as the French cavalry rearranged itself, but still refused to charge. "Fuck this," said a grizzled yeoman a few feet from Cassad. "Those bastards have wasted our whole bleeding morning. They'd better piss or get off the pot." Cassad nodded. He was not sure if he was hearing and understanding Middle English, or if the sentence had been in simple standard. He had no idea if the grizzled archer was another command school cadet, an instructor, or merely an artifact of the sim. He could not guess if the slang had been correct. He did not care. His heart was pounding and his palms were sweaty. He wiped his hands on his jerkin. As if King Henry had taken his cue from the old man's muttering, command flags suddenly bobbed and rose, sergeants screamed, and row upon row of English archers raised their longbows, pulled when commands were shouted, released on the next command. 4 waves of arrows comprised of more than 6,000-meter-long chisel-pointed cloth-yard missiles rose, seemed to hang in a cloud 30 meters up, and fell on the French. There came the sound of horses screaming and 1,000 demented children pounding on 10,000 tin pots, as the French men-at-arms leaned into the rain of arrows to let their steel helmets and their chest and shoulder armor take the brunt of the downpour. Cassad knew that in military terms little real damage had been done, but this was small solace to the occasional French soldier with 10 inches of arrow through his eye, or to the scores of horses leaping, tumbling, and crashing into one another while their riders struggled to remove wooden shafts from the creatures' backs and flanks. The French did not charge. More commands were shouted. Cassad raised, readied, loosed his arrow. Again, and again. The sky darkened every 10 seconds. Cassad's arm and back ached from the punishing rhythm. He found that he felt neither elation nor anger. He was doing his job. His forearm was raw. Again the arrows flew. And again. 15 of his first sheaf of 24 arrows were gone, when a cry went up along the English line, and Cassad paused and glanced down while holding full pull. The French were charging. A cavalry charge was something beyond Cassad's experience. Watching 1,200 armored horses charging directly at him created internal sensations which Cassad found a bit unnerving. The charge took less than 40 seconds, but Cassad discovered that this was ample time for his mouth to go absolutely dry, his breathing to begin to have problems, and for his testicles to retreat completely into his body. If the rest of Cassad could have found a comparable hiding place, he would have seriously considered crawling into it. As it was, he was too busy to run. Firing on command, his line of archers got off 5 flat volleys at the attacking horsemen, managed 1 more shot in independent fire, and then they fell back 5 paces. Horses, it turned out, were too smart to willingly impale themselves upon stakes, no matter how hard their human riders implored them to do so. But the second and third waves of cavalry did not stop as abruptly as the first, and in a single mad moment horses were down and screaming, riders were thrown and screaming, and Cassad was out and screaming, rushing at every downed Frenchman he could see, wielding a mallet on the prostrate form when he could, slashing through gaps in armor with his long knife when it was too crowded to swing the mallet. Soon he and the grizzled archer, and a younger man who had lost his cap, became an efficient killing team, closing in on a downed rider from 3 sides, Cassad using the mallet to knock the pleading horseman off his knees, then all 3 moving in with their blades. Only one knight gained his feet and raised a sword to confront them. The Frenchman flipped up his visor and called out a clear request for honor and single combat. The old man and the youth circled like wolves. Cassad returned with his bow and put an arrow into the knight's left eye from 10 paces. The battle continued in the deadly comic opera vein common to all armed combat since the first rock and thigh-bone duels on old Earth. The French cavalry managed to turn and flee, just as the first wave of 10,000 men-at-arms charged the English center on foot. The melee broke up the rhythm of the attack, and by the time the French had regained their initiative, Henry's own men-at-arms had braced to hold them at pike length, while Cassad and several thousand other archers poured volley fire into the massed French infantry at close range. That did not end the battle. It was not necessarily even the decisive moment. The turning point, when it came, was lost, as all such moments are, within the dust and turmoil of 1,000 individual encounters where infantrymen faced infantrymen across the distance of their personal weapons. Before it was over, some 3 hours later, there would be minor variations on repeated themes, ineffective thrusts and clumsy counter-thrusts, and a less than honorable moment when Henry would order prisoners killed rather than leave them in the rear when the English were confronted with a new threat. But the heralds and historians would later agree that the outcome had been sealed somewhere in the confusion during the first French infantry charge. The French died in the thousands. English dominion on that part of the continent would continue for a while. The day of the armored man-at-arms, the night, the embodiment of chivalry, was over, hammered into history's coffin by a few thousand ragtag peasant archers carrying longbows. The ultimate insult to the noble-born French dead, if the dead indeed could be further insulted, lay in the fact that the English archers were not only common men, common in the lowest, most flea-infested sense of the word, but that they were draftees, doughboys, GIs, grunts, AIPs, spezzes, K-techs, jump rats. But all that was in the lesson Cassad was supposed to have learned during that OCS-HTN exercise. He learned none of it. He was too busy having an encounter which would change his life. The French man-at-arms went over the head of his falling horse, rolled once, and was up and running for the woods before the mud quit flying. Cassad followed. He was halfway to the tree line before he realized that the youth and the grizzled archer had not come with him. It did not matter. Cassad's adrenaline was flowing, and the bloodlust had him in its grip. The man-at-arms, who had just been thrown to the ground from a horse moving at full gallop, and who was wearing 60 pounds of clumsy armor, should have been an easy prey to catch. He was not. The Frenchman glanced back once, saw Cassad coming on a full run with a mallet in his hand and his eye full of business, and then the man-at-arms shifted into a higher gear and reached the trees 15 meters ahead of his pursuer. Cassad was deep into the woods before he stopped, leaned on the mallet, gasped, and considered his position. Thuds, screams, and crashes from the battlefield behind him were muffled by distance and shrubbery. The trees were almost bare, and still dripped from the rainstorm the night before. The floor of the forest was carpeted with a thick layer of old leaves and a snarl of shrubs and brambles. The man-at-arms had left a trail of broken branches and footsteps for the first 20 meters or so, but now deer trails and overgrown paths made it difficult to see where he had passed. Cassad moved slowly, stepping deeper into the woods, trying to be alert for any noise above the sound of his own panting and the insane pounding of his heart. It occurred to Cassad that, tactically speaking, this was not a brilliant move. The man-at-arms had been wearing full armor and carrying his sword when he disappeared in the bushes. At any moment the Frenchman might forget his panic, regret his temporary loss of honor, and remember his years of combat training. Cassad also had been trained. He looked down at his cloth shirt and leather vest. The mallet was still in his hands, the knife in his broad belt. He had been trained to use high-energy weapons with a killing range of a few meters to thousands of kilometers. He had been rated in plasma grenades, hell whips, fléchette rifles, sonics, recoilless zero-gravity weapons, death wands, kinetic assault guns, and beam gauntlets. He now had a working knowledge of an English longbow. None of these objects, including the longbow, was on his person at the moment. "Ah, shit," murmured Second Lieutenant Cassad. The man-at-arms came out of the bushes like a charging bear, arms up, legs apart, the sword coming around in a flat arc meant to disembowel Cassad. The OCS cadet tried to leap back and raise his mallet at the same time. Neither effort was completely successful. The Frenchman's sword knocked the heavy mallet out of Cassad's grip, while the dull point of the blade slashed through leather, shirt, and skin. Cassad bellowed and stumbled backward again, tugging at the knife in his belt. His right heel caught the branch of a fallen tree, and he went down backward, cursing and rolling deeper into the tangle of branches as the man-at-arms crashed forward, his heavy sword clearing limbs like an oversized machete. Cassad had his knife out by the time the man-at-arms had cleared a path through the deadfall, but the 10-inch blade was a pitiful thing against armor, unless the knight was helpless. This knight was not helpless. Cassad knew that he would never get inside the arc of sword-blade. His only hope was in running, but the tall trunk of the fallen tree behind him and the deadfall beyond eliminated that option. He did not wish to get cut down from behind as he turned, nor from below as he climbed. Cassad did not wish to be cut down from any angle. Cassad went into a knife-fighter's crouch, which he hadn't used since his street-fighting days in the Tharsis slums. He wondered how the simulation would deal with his death. The figure appeared behind the man-at-arms like a sudden shadow. The noise of Cassad's mallet striking the knight's armored shoulder sounded precisely like someone bashing the hood of an EMV with a sledgehammer. The Frenchman staggered, turned to meet the new threat, and took a second mallet blow in the chest. Cassad's savior was small. The man-at-arms did not go down. The French knight was raising his sword above his head when Cassad hit him behind and below the knees with a shoulder tackle. Tree limbs snapped as the Frenchman went down. The small attacker stood astride the knight, pinning the armored man's sword arm with one foot, while bringing the mallet down repeatedly onto helmet and visor. Cassad extricated himself from the tangle of legs and branches, sat on the downed man's knees, and began slashing through gaps in armor at groin, sides, and underarms. Cassad's rescuer jumped aside to plant both feet on the knight's wrist, and Cassad scrambled forward, stabbing through crevices where the helmet met chest armor, finally slamming the blade through slits in the visor itself. The knight screamed as the mallet came down a final time, almost catching Cassad's hand as the hammer drove the blade through the visor slit like a 10-inch tent peg. The man-at-arms arched, lifting Cassad and 60 pounds of armor clear of the ground in a final violent spasm, and then fell back limply. Cassad rolled onto his side. His rescuer collapsed beside him. Both were covered with sweat and the dead man's blood. Cassad looked at his savior. The woman was tall and dressed in clothes not dissimilar to Cassad's. For a moment they merely lay there and gasped for air. "Are you all right?" Cassad managed after a while. He was suddenly struck by her appearance. Her brown hair was short by current World Web fashion, short and straight, and cut so that the longest strands fell from the part, just a few centimeters left of the center of her forehead, to just above her right ear. It was a boy's haircut from some forgotten time, but she was no boy. Cassad thought that she was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Bone structure so perfect that chin and cheekbones were shaped without being too sharp, large eyes glowing with life and intelligence, a gentle mouth with a soft underlip. Lying next to her, Cassad realized that she was tall. Not so tall as he, but obviously not a woman from the 15th century. And even under her loose tunic and baggy trousers he could see the soft swell of hips and breast. She appeared to be a few years older than Cassad, perhaps in her late 20s, but this fact barely registered as she continued staring into his face with those soft, beguiling, endlessly deep eyes. "Are you all right?" he asked again. His voice sounded strange even to himself. She did not answer, or rather, she answered by sliding long fingers around Cassad's chest, ripping away the leather thongs which bound the rough vest. Her hands found his shirt. It was soaked with blood and ripped halfway down the front. The woman ripped it open the rest of the way. She moved against him now, her fingers and lips on his chest, hips already beginning to move. Her right hand found the cords to his trouser front, ripped them free. Cassad helped her pull off the rest of his clothes, removed hers with 3 fluid movements. She wore nothing under her shirt and coarse cloth trousers. Cassad's hand slid between her thighs, behind her, cupped her moving buttocks, pulled her closer, and slid to the moist roughness in front. She opened to him, her mouth closing on his. Somehow, with all of their motion and disrobing, their skin never lost contact. Cassad felt his own excitement rubbing against the cusp of her belly. She rolled above him then, her thighs astride his hips, her gaze still locked with his. Cassad had never been so excited. He gasped as her right hand went behind her, found him, guided him into her. When he opened his eyes again, she was moving slowly, her head back, eyes closed. Cassad's hands moved up her sides to cup her perfect breasts. Nipples hardened against his palms. They made love then. Cassad, at 23 standard years, had been in love once and had enjoyed sex many times. He thought he knew the way and the why of it. There was nothing in his experience to that moment which he could not have described with a phrase and a laugh to his squad mates in the hold of a troop transport. With the calm, sure cynicism of a 23-year-old veteran, he was sure that he would never experience anything that could not be so described, so dismissed. He was wrong. He could never adequately share the sense of the next few minutes with anyone else. He would never try. They made love in a sudden shaft of late October light, with a carpet of leaves and clothes beneath them, and a film of blood and sweat oiling the sweet friction between them. Her green eyes stared down at Cassad, widening slightly when he began moving quickly, closing at the same second he closed his. They moved together then, in the sudden tide of sensation as old and inevitable as the movement of worlds, pulses racing, flesh quickening with its own moist purposes, a further, final rising together, the world receding to nothing at all. And then, still joined by touch and heartbeat and the fading thrill of passion, allowing consciousness to slide back to separate flesh while the world flowed in through forgotten senses. They lay next to each other. The dead man's armor was cold against Cassad's left arm, her thigh warm against his right leg. The sunlight was a benediction. Hidden colors rose to the surface of things. Cassad turned his head and gazed at her as she rested her head on his shoulder. Her cheeks glowed with flush and autumn light, and her hair lay like copper threads along the flesh of his arm. She curved her leg over his thigh, and Cassad felt the clockwise stirring of renewed passion. The sun was warm on his face. He closed his eyes. When he awoke, she was gone. He was certain that only seconds had passed, no more than a minute, certainly. But the sunlight was gone, colors had flowed out of the forest, and a cool evening breeze moved bare branches. Cassad, dressed in torn clothes, made stiff with blood. The French man-at-arms lay still and rigid in the unself-conscious attitude of death. He already seemed inanimate, a part of the forest. There was no sign whatsoever of the woman. Fedman Cassad limped his way back through the woods, evening gloom, and a sudden chilling drizzle. The battlefield still held people, living and dead. The dead lay in heaps like the piles of toy soldiers Cassad had played with as a child. Wounded men moved slowly with the help of friends. Here and there, furtive forms picked their way among the dead, and near the opposite tree line a lively group of heralds, both French and English, met in conclave with much pointing and animated conversation. Cassad knew that they had to decide upon a name for the battle, so that their respective records would agree. He also knew that they would settle on the name of the nearest castle, Agincourt, even though it had figured in neither strategy nor battle. Cassad was beginning to think that this was no simulation, that his life in the world web was the dream, and that this gray day had to be reality, when suddenly the entire scene froze with outlines of human figures, horses, and the darkening forest becoming as transparent as a fading hollow. And then Cassad was being helped out of his simulation creche at the Olympus Command School, and the other cadets and instructors were rising, talking, laughing with one another, all seemingly unaware that the world had changed forever. For weeks, Cassad spent every free hour wandering the command school grounds, watching from the ramparts as the evening shadow of Mons Olympus covered first the plateau forest, then the heavily settled highlands, then everything halfway to the horizon, and then all the world. And every second he thought about what had happened. He thought about her. No one else had noticed anything strange in the simulation. No one else had left the battlefield. One instructor explained that nothing beyond the battlefield existed in that particular segment of the simulation. No one had missed Cassad. It was as if the incident in the forest and the woman had never happened. Cassad knew better. He attended his classes on military history and mathematics. He put in his hours at the firing range and gym. He walked off barracks punishments on the Caldera Quadrangle, although these were rare. In general, young Cassad became an even more excellent officer cadet than he had been. But all the while he waited. And then she came again. Again, it was in the final hours of an OCS-HTN simulation. By then, Cassad had learned that the exercises were something more than mere simulations. The OCS-HTN was part of the World Web All-Thing, the real-time network which governed hegemony politics, fed information to tens of billions of data-hungry citizens, and had evolved a form of autonomy and consciousness all its own. More than 150 planetary dataspheres mingled their resources within the framework created by 6,000 Omega-class AIs to allow the OCS-HTN to function. The HTN stuff doesn't simulate, whined Cadet Radinsky, the best AI expert Cassad could find and bribe to explain. It dreams. Dreams with the best historical accuracy in the web, way beyond the sum of its parts, cause it plugs in holistic insight as well as facts. And when it dreams, it lets us dream with it. Cassad had not understood, but he had believed. And then she came again. In the first U.S.-Vietnam War, they made love in the aftermath of an ambush during the darkness and terror of a night patrol. Cassad wore rough camouflage clothes, with no underwear because of the jungle crotch rot, and a steel helmet not much more advanced than those at Agincourt. She wore black pajamas and sandals, the universal garb of the Southeast Asian peasant, and the Viet Cong. Then neither of them wore anything as they made love standing in the night, her back against a tree and her legs wrapped around him, while beyond them the world exploded in the green glow of perimeter flares and the sputter-crack of claymores. She came to him on the second day of Gettysburg, and again at Borodino, where the clouds of powder smoke hung above the piles of bodies like a vapor congealed from departing souls. They made love in the shattered hulk of an APC in Hellas Basin, while the hover tank battle still raged, and the red dust of the approaching simoon scraped and shrieked at the titanium hull. "Tell me your name," he had whispered in Standard. She shook her head. "Are you real, outside the simulation?" he asked in the Japanese English of that era. She had nodded and leaned closer to kiss him. They lay together in a sheltered place among the ruins of Brasilia, while death beams from Chinese EMBs played like blue searchlights on broken ceramic walls. During an unnamed battle after a siege of a forgotten tower city on the Russian steppes, he pulled her back into the shattered room where they had made love, and he whispered, "I want to stay with you." She touched his lips with a finger and shook her head. After the evacuation of New Chicago, as they lay on the 100th floor balcony where Cassad had set his sniper's nest for the last U.S. president's hopeless rearguard action, he placed his hand on the warm flesh between her breasts and said, "Can you ever join me, out there?" She touched his cheek with her palm and smiled. During the last year in command school, there were only 5 OCS HTN sims as the cadets' training shifted to live field exercises. Sometimes, as when Cassad was strapped into the tactical command chair during a battalion-sized drop onto Ceres, he closed his eyes, looked between the primary colored geographies of the cortically generated tactical terrain matrix, and felt a sense of someone? Of her? He was not sure. And then she did not come again. Not in the final months of work. Not in the final simulation of the Great Coal Sack Battle, where General Horace Glennon Hight's mutiny was defeated. Not during the parades and parties of graduation, nor as the class marched in a final Olympian review before the Hegemony CEO, saluting from his red-lit levitation deck. And there was no time even for dreaming as the young officers farcast to Earth's moon for the Masada ceremony, farcast again to Tau Cetai Center for their formal swearing in to force, and then they were finished. Second Lieutenant Cadet Cassad became Lieutenant Cassad, spent 3 standard weeks free in the web with a force-issued universal card, which allowed him to farcast as far and as frequently as he wished, and then he was shipped out to the Hegemony Colonial Service Training School on Lucis to prepare for active duty beyond the web. He was sure that he would never see her again. He was wrong. Fedman Cassad had grown up in a culture of poverty and sudden death. As a member of the minority who still called themselves Palestinians, he and his family had lived in the slums of Tharsis, human testimony to the bitter legacy of the terminally dispossessed. Every Palestinian in the world web and beyond carried the cultural memory of a century of struggle, capped by a month of nationalist triumph, before the nuclear jihad of 2038 wiped it all away. Then came their second diaspora, this one lasting 5 centuries, and leading to dead-end desert worlds like Mars, their dream buried with the death of old Earth. Cassad, like the other boys of the South Tharsis relocation camps, either ran with gangs or faced the option of being prey to every self-proclaimed predator in the camps. He chose to run with the gangs. Cassad had killed another youth by the time he was 16 standard years old. If Mars was known for anything in the world web, it was for hunting in the Mariner Valley, Schroeder's Zen Massif in Hellas Basin, and the Olympus Command School. Cassad did not have to travel to Mariner Valley to learn about hunting and being hunted. He had no interest in Zen Gnosticism, and as a teenager he felt nothing but contempt for the uniformed cadets who came from every part of the web to train for force. He joined with his peers in sneering at the new Bushido as a code for faggots, but an ancient vein of honor in the young Cassad's soul secretly resonated to the thought of a samurai class whose life and work revolved around duty, self-respect, and the ultimate value of one's word. When Qassad was 18, a Tharsis province higher circuit judge offered him the choice of a Martian year at Polar Work Camp or volunteering for the John Carter Brigade, then forming to help force put down the resurgent Glennon Height Rebellion in the Class III colonies. Qassad volunteered, and discovered that he enjoyed the discipline and cleanliness of military life, even though the John Carter Brigade saw only garrison duty within the web, and was dissolved shortly after Glennon Height's cloned grandson died on Renaissance. 2 days after his 19th birthday, Qassad applied to force ground and was turned down. He went on a 9-day drunk, awoke in one of the deeper hive tunnels of Lucis with his military comm-log implant stolen, by someone who apparently had taken a correspondence course in surgery, his Universal card and Farcaster access revoked, and his head exploring new frontiers of pain. Qassad worked on Lucis for a standard year, saving over 6,000 marks and allowing physical labor in the 1.3 ES gravity to put an end to his Martian frailness. By the time he used his savings to ship out to Maui Covenant on an ancient solar sail freighter with jury-rigged hawking drives, Qassad was still lean and tall by web standards, but what muscles there were worked wonderfully well by anyone's standards. He arrived on Maui Covenant 3 days before the vicious and unpopular island war began there, and eventually the Force Combined commander at first sight got so tired of seeing the young Qassad waiting in his outer office that he allowed the boy to enlist in the 23rd Supply Regiment as an assistant hydrofoil driver. 11 standard months later, Corporal Fedman Qassad of the 12th Mobile Infantry Battalion had received 2 Distinguished Service Clusters, a Senate Commendation for valor in the Equatorial Archipelago campaign, and 2 Purple Hearts. He was also tapped for Force Command School and shipped webward on the next convoy. Qassad dreamed of her often. He had never learned her name. She had never spoken. But he could have recognized her touch and scent in total darkness among 1,000 others. He thought of her as mystery. When other young officers went whoring or seeking girlfriends in the indigene populations, Qassad would remain on base or take long walks through strange cities. He kept his obsession with mystery secret, knowing full well how it would read on a psych report. Sometimes on bivouac under multiple moons, or in the womb-like 0G of a troop transport hold, Qassad would realize how insane his love affair with a phantom truly was. But then he would recall the small mole under her left breast which he had kissed one night, feeling her heartbeat under its lips as the ground itself shook from the firing of the big guns near Verdun. He would remember the impatient gesture with which she brushed back her hair as her cheek rested on his thigh. And the young officers would go to town or to the huts near the base, and Fedman Qassad would read another history book, or jog along the perimeter, or run tactical strategies on his comm-log. It was not long before Qassad came to the attention of his superiors. During the undeclared war with the Free Miners in the Lambert Ring territories, it was Lieutenant Qassad who led the surviving infantry troops and Marine Guards in cutting through the bottom of the old asteroid bore shaft on Peregrine to evacuate the Hegemony consulate staff and citizens. But it was during the short reign of the new prophet on Comrade that Captain Fedman Qassad came to the attention of the entire web. The Force space captain of the only Hegemony ship within 2 leap years of the colony world had been paying a courtesy call when the new prophet chose to lead 30 million New Order Shiites against 2 continents of Sunni shopkeepers and 90,000 resident Hegemony infidels. The ship's captain and 5 of his executive officers were taken prisoner. Urgent fat line messages from Tau Cetai Center demanded that the ranking officer aboard the orbiting HS Deneuve settle the situation on Comrade, free all hostages, and depose the new prophet, without resorting to the use of nuclear weapons within the planet's atmosphere. The Deneuve was an aging orbital defense picket. It carried no nuclear weapons that could be used within an atmosphere. The ranking officer on board was Force Combined Captain Fedman Qassad. On the 3rd day of the revolution, Qassad landed the Deneuve's single assault boat in the main courtyard of the Grand Mosque at Mashhad. He and the other 34 Force troopers watched as the mob grew to 300,000 militants, kept at bay only by the boat's containment field and the lack of an order to attack by the new prophet. The new prophet himself was no longer in the Grand Mosque. He had flown to the northern hemisphere of Riyadh to join in the victory celebrations there. 2 hours after he landed, Captain Qassad stepped out of his ship and broadcast a short announcement. He said that he had been raised as a Muslim. He also announced that interpretation of the Quran since the Shiites' seed ship days had definitely shown that the God of Islam would neither condone nor allow the slaughter of the innocent, no matter how many jihads were proclaimed by tin-horn heretics like the new prophet. Captain Qassad gave the leaders of the 30 million zealots 3 hours to surrender their hostages and return to their homes on the desert continent of Qom. In the first 3 days of the revolution, the armies of the new prophet had occupied most of the cities on 2 continents and had taken more than 27,000 hegemony hostages. Firing squads had been busy day and night settling ancient theological disputes, and it was estimated that at least 250,000 Sunnis had been slaughtered in the first 2 days of the new prophet's occupation. In response to Qassad's ultimatum, the new prophet announced that all of the infidels would be put to death immediately following his live television address that evening. He also ordered an attack on Qassad's assault boat. Avoiding high explosives because of the Grand Mosque, the Revolutionary Guard used automatic weapons, crude energy cannon, plasma charges, and human wave attacks. The containment field held. The new prophet's televised address began 15 minutes before Qassad's ultimatum ran out. The new prophet agreed with Qassad's statement that Allah would horribly punish heretics, but announced that it was the hegemony infidels who would be so punished. It was the only time the new prophet ever had been seen to lose his temper on camera. Screaming, saliva flying, he ordered the human wave attacks to be renewed on the grounded assault boat. He announced that at that moment a dozen fission bombs were being assembled at the occupied Power for Peace reactor in Ali. With these, the forces of Allah would be carried into space itself. The first fission bomb, he explained, would be used on the infidel Qassad's satanic assault boat that very afternoon. The new prophet then began to explain exactly how the hegemony hostages would be executed, but at that moment, Qassad's deadline ran out. Qom Riyadh was, by its own choice, and the accident of its distant location, a technically primitive world. But the inhabitants were not so primitive that they did not have an active datasphere. Nor were the revolutionary mullahs who had led the invasion so opposed to the great Satan of hegemony science that they refused to tie into the global data net with their personal comlogs. The HS Deneuve had seeded enough spy sats so that by 1729 hours, Qom Riyadh Central Time, the datasphere had been tapped to the point that the hegemony ship had identified 16,830 revolutionary mullahs by their access codes. At 1729:30 hours, the spy sats began feeding their real-time targeting data to the 21 perimeter defense sats which Qassad's assault boat had left in low orbit. These orbital defense weapons were so old that the Deneuve's mission had been to return them to the web for safe destruction. Qassad had suggested another use for them. At precisely 1730 hours, 19 of the small satellites detonated their fusion cores. In the nanoseconds before their self-destruction, the resulting X-rays were focused, aimed, and released in 16,830 invisible but very coherent beams. The ancient defense sats were not designed for atmospheric use, and had an effective destructive radius of less than a millimeter. Luckily, that was all that was needed. Not all of the targeting beams penetrated whatever stood between the mullahs and the sky. 15,784 did. The effect was immediate and dramatic. In each case, the target's brain and cerebral fluid boiled, turned to vapor, and blew the encasing skull to bits. The new prophet was in the middle of his live planet-wide broadcast, literally in the middle of pronouncing the word heretic, when 1730 hours arrived. For almost 2 minutes, the TV screens and walls around the planet carried the image of the new prophet's headless body slumped over the microphone. Then, Fedman Qassad cut in on all bands to announce that his next deadline was 1 hour away, and that any actions against the hostages would be met with a more dramatic demonstration of Allah's displeasure. There were no reprisals. That night, in orbit around Qom Riyadh, mystery visited Qassad for the first time since his cadet days. He was asleep, but the visit was more than a dream, and less than the alternative reality of the OCS HTN Sims. The woman and he were lying together under a light blanket, beneath a broken roof. Her skin was warm and electric, her face little more than a pale outline against nighttime darkness. Overhead, the stars had just begun to fade into the false light of pre-dawn. Qassad realized that she was trying to speak to him. Her soft lips formed words which were just below the threshold of Qassad's hearing. He pulled back a second in order to see her face better, and in so doing lost contact completely. He awoke in his sleep-webbing, with moisture on his cheeks, and the hum of the ship's systems sounding as strange to him as the breathing of some half-awakened beast. 9 standard ship weeks later, Cassad stood before a forced court-martial review on Freeholm. He had known when he made his decision on Comriad that his superiors would have no choice but to crucify or promote him. Force prided itself on preparing itself for all contingencies in the Webb or the colonial regions, but nothing had properly prepared it for the Battle of South Brescia and its implications for the new Bushido. The new Bushido Code, which governed Colonel Cassad's life, had evolved out of the necessity for the military class to survive. After the obscenities of the late 20th and early 21st centuries on Old Earth, when military leaders had committed their nations to strategies wherein entire civilian populations were legitimate targets, while their uniformed executioners sat safe in self-contained bunkers 50 meters under the earth, the repugnance of the surviving civilians was so great that for more than a century the word military was an invitation to a lynching. As the new Bushido evolved, it combined the age-old concepts of honor and individual courage with the need to spare civilians whenever possible. It also saw the wisdom of returning to the pre-Napoleonic concepts of small, non-total wars with defined goals and proscribed excesses. The Code demanded a forsaking of nuclear weapons and strategic bombing campaigns in all but the most extreme cases. But more than that, it demanded a return to Old Earth medieval concepts of set battles between small professional forces at a mutually agreed-upon time in a place where destruction of public and private property would be kept to a minimum. This code worked well for the first 4 centuries of post-Hegira expansion. The fact that essential technologies were essentially frozen in place for 3 of those centuries worked in the Hegemony's favor, as its monopoly on the use of farcasters allowed it to apply the modest resources of force at the right place in the required amount of time. Even when separated by the inevitable leap years of time debt, no colonial or independent world could hope to match the power of the Hegemony. Incidents such as the political rebellion on Maui Covenant, with its unique guerrilla warfare, or the religious insanity on Comriad, were put down quickly and firmly, and any excesses in the campaigns merely pointed out the importance of returning to the strict code of the new Bushido. But for all of Force's calculations and preparations, no one had adequately planned on the inevitable confrontation with the Ousters. The Ousters had been the single external threat to the Hegemony for the 4 centuries since the forebears of the barbarian hordes had left Sol's system in their crude fleet of leaking O'Neill cities, tumbling asteroids, and experimental comet farm clusters. Even after the Ousters acquired the Hawking Drive, it remained official Hegemony policy to ignore them as long as their swarms stayed in the darkness between the stars, and limited their in-system plunderings to scooping small amounts of hydrogen from gas giants and water ice from uninhabited moons. The early outback skirmishes, such as Bent's World and GHC 2990, were considered aberrations, of little interest to the Hegemony. Even the pitched battle for Lee 3 had been treated as a colonial service problem, and when the Force Task Force arrived 6 local years after the attack, 5 years after the Ousters departed, any atrocities were conveniently forgotten in favor of the view that no barbarian raid would repeat itself when the Hegemony chose to flex its muscle. In the decades which followed Lee 3, Force and Ouster space forces skirmished in 100 border areas, but except for the odd marine encounters in airless, weightless places, there were no infantry confrontations. Stories in the World Web proliferated. The Ousters would never be a threat to Earth-like worlds because of their 3 centuries of adaptation to weightlessness. The Ousters had evolved into something more or less than human. The Ousters did not have Farcaster technology, would never have it, and thus never would be a threat to Force. Then came Brescia. Brescia was one of those smug, independent worlds, pleased with both its convenient access to the web and its 8-month separation from it, growing rich from the export of diamonds, burr root, and its unequaled coffee, coyly refusing to become a colony world, but still dependent upon the Hegemony Protectorate and common market to meet its soaring economic goals. As with most such worlds, Brescia was proud of its self-defense force. 12 torch ships, a refitted attack carrier which had been decommissioned by Force Space half a century earlier, 20 or more of small, fast orbital patrol vessels, a standing army of 90,000 volunteers, a respectable ocean-going navy, and a store of nuclear weapons stockpiled purely for symbolic purposes. The Ouster Hawking Wake had been noticed by Hegemony monitoring stations, but was misinterpreted as merely another swarm migration which would pass no closer than half a light-year to the Brescian system. Instead, with a single course correction which was not detected until the swarm was well within the Oort cloud radius, the Ousters fell on Brescia like some Old Testament plague. A minimum of 7 standard months separated Brescia from any Hegemony rescue or response. Brescia's Space Force was obliterated within the first 20 hours of fighting. The Ouster swarm then put more than 3,000 ships into Brescia's cislunar space and began the systematic reduction of all planetary defenses. The world had been settled by no-nonsense Central Europeans in the first wave of the Hegira, and its two continents bore the prosaic names of North Brescia and South Brescia. North Brescia held desert, high tundra, and 6 major cities housing mostly burr root harvesters and petroleum engineers. South Brescia, much more temperate in climate and geography, was the home for most of the world's 400 million people and the huge coffee plantations. As if to demonstrate what war had once been about, the Ousters scoured North Brescia, first with several hundred fallout-free nuclear weapons and tactical plasma bombs, then with death beams, and finally with tailored viruses. Only a handful of the 14 million residents escaped. South Brescia received no bombardment except for the lancing of specific military targets, airports, and the large harbor at Solno. Force doctrine held that while a world could be reduced from orbit, actual military invasion of an industrialized planet was an impossibility. The problems with landing logistics, the immense area to be occupied, and the unwieldy size of the invading army were considered to be the ultimate arguments against invasion. The Ousters obviously had not read the Force doctrine books. On the 23rd day of the investiture, more than 2,000 dropships and assault boats fell on South Brescia. What was left of the Brescian Air Force was destroyed in those first hours of the invasion. 2 nuclear devices were actually detonated against Ouster staging areas. The first was deflected by energy fields, and the second destroyed a single scout ship, which may have been a decoy. Ousters, it turned out, had changed physically in 3 centuries. They did prefer zero-gravity environments, but their mobile infantry's powered exoskeletons served very well, and it was only a matter of days before the black-clad, long-limbed Ouster troops were swarming over South Brescia's cities like an infestation of giant spiders. The last organized resistance collapsed on the 19th day of the invasion. Buckminster, the capital, fell the same day. The last fat line message from Brescia to the Hegemony was cut off in mid-transmission, an hour after Ouster troops entered the city. Colonel Fedman Kassad arrived with Force Fleet 1 29 standard weeks later. 30 Omega-class torch ships protecting a single Farcaster-equipped jump ship penetrated the system at high speed. The Singularity Sphere was activated 3 hours after spin-down, and 10 hours after that, there were 400 force ships of the line in system. The counter-invasion began 21 hours later. Those were the mathematics of the first minutes of the Battle of Brescia. For Kassad, the memory of those days and weeks held not mathematics, but the terrible beauty of combat. It was the first time jump ships had been used on anything above a division level, and there was the expected confusion. Kassad went through from 5 light minutes out and fell into gravel and yellow dust because the assault boat Farcaster portal was facing down a steep incline made slick with mud and the blood of the first squads through. Kassad lay in the mud and looked down the hillside at madness. 10 of the 17 Farcaster assault boats were down and burning, scattered across the foothills and plantation fields like broken toys. The containment fields of the surviving boats were shrinking under an onslaught of missile and CPV fire that turned the landing areas into domes of orange flame. Kassad's tactical display was a hopeless mess. His visor showed a garble of impossible fire vectors, blinking red phosphors where force troops lay dying, and overlays of Ouster jamming ghosts. Someone was screaming, "Oh, God damn it! God damn it! Oh, God damn it!" on his primary command circuit, and the implants registered a void where command group's data should be. An enlisted man helped him up. Kassad flicked mud off his command wand and got out of the way of the next squad Farcasting through, and the war was on. From his first minutes on South Brescia, Kassad realized that the new Bushido was dead. 80,000 superbly armed and trained force ground troops advanced from their staging areas, seeking battle in an unpopulated place. Ouster forces retreated behind a line of scorched earth, leaving only booby traps and dead civilians. Force used Farcasters to outmaneuver the enemy, to force him to fight. The Ousters responded with a barrage of nuclear and plasma weapons, pinning the ground troops under force fields, while the Ouster infantry retreated to prepared defenses around cities and dropship staging areas. There were no quick victories in space to shift the balance on South Brescia. Despite feints and occasional fierce battles, the Ousters retained complete control of everything within 3 AU of Brescia. Force space units fell back and concentrated on keeping the fleet within Farcaster range and protecting the primary jump ship. What had been forecast as a 2-day battle ground on for 30 days, then 60. Warfare had been thrown back to the 20th or 21st century. Long, grim campaigns fought through the brick dust of ruined cities over the corpses of civilians. The 80,000 original force troops were ground up, reinforced with 100,000 more, and were still being decimated when the call went out for 200,000 more. Only the grim resolve of Maina Gladstone and a dozen other determined senators kept the war alive and the troops dying, while the billions of voices of the All-Thing and the AI Advisory Council called for disengagement. Kassad had understood the change of tactics almost at once. His street-fighting instincts had risen to the forefront even before most of his division was wiped out in the Battle of the Stone Heap. While other force commanders were all but ceasing to function, frozen into indecision by this violation of the new Bushido, Kassad, in command of his regiment and in temporary command of his division after the nuking of Command Group Delta, was trading men for time and calling for the release of fusion weapons to spearhead his own counterattack. By the time the Ousters withdrew 97 days after the force rescue of Brescia, Kassad had earned the double-edged nickname of the Butcher of South Brescia. It was rumored that even his own troops were afraid of him. And Kassad dreamed of her, with dreams that were more and less than dreams. On the last night of the battle for Stone Heap, in the maze of dark tunnels where Kassad and his hunter-killer groups used sonics and T5 gas to flush out the last warrens of Ouster commandos, the colonel fell asleep amid the flame and screams and felt the touch of her long fingers on his cheek and the soft compression of her breasts against him. When they entered New Vienna on the morning after the space strike Kassad had called in, the troops following the glass-smooth, 20-meter-wide burn grooves into the lanced city, Kassad had stared without blinking at the rows of human heads lying on the pavement, carefully lined up as if to welcome the rescuing force troops with their accusatory stares. Kassad had returned to his command EMV, closed the hatches, and, curling up in the warm darkness, smelling of rubber, heated plastics, charged ions, had heard her whispers over the babble of the C3 channels and implant coding. On the night before the Ouster retreat, Kassad left the command conference on the HS Brazil, forecast to his HQ in the Indelibles north of the Hine Valley, and took his command car to the summit to watch the final bombardment. The nearest of the tactical nuclear strikes was 45 kilometers away. The plasma bombs blossomed like orange and blood-red flowers planted in a perfect grid. Kassad counted more than 200 dancing columns of green light as the hell-whip lances ripped the broad plateau to shreds. And even before he slept, while he sat on the flare skirt of the EMV and shook pale after-images from his eyes, she came. She wore a pale blue dress and walked lightly between the dead burroot plants on the hillside. The breeze lifted the hem of the soft fabric of her dress. Her face and arms were pale, almost translucent. She called his name. He could almost hear the words. And then the second wave of bombardment rolled in across the plain below him, and everything was lost in noise and flame. As tends to be the case in a universe apparently ruled by irony, Fedman Kassad passed unscathed through 97 days of the worst fighting the Hegemony had ever seen, only to be wounded 2 days after the last of the Ousters had retreated to their fleeing swarmships. He was in the Civic Center building in Buckminster, one of only 3 buildings left standing in the city, giving curt answers to stupid questions from a World Web news team, when a plasma booby trap no larger than a microswitch exploded 15 floors above, blew the news team and 2 of Kassad's aides through a ventilator grill into the street beyond, and dropped the building on him. Kassad was medevaced to Division HQ, and then farcast to the jump ship now in orbit around Brescia's second moon. There he was resuscitated and put on full life support while the military brass and Hegemony politicians decided what to do with him. Because of the Farcaster connection and the real-time media coverage of Brescia, Colonel Fedman Kassad had become somewhat of a cause célèbre. Those billions who had been appalled by the unprecedented savagery of the South Brescia campaign would have been pleased to see Kassad court-martialed or tried for war crimes. CEO Gladstone and many others considered Kassad and the other force commanders as saviors. In the end, Kassad was put on a hospital spin ship for the slow trip back to the web. Since most of the physical repair would be done in fugue anyway, it made some sense to let the old hospital ships work on the seriously wounded and the revivable dead. By the time Kassad and the other patients reached the world web, they would be ready for active duty. More importantly, Kassad would have accrued a time debt of at least 18 standard months, and whatever controversy surrounded him might well be over by that time. Cassad awoke to see the dark shape of a woman bending over him. For a second he was sure that it was she, and then he realized that it was a force medic. "Am I dead?" he whispered. "You were. You're on the HS Merrick. You've been through resuscitation and renewal several times, but you probably don't remember because of the fugue hangover. We're ready to start the next step in physical therapy. Do you feel like trying to walk?" Cassad lifted his arm to cover his eyes. Even through the disorientation of fugue state, he now remembered the painful therapy sessions, the long hours in the RNA virus baths, and the surgery. Most of all, the surgery. "What's our route?" he asked, still shielding his eyes. "I forget how we're getting back to the web." The medic smiled, as if this were a question he asked each time he came out of fugue. Perhaps it was. "We'll be putting in at Hyperion and Garden," she said. "We're just entering the orbit of—" The woman was interrupted by the sound of the end of the world. Great brass trumpets blowing, metal ripping, fury screaming. Cassad rolled off the bed, wrapping the mattress around him as he fell in the 1/6 G. Hurricane winds slid him across the deck and hurled pitchers, trays, bedclothes, books, bodies, metal instruments, and countless other objects at him. Men and women were screaming, their voices rising through falsetto as the air rushed out of the ward. Cassad felt the mattress slam into the wall. He looked out between clenched fists. A meter from him, a football-sized spider with wildly waving legs was trying to force itself into a crack which had suddenly appeared in the bulkhead. The thing's jointless legs seemed to be swatting at the paper and other detritus whirling around it. The spider rotated, and Cassad realized that it was the head of the medic. She had been decapitated in the initial explosion. Her long hair writhed at Cassad's face. Then the crack widened to the width of a fist, and the head disappeared through it. Cassad pulled himself up just as the boom arm quit spinning, and up ceased to be. The only forces now in play were the hurricane winds still flinging everything in the ward toward the cracks and gaps in the bulkhead, and the sickening lurch and tumble of the ship. Cassad swam against it all, pulling himself toward the door to the boom arm corridor, using every handhold he could find, kicking free the last 5 meters. A metal tray struck him above the eye. A corpse with hemorrhaged eyes almost tumbled him back into the ward. The airtight emergency doors were slamming uselessly into a dead Marine, whose space-suited body blocked the seal from closing. Cassad rolled through the boom arm shaft and pulled the corpse after him. The door sealed behind him, but there was no more air in the shaft than there had been in the ward. Somewhere a klaxon scream thinned to inaudibility. Cassad also screamed, trying to relieve the pressure so that his lungs and eardrums would not burst. The boom arm was still draining air. He and the corpse were being sucked the 130 meters to the main body of the ship. He and the dead Marine tumbled along the boom arm shaft in a grisly waltz. It took Cassad 20 seconds to slap open the emergency releases on the Marine suit, another minute to eject the man's corpse, and to get his own body in. He was at least 10 centimeters taller than the dead man, and although the suit was built to allow some expansion, it still pinched painfully at his neck and wrists and knees. The helmet squeezed his forehead like a cushioned vise. Gobbets of blood and a moist white material clung to the inside of the visor. The piece of shrapnel which had killed the Marine had left entrance and exit holes, but the suit had done its best to seal itself. Most of the chest lights were red, and the suit did not respond when Cassad ordered it to give a status report, but the rebreather worked, although with a worrying rasp. Cassad tried the suit radio. Nothing, not even background static. He found the comlog lead, jacked into a hull Termex. Nothing. The ship pitched again then, metal reverberating to a succession of blows, and Cassad was thrown against the wall of the boom arm shaft. One of the transport cages tumbled by, its severed cables whipping like the tentacles of an agitated sea anemone. There were corpses in the cage, and more bodies tangled along the segments of spiral staircase still intact along the shaft wall. Cassad kicked the remaining distance to the end of the shaft and found all of the airtight doors there sealed, the boom arm shaft itself irised shut. But there were holes in the primary bulkhead large enough to drive a commercial EMV through. The ship lurched again and began to tumble more wildly, imparting complex new Coriolis forces to Cassad and everything else in the shaft. Kassad hung on torn metal and pulled himself through a rent in the triple hull of the H.S. Merrick. He almost laughed when he saw the interior. Whoever had lanced the old hospital ship had done it right, chopping and stabbing the hull with CPBs until pressure seals failed, self-seal units ruptured, damage control remotes overloaded, and the interior bulkheads collapsed. Then the enemy ship had put missiles into the guts of the hulk with warheads of what the Force Space people quaintly called canister shot. The effect had been quite similar to setting off an anti-personnel grenade in a crowded rat maze. Lights shone through 1,000 holes, here and there becoming colorful rays where they found a colloidal base in floating haze of dust or blood or lubricant. From where Kassad hung, twisting with the lurch and tumble of the ship, he could see a score or more of bodies, naked and torn, each moving with the deceptive underwater ballet grace of the zero-gravity dead. Most of the corpses floated within their own small solar systems of blood and tissue. Several of them watched Kassad with the cartoon character stares of their pressure-expanded eyes, and seemed to beckon him closer with random, languid movements of arms and hands. Kassad kicked through the wreckage to reach the main drop shaft to the command core. He had seen no weapons. It seemed that no one except the Marine had managed to suit up. But he knew that there would be a weapons locker in the command core or in the Marine quarters aft. Kassad stopped at the last torn pressure seal and stared. He did laugh this time. Beyond this point, there was no main drop shaft, no aft section. There was no ship. This section, a boom arm and medical ward mod, a ragged chunk of the hull, had been ripped free of the ship as easily as Beowulf had torn the arm from Grendel's body. The final unsealed doorway to the drop shaft led to open space. Some kilometers away, Kassad could see a dozen other ravaged fragments of the H.S. Merrick tumbling in the glare of sunlight. A green and lapis planet loomed so close that Kassad felt a surge of acrophobia and clung more tightly to the doorframe. Even as he watched, a star moved above the limb of the planet, laser weapons winked their ruby Morse, and a gutted ship section half a kilometer away across the gulf of vacuum from Kassad burst again in a gout of vaporized metal, freezing volatiles, and tumbling black specks which Kassad realized were bodies. Kassad pulled himself deeper into the concealing tangle of wreckage and considered his situation. The Marine's suit could not last more than another hour. Already Kassad could smell the rotten eggs stench of the malfunctioning rebreather, and he had seen no airtight compartment or container during his struggle through the wreckage. And even if he found a closet or airlock to shelter in, what then? Kassad did not know if the planet below was Hyperion or Garden, but he was sure that there was no force presence on either world. He was also quite sure that no local defense forces would challenge an Ouster warship. It would be days before any patrol craft investigated the wreckage. It was quite possible, Kassad knew, that the orbit of the tumbling piece of junk he now inhabited would decay before they sent anyone up to check on it, sending thousands of tons of twisted metal burning through the atmosphere. The locals would not like that, Kassad knew, but from their point of view it might be preferable to let a bit of sky fall than to antagonize the Ousters. If the planet had primitive orbital defenses or ground-based CPBs, he realized with a grim smile, it would make more sense for them to blast the wreckage than to fire on the Ouster ship. It would make no difference to Kassad. Unless he did something quickly, he would be dead long before the remnants of the ship entered atmosphere or the locals took action. The Marine's amplification shield had been cracked by the shrapnel which had killed him, but now Kassad tugged what was left of the viewplate down over the visor. Telltales winked red, but there was still enough suit power to show the amplified view glowing pale green through the spiderweb of cracks. Kassad watched as the Ouster torch ship stood off 100 clicks, its defense fields blurring background stars, and launched several objects. For an instant, Kassad was sure that these were the coup de grace missiles, and he found himself grinning joylessly at the certainty of having only a few seconds to live. Then he noticed their low velocity and notched the amplification higher. The power lights blinked red, and the amplifier failed, but not before Kassad had seen the tapering ovoid shapes, spotted with thrusters and cockpit blisters, each trailing a tangle of 6 jointless manipulator arms. Squids, the Force Space people had called the Ouster boarding craft. Kassad pulled himself farther back in the wreckage. He had only a few minutes before one or more of the squids reached his piece of the ship. How many Ousters would one of those things carry? 10? 20? Kassad was sure that it would be no fewer than 10. and they would be well armed and rigged with infrared and motion sensors. The elite Ouster equivalent of Hegemony Space Marines, the commandos would not only have been trained for free-fall combat, but had been born and bred to zero-G. Their long limbs, prehensile toes, and prosthetic tails would be added advantages for this environment, although Kassad doubted that they needed any more advantages than they already had. He began to pull himself carefully back through the labyrinth of twisted metal, fighting the adrenaline fear surge that made him want to kick off screaming through the darkness. What did they want? Prisoners. That would solve his immediate survival problem. All he had to do to survive was surrender. The difficulty with that solution was that Kassad had seen the Force Intelligence hullahs of the Ouster ship they had captured off Brescia. There had been more than 200 prisoners in the storage bay of that ship, and the Ousters obviously had many questions for these Hegemony citizens. Perhaps they had found it inconvenient to feed and imprison so many, or perhaps it was their basic interrogation policy. But the fact was that the Brescian civilians and captured Force troops had been found flayed open and pinned down on steel trays like frogs in a biology lab, their organs bathed with nutrient fluids, arms and legs efficiently amputated, eyes removed, and their minds readied for interrogators' questions with crude cortical comtaps and shunt plugs jacked directly through 3-centimeter holes in the skulls. Kassad pulled himself along, floating through debris and the tangled entrails of the ship's wiring. He felt no inclination whatsoever to surrender. The tumbling hulk vibrated and then steadied some, as at least one of the squids attached itself to the hull or bulkhead. Think, Kassad commanded. He needed a weapon more than a hiding place. Had he seen anything during his crawl through the wreckage that would help him survive? Kassad stopped moving and hung from an exposed section of fiber optic cable while he thought. The medical ward where he had awakened, beds, fugue tanks, intensive care apparatus, most of it expelled through the breaches in the spin-mod's hull. Boom arm shaft, elevator cage, corpses on the stairs. No weapons. Most of the bodies had been stripped by the canister shot explosions or sudden decompression. The elevator cables? No. Too long, impossible to sever without tools. Tools? He had seen none. The medical offices flayed open along the corridors beyond the main drop shaft. Medical imaging rooms, MRI tanks, and CPD bays flung open like looted sarcophagi. At least one operating room intact, its interior a maze of scattered instruments and floating cables. The solarium, scraped clean when the windows exploded outward. Patients' lounges, medics' lounges, the scrub rooms, corridors, and unidentifiable cubicles. The corpses. Kassad hung there a second longer, oriented himself in the tumbling maze of light and shadow, and then kicked off. He had hoped for 10 minutes. He was given less than 8. He knew that the Ousters would be methodical and efficient, but had underestimated how efficient they could be in zero-G. He gambled his life that there would be at least 2 of them on each sweep, basic Space Marine procedure, much as Force Ground jump rats had learned to go door-to-door in city fighting, one to burst into each room, the other to provide cover fire. If there were more than 2, if the Ousters worked in squads of 4, Kassad almost certainly would be dead. He was floating in the middle of Operating Room 3 when the Ouster came through the door. Kassad's rebreather had all but failed. He was floating immobile, gasping foul air, as the Ouster commando swung in, swung aside, and brought his 2 weapons to bear on the unarmed figure in a battered Marine spacesuit. Kassad had bargained that the gruesome condition of his suit and visor would gain him a second or 2. Behind his gore-smeared faceplate, Kassad's eyes stared sightlessly upward as the Ouster's chest light swept across him. The commando carried 2 weapons, a sonic stunner in one hand, and a smaller but much more lethal tight-beam pistol in the long toes of his left foot. He raised the sonic. Kassad had time to notice the killing spike on the prosthetic tail, and then he triggered the mouse in his gauntleted right hand. It had taken Kassad most of his 8 minutes to tie in the emergency generator to the operating room circuits. Not all of the surgery lasers had survived, but 6 still worked. Kassad had positioned 4 of the smaller ones to cover the area just to the left of the doorway, the 2 bone cutters to target the space to the right. The Ouster had moved to the right. The Ouster's suit exploded. The lasers continued to slice away in their pre-programmed circles as Kassad propelled himself forward, ducking under the blue beams, now swirling in a spreading mist of useless suit sealant and boiling blood. He wrested the sonic away, just as the second ouster swung into the room, agile as an old Earth chimp. Cassad pressed the sonic against the man's helmet and fired. The suited figure went limp. The prosthetic tail spasmed a few times from random nerve impulses. Triggering the sonic that close was no way to take a prisoner. A burst from that distance turned a human brain into something resembling oatmeal mush. Cassad did not want to take a prisoner. He kicked free, grabbed a girder, swept the active sonic across the open doorway. No one else came through. A check 20 seconds later showed an empty corridor. Cassad ignored the first body and stripped the man with the intact suit. The commando was naked under the spacesuit, and it turned out not to be a man. The female commando had short-cropped blonde hair, small breasts, and a tattoo just above her line of pubic hair. She was very pale, and droplets of blood floated from her nose, ears, and eyes. Cassad made a note that the Ousters used women in their Marines. All of the Ouster bodies on Brescia had been male. He kept his helmet and rebreather pack on as he kicked the body aside and tugged on the unfamiliar suit. Vacuum exploded blood vessels in his flesh. Deep cold nipped at him as he struggled with strange clasps and locks. Tall as he was too short for the woman's suit. He could operate the hand gauntlets by stretching, but the foot gloves and tail connections were hopeless. He let them hang useless as he bailed out of his own helmet and wrestled the ouster bubble into place. Lights in the collar disc key glowed amber and violet. Cassad heard the rush of air through aching eardrums, and almost gagged as a thick, rich stench assailed him. He assumed it was the sweet smell of home to an ouster. Earphone patches in the bubble whispered coded commands in a language which sounded like an audio tape of ancient English played backward at high speed. Cassad was gambling again, this time on the fact that ouster ground units on Brescia had functioned as semi-independent teams united by voice radio and basic telemetry, rather than a force ground type of tactical implant web. If they used the same system here, then the commando leader might know that 2 of his or her troops were missing, possibly even have medcom readings on them, but might not know exactly where they were. Cassad decided that it was time to quit hypothesizing and to get moving. He programmed the mouse to have the surgical lasers fire on anything entering the operating room, and then stumbled his way down the corridor. Moving in one of these damn suits, he thought, was like trying to walk in a gravity field while standing on your own trousers. He had brought along both energy pistols and, finding no belt, lock rings, hooks, Velcro pads, mag clamps, or pockets to secure them with, now floated along like some drunken holodrama pirate, a weapon in each hand, bouncing from wall to wall. Reluctantly, he left one pistol floating behind him while he tried to hook himself along one-handed. The gauntlet fit like a size 15 mitten on a size 2 hand. The damned tail wobbled, banged against his helmet bubble, and was a literal pain in the ass. Twice he squeezed into crevices when he saw lights in the distance. He was just about to the deck opening where he had watched the squid approach when he rounded a corner and almost floated into 3 ouster commandos. The fact that he was wearing an ouster suit gave him at least a 2-second advantage. He shot the first suited figure in the helmet at point-blank range. The second man, or woman, fired a wild sonic burst past Cassad's left shoulder a second before he put 3 bolts into the ouster's chest plate. The third commando flipped backward, found 3 handholds, and was out of sight around a broken bulkhead before Cassad could retarget. His headset rang with curses, commands, and questions. Cassad gave silent chase. The third ouster would have escaped if he had not rediscovered honor and turned to fight. Cassad felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu as he put an energy bolt through the man's left eye from 5 meters away. The corpse tumbled backward into sunlight. Cassad pulled himself to the opening and stared at the squid moored not 20 meters away. It was, he thought, the first undiluted piece of luck he had had in some time. He kicked across the gap, knowing that if someone wanted to shoot him from the squid or the wreckage, there was nothing he could do about it. He felt the scrotum-lifting tension he always experienced when he was an obvious target. No shots were fired. Commands and interrogatives squawked in his ears. He could not understand them, did not know where they originated, and on the whole thought it best if he stayed out of the dialogue. The clumsiness of the suit almost caused him to miss the squid. He thought briefly that such an anticlimax would be the universe's fitting verdict on his martial pretensions. The brave warrior floating off into near-planet orbit, No maneuvering systems, no propellant, no reaction mass of any sort. Even the pistol was non-recoil. He would end his life as useless and harmless as a child's runaway balloon. Cassad stretched until his joints popped, caught a whip antenna, and pulled himself hand over hand to the squid's hull. Where the hell was the airlock? The hull was relatively smooth for a spacefaring vessel, but was decorated with a riot of designs, decals, and panels announcing what he assumed were the Ouster equivalents of No Step and Danger Thruster Port. No entrances were visible. He guessed that there were Ousters on board, a pilot at least, and that they were probably wondering why their returning commando was crawling around the hull like a spavined crab rather than cycling the airlock. Or perhaps they knew why, and were waiting inside with drawn pistols. At any rate, it was obvious that no one was going to open the door for him. The hell with it, thought Cassad, and shot out one of the observation blisters. The Ousters kept a tidy ship. Not much more than the equivalent of a few lost paper clips and coins geysered out with the ship's air. Cassad waited until the eruption had died down and squeezed through the gap. He was in the carrier section, a cushioned hold looking a lot like the jump rat bay of any dropship or APC. Cassad made a mental note that a squid probably held about 20 Ouster commandos in full vacuum combat gear. Now it was empty. An open hatch led to the cockpit. Only the command pilot had remained on board, and he was in the final process of unbelting when Cassad shot him. Cassad pushed the body into the carrier section and strapped himself into what he hoped was the command chair. Warm sunlight came through the blister above him. Video monitors and console hollas showed scenes from dead ahead, astern, and shoulder camera glimpses of the search operation inside. Cassad caught a glimpse of the nude body in Operating Room 3, and several figures in a firefight with surgical lasers. In the holodramas of Fedman Cassad's childhood, heroes always seemed to know how to operate skimmers, spacecraft, exotic EMVs, and other strange machinery whenever the need arose. Cassad had been trained to handle military transports, simple tanks, and APCs, even an assault boat or dropship if he was desperate. If stranded on a runaway force spacecraft, a remote possibility, he could find his way around the command core sufficiently to communicate with the primary computer, or put out a distress call on a radio or fatline transmitter. Sitting in the command chair of an Ouster squid, Cassad did not have a clue. That was not quite true. He immediately recognized the remote grip slots for the squid's tentacle manipulators, and given 2 or 3 hours of thought and inspection, he might have figured out several other controls. He did not have the time. The forward screen showed 3 spacesuited figures jumping for the squid, firing as they came. The pale, oddly alien head of an Ouster commander suddenly materialized on the holoconsole. Cassad heard shouts from his bubble ear patches. Globules of sweat hung in front of his eyes and streaked the inside of his helmet. He shook them away as best he could, squinted at the control consoles, and pushed several likely-looking surfaces. If there were voice command circuits, override controls, or a suspicious ship's computer, Cassad knew he was screwed. He had thought of all this in the second or two before he shot the pilot, but had not been able to think of a way to coerce or trust the man. No, this had to be the way, thought Cassad, even as he tapped more control surfaces. A thruster began firing. The squid pulled and tugged at its moorings. Cassad bounced back and forth in his webbing. "Shit," he whispered, his first audible comment since he had asked the force medic where the ship was putting in. He strained far enough forward to get his gauntleted fingers into the grip slots. 4 of the 6 manipulators released. 1 ripped off. The final one tore away a chunk of bulkhead from the HS Merrick. The squid tumbled free. Video cameras showed 2 of the spacesuited figures missing their jumps, the third clutching at the same whip antenna which had saved Cassad. Knowing roughly where the thruster controls were now, Cassad tapped in a frenzy. An overhead light came on. All of the holoprojectors went dead. The squid commenced a maneuver which incorporated all of the most violent elements of pitch, roll, and yaw. Cassad saw the spacesuited form tumble past the overhead blister, appear briefly on the forward video screen, become a speck on the aft screen. The Ouster was still firing energy bolts as he, or she, became too small to see. Cassad struggled to stay conscious as the violent tumbling continued. Various voice and visual alarms were screaming for his attention. Cassad tapped at thruster controls, considered it a success, and pulled his hands away when he felt as if he were being pulled apart in only 2 directions rather than 5. A random camera shot showed him that the torch ship was receding. Good. Cassad had no doubt that the Ouster warship could destroy him at any second, and that it would if he approached or threatened it in any way. He did not know if the squid was armed, personally doubted if it would carry anything larger than anti-personnel weapons, but he knew beyond a doubt that no torch ship commander would allow an out-of-control shuttlecraft to come anywhere near his ship. Cassad assumed that the Ousters all knew by now that the squid had been hijacked by the enemy. He would not be surprised, disappointed but not surprised, if the torch ship vaporized him at any second. But in the meantime he was counting on 2 emotions that were quintessentially human, if not necessarily Ouster human: curiosity and the desire for revenge. Curiosity, he knew, could easily be overridden in times of stress, but he counted on a paramilitary, semi-feudal culture like the Ousters to be deeply involved with revenge. Everything else being equal, with no chance to hurt them further, and almost no chance to escape, it would seem that Colonel Fedman Cassad had become a prime candidate for one of their dissection trays. He hoped so. Cassad looked at the forward video display, frowned, and loosened his harness long enough to look out the overhead blister. The ship was tumbling, but not nearly so violently as before. The planet seemed closer. One hemisphere filled the view above him, but he had no idea how close the squid was to atmosphere. He could read none of the data displays. He could only guess what their orbital velocity had been and how violent a re-entry shock would be. His one long glimpse from the wreckage of the Merrick had suggested to Cassad that they were very close, perhaps only 500 or 600 clicks above the surface, and in the kind of parking orbit which he knew preceded the launching of dropships. Cassad tried to wipe his face and frowned when the tips of loose gauntlet fingers tapped at his visor. He was tired. Hell, only a few hours earlier he had been in fugue, and just a few ship weeks before that he had almost certainly been body dead. He wondered if the world below was Hyperion or Garden. He had been to neither, but knew that Garden was more widely settled, closer to becoming a hegemony colony. He hoped it was Garden. The torch ship launched 3 assault boats. Cassad saw them clearly before the aft camera panned beyond range. He tapped at the thruster controls until it felt as though the ship was tumbling more quickly toward the wall of planet above. There was little else he could do. The squid reached atmosphere before the 3 Ouster assault boats reached the squid. The boats undoubtedly were armed and well within range, but someone on the command circuit must have been curious, or furious. Cassad's squid was in no way aerodynamic. As with most ship-to-ship craft, the squid could flirt with planetary atmospheres, but was doomed if it dove too deeply into the gravity well. Cassad saw the telltale red glow of re-entry, heard the ion build up on the active radio channels, and suddenly wondered if this had been such a good idea. Atmospheric drag stabilized the squid, and Cassad felt the first tentative tug of gravity as he searched the console and the command chair arms for the control circuit he prayed would be there. A static-filled video screen showed one of the dropships growing a blue plasma tail as it decelerated. The illusion created was similar to that encountered when one skydiver watched another open his chute or activate his suspension rig. The assault boat seemed to climb suddenly. Cassad had other things to worry about. There seemed to be no obvious bailout control, no ejection apparatus. Every force space shuttle carried some sort of atmospheric egress device. It was a custom dating back almost 8 centuries to when the entire realm of spaceflight consisted only of tentative excursions just above the skin of old Earth's atmosphere. A ship-to-ship shuttle probably would never need a planetary bailout device, but age-old fears written into ancient regulations tended to die hard. Or so the theory went. Cassad could find nothing. The ship was quaking now, spinning, and beginning to heat up in earnest. Cassad slapped open his harness release and pulled himself toward the rear of the squid, not even sure what he was looking for. Suspension packs? Parachutes? A set of wings? There was nothing in the troop carrier section except the corpse of the Ouster pilot and a few storage compartments not much larger than lunchboxes. Cassad tore through them, finding nothing bigger than a medkit. No miracle devices. Cassad could hear the squid shaking and beginning to break up as he hung on a pivot ring, and all but accepted the fact that the Ousters had not wasted money or space on such low-probability rescue devices for their squids. Why should they? Their lifetimes were spent in the darknesses between star systems. Their concept of an atmosphere was the 8-click pressurized tube of a can city. The external audio sensors on Kassad's bubble helmet began to pick up the raging hiss of air on the hull and through the broken blister in the aft section. Kassad shrugged. He had gambled too many times and lost. The squid shuddered and bounced. Kassad could hear the manipulator tentacles tearing away from the bow. The Ouster's corpse suddenly was sucked up and out of the broken blister like an ant into a vacuum cleaner. Kassad clung to the pivot ring and stared through the open hatch at the control seats in the cockpit. It struck him that they were wonderfully archaic, like something out of a textbook of the earliest spacecraft. Parts of the ship's exterior were burning away now, roaring past the observation blisters like gobbets of lava. Kassad closed his eyes and tried to remember lectures from Olympus Command School on the structure and layout of ancient space-going craft. The squid began a terminal tumble. The noise was incredible. "By Allah," gasped Kassad, a cry he had not uttered since childhood. He began pulling himself forward into the cockpit, bracing himself on the open hatch, finding handholds on the deck as if he were climbing a vertical wall. He was climbing a wall. The squid had spun, stabilized in a stern-first death dive. Kassad climbed under a 3G load, knowing that a single slip would break every bone in his body. Behind him, atmospheric hiss turned to a scream, and then to a dragon roar. The troop carrier section was burning through in fierce, molten explosions. Climbing into the command seat was like negotiating a rock overhang with the weight of 2 other climbers swinging from his back. The clumsy gauntlets made his grip on the headrest even less sure as Kassad hung over the vertical drop to the flaming cauldron of the carrier section. The ship lurched. Kassad swung his legs up, and he was in the command seat. The display videos were dead. Flame heated the overhead blister to a sick red. Kassad almost lost consciousness as he bent forward, his fingers feeling in the darkness below the command seat, between his knees. There was nothing. Wait. A hand grip. No, sweet Christ and Allah. A D-ring. Something out of the history books. The squid began to break up. Overhead, the blister burned through and spattered liquid perspex throughout the interior of the cockpit, splashing Kassad's suit and visor. He smelled plastic melting. The squid was spinning as it broke up. Kassad's sight turned pink, dimmed, was gone. He used numb fingers to tighten the harness. Tighter. Either it was cutting into his chest or the perspex had burned through. His hand went back to the D-ring. Fingers too clumsy to close around it. No. Pull. Too late. The squid flew apart in a final screech and explosion of flame, the control console tearing through the cockpit in 10,000 shrapnel-sized bits. Kassad was slammed into his seat. Up. Out. Into the heart of the flame. Tumbling. Kassad was dimly aware that the seat was projecting its own containment field as it tumbled. Flame was centimeters from his face. Pyrobolts fired, kicking the ejection seat out of the squid's blazing slipstream. The command seat made its own track of blue flame across the sky. Microprocessors spun the seat so that the disk of the force field was between Kassad and the furnace of friction. A giant sat on Kassad's chest as he decelerated across 2,000 kilometers of sky at 8 gravities. Kassad forced his eyelids open once, noted that he lay curled in the belly of a long column of blue-white flame, and then he closed his eyes again. He saw no sign of a control for a parachute, suspension pack, or any other braking device. It didn't matter. He could not move his arms or hands in any case. The giant shifted, grew heavier. Kassad realized that part of his helmet bubble had melted or been blown away. The noise was indescribable. It didn't matter. He closed his eyes more tightly. It was a good time to take a nap. Kassad opened his eyes and saw the dark shape of a woman bending over him. For a second he thought it was her. He looked again and realized that it was her. She touched his cheek with cool fingers. "Am I dead?" whispered Kassad, raising his own hand to grip her wrist. "No." Her voice was soft and throaty, burred with the hint of an accent he could not place. He had never heard her speak before. "You're real?" "Yes." Cassad sighed and looked around. He lay naked under a thin robe on some sort of couch or platform set in the middle of a dark, cavernous room. Overhead, starlight was visible through a broken roof. Cassad raised his other hand to touch her shoulder. Her hair was a dark nimbus above him. She wore a loose, thin gown which, even in the starlight, allowed him to see the outlines of her body. He caught her scent, the fragrant hint of soap and skin, and her, that he knew so well from their other times together. "You must have questions," she whispered, as Cassad released the gold clasp which held her gown in place. The gown whispered to the floor. She wore nothing underneath. Above them, the band of the Milky Way was clearly visible. "No," said Cassad, and pulled her to him. Toward morning a breeze arose, but Cassad pulled the light cover over them. The thin material seemed to preserve all of their body heat, and they lay together in perfect warmth. Somewhere sand or snow rasped at bare walls. The stars were very clear and very bright. They awoke at the first hint of dawn, their faces close together under the silken coverlet. She ran her hand down Cassad's side, finding old and recent scars. "Your name?" whispered Cassad. "Hush," she whispered back, her hand sliding lower. Cassad moved his face into the scented curve of her neck. Her breasts were soft against him. Night paled to morning. Somewhere sand or snow blew against bare walls. They made love, slept, made love again. In full light they rose and dressed. She had laid out underwear, gray tunic and trousers for Cassad. They fit perfectly, as did the sponge socks and soft boots. The woman wore a similar outfit of navy blue. "Your name?" Cassad asked, as they left the building with the shattered dome and walked through a dead city. "Moneda," said his dream, "or Mnemosyne, whichever name pleases you more." "Moneda," whispered Cassad. He looked up at a small sun rising into a lapis sky. "This is Hyperion?" "Yes." "How did I land? Suspensor field? Parachute?" "You descended under a wing of gold foil." "I don't hurt. There were no wounds." "They were tended to." "What is this place?" "The city of poets, abandoned more than 100 years ago. Beyond that hill lie the time tombs." "The Ouster assault boats that were following me?" "One landed nearby. The Pain Lord took the crew unto himself. The other two sat down some distance away." "Who is the Pain Lord?" "Come," said Moneda. The dead city ended in desert. Fine sand slid across white marble half buried in dunes. To the west, an Ouster dropship sat with its portals irised open. Nearby, on a fallen column, a therm cube yielded hot coffee and fresh-baked rolls. They ate and drank in silence. Cassad worked to recall the legends of Hyperion. "The Pain Lord is the Shrike," he said at last. "Of course." "You're from here? From the city of poets?" Moneda smiled and slowly shook her head. Cassad finished his coffee and set the cup down. The feeling that he was in a dream persisted, much stronger than during any sim he had ever participated in. But the coffee had tasted pleasantly bitter. The sun was warm on his face and hands. "Come, Cassad," said Moneda. They crossed expanses of cold sand. Cassad found himself glancing skyward, knowing that the Ouster torch ship could lance them from orbit, then knowing with a sudden certainty that it would not. The time tombs lay in a valley. A low obelisk glowed softly. A stone sphinx seemed to absorb the light. A complex structure of twisted pylons threw shadows onto itself. Other tombs were silhouettes against the rising sun. Each of the tombs had a door, and each door was open. Cassad knew that they had been open when the first explorers discovered the tombs and that the structures were empty. More than 3 centuries of searching for hidden rooms, tombs, vaults, and passageways had been fruitless. "This is as far as you can go," Moneda said, as they neared the cliff at the head of the valley. "The time tides are strong today." Cassad's tactical implant was silent. He had no comlog. He searched his memory. "There are anti-entropic force fields around the time tombs," he said. "Yes." The tombs are ancient. The anti-entropic fields keep them from aging. No, said Moneta. The time tides drive the tombs backward through time. Backward through time, Cassad repeated stupidly. Look. Shimmering, mirage-like, a tree of steel thorns appeared out of the haze, and a sudden dust storm of ochre sand. The thing seemed to fill the valley, rising at least 200 meters to the height of the cliffs. Branches shifted, dissolved, and reformed like elements of a poorly tuned hologram. Sunlight danced on 5-meter-long thorns. Corpses of Ouster men and women, all naked, were impaled on at least a score of these thorns. Other branches held other bodies. Not all were human. The dust storm obscured the view for a moment, and when the wind subsided, the vision was gone. Come, said Moneta. Cassad followed her through the fringes of the time tides, avoiding the ebb and flow of the anti-entropic field the way children would play tag with an ocean surf on a broad beach. Cassad felt the pull of the time tides like waves of déjà vu, tugging at every cell of his body. Just beyond the entrance to the valley, where hills opened to the dunes and low moors led to the city of poets, Moneta touched a wall of blue slate, and an entrance opened to a long, low room set into the cliff face. "Is this where you live?" asked Cassad, but saw immediately that there were no signs of habitation. The stone walls of the room were inset with shelves and crowded niches. "We must ready ourselves," whispered Moneta, and the lighting shifted to a golden hue. A long rack lowered its wares. A wafer-thin strip of reflective polymer curtained from the ceiling to serve as a mirror. Cassad watched with the calm passivity of a dreamer as Moneta stripped off her clothes, and then his. Their nudity was no longer erotic, merely ceremonial. "You have been in my dreams for years," he told her. "Yes, your past, my future. The shock wave of events moves across time like ripples on a pond." Cassad blinked as she raised a gold ferrule and touched his chest. He felt a slight shock, and his flesh became a mirror, his head and face a featureless ovoid reflecting all the color tones and textures of the room. A second later, Moneta joined him, her body becoming a cascade of reflections, water over quicksilver, over chrome. Cassad saw his own reflecting a reflection in every curve and muscle of her body. Moneta's breasts caught and bent the light. Her nipples rose like small splashes on a mirrored pond. Cassad moved to embrace her, and felt their surfaces flow together like magnetized fluid. Under the connected fields, his flesh touched hers. "Your enemies await beyond the city," she whispered. The chrome of her face flowed with light. "Enemies?" "The Ousters, the ones who followed you here." Cassad shook his head, saw the reflection do likewise. "They're not important anymore." "Oh, yes," whispered Moneta. "The enemy is always important. You must arm yourself." "With what?" But even as he spoke, Cassad realized that she was touching him with a bronze sphere, a dull blue toroid. His altered body spoke to him now as clearly as troops reporting in on an implant command circuit. Cassad felt the bloodlust build in him with turgid strength. "Come." Moneta led the way into open desert again. The sunlight seemed polarized and heavy. Cassad felt that they were gliding across the dunes, flowing like liquid through the white marble streets of the dead city. Near the west end of town, near the shattered remnants of a structure still bearing the inscribed lintel of Poets' Amphitheater, something stood, waiting. For a second, Cassad thought it was another person wearing the chromium force fields he and Moneta were draped in, but only for a second. There was nothing human about this particular quicksilver over chrome construct. Cassad dreamily noted the 4 arms, retractable finger blades, the profusion of thorn spikes on throat, forehead, wrists, knees, and body. But not once did his gaze leave the 2,000-faceted eyes which burned with a red flame that paled sunlight and dimmed the day to blood shadows. "The Shrike," thought Cassad. "The Lord of Pain," whispered Moneta. The thing turned and led them out of the dead city. Cassad approved of the way the Ousters had prepared their defenses. The 2 assault boats were grounded less than half a kilometer apart, their guns, projectors, and missile turrets covering each other and a full 360 degrees of fire. Ouster ground troops had been busy digging revetments 100 meters out from the boats, and Cassad could see at least 2 EM tanks hull down, their projection arrays and launch tubes commanding the wide empty moor between the Poet City and the boats. Cassad's vision had been altered. He could see the overlapping ship containment fields as ribbons of yellow haze, the motion sensors and anti-personnel mines as eggs of pulsing red light. He blinked, realizing that something was wrong with the image. Then it came to him. Besides the thickness of the light and his enhanced perception of energy fields, nothing was moving. The ouster troops, even those set in attitudes of motion, were as stiff as the toy soldiers he had played with as a boy in the Tharsis slums. The EM tanks were dug into their hull-down positions, but Cassad noticed that now even their acquisition radars, visible to him as concentric purple arcs, were motionless. He glanced skyward and saw some sort of large bird hanging in the sky, as unmoving as an insect frozen in amber. He passed a cloud of wind-blown dust hanging suspended, extended one chrome hand, and flicked spirals of particles to the ground. Ahead of them, the Shrike strode casually through the red maze of sensor mines, stepped over the blue lines of trip beams, ducked under the violet pulses of the autofire scanners, passed through the yellow containment field and the green wall of the sonic defense perimeter, and walked into the assault boat's shadow. Moneta and Cassad followed. How is this possible? Cassad realized that he had posed the question through a medium that was something less than telepathy, but something far more sophisticated than implant conduction. He controls time. The Pain Lord? Of course. Why are we here? Moneta gestured toward the motionless ousters. They are your enemies. Cassad felt that he was finally awaking from a long dream. This was real. The ouster trooper's eyes, unblinking behind his helmet, were real. The ouster assault boat, rising like a bronze tombstone to his left, was real. Fedman Cassad realized that he could kill them all, commandos, assault boat crew, all of them, and they could do nothing about it. He knew that time had not stopped, any more than it stopped while a ship was under hawking drive. It was merely a matter of varying rates. The bird frozen above them would complete the flap of its wings, given enough minutes or hours. The ouster in front of him would close his eyes in a blink if Cassad had the patience to watch long enough. Meanwhile, Cassad and Moneta and the Shrike could kill all of them without the ousters realizing that they were under attack. It was not fair, Cassad realized. It was wrong. It was the ultimate violation of the new Bushido, worse in its way than the wanton murder of civilians. The essence of honor lay in the moment of combat between equals. He was about to communicate this to Moneta when she said, thought, "Watch." Time began again with an explosion of sound not unlike the rush of air into an airlock. The bird soared and circled overhead. A desert breeze threw dust against the static-charged containment field. An ouster commando rose from one knee, saw the Shrike and the two human shapes, screamed something over his tactical comm channel, and raised his energy weapon. The Shrike did not seem to move. To Cassad it merely ceased being here and appeared there. The ouster commando emitted a second, shorter scream, and then looked down in disbelief as the Shrike's arm withdrew with the man's heart in its bladed fist. The ouster stared, opened his mouth as if to speak, and collapsed. Cassad turned to his right and found himself face to face with an armored ouster. The commando ponderously lifted a weapon. Cassad swung his arm, felt the chrome force field hum, and saw the flat of his hand cut through body armor, helmet, and neck. The ouster's head rolled in the dust. Cassad leaped into a low trench and saw several troopers begin to turn. Time was still out of joint. The enemy moved in extreme slow motion 1 second, jerked like a damaged Hala to 4/5 speed in the next instant. They were never as quick as Cassad. Gone were his thoughts of the new Bushido. These were the barbarians who had tried to kill him. He broke one man's back, stepped aside, jabbed rigid chrome fingers through the body armor of a second man, crushed the larynx of a third, dodged a knife blade moving in slow motion, and kicked the spine out of the knife wielder. He leaped up out of the ditch. Cassad! Cassad ducked as the laser beam crept past his shoulder, burning its way through the air like a slow fuse of ruby light. Cassad smelled ozone as it crackled past. Impossible. I've dodged the laser. He picked up a stone and flung it at the ouster manning the tank-mounted hell whip. A sonic boom cracked. The gunner exploded backward. Cassad pulled a plasma grenade from a corpse's bandolier, leaped to the tank hatch, was 30 meters away before the explosion geysered flame as high as the assault boat's bow. Cassad paused in the eye of the storm to see Moneda in the center of her own circle of carnage. Blood splashed her, but did not adhere, flowing like oil on water across the rainbow curves of chin, shoulder, breast, and belly. She looked at him across the battlefield, and Cassad felt a renewed surge of bloodlust in himself. Behind her, the Shrike moved slowly through the chaos, choosing victims as if he were harvesting. Cassad watched the creature wink in and out of existence, and realized that to the Pain Lord, he and Moneda would appear to be moving as slowly as the Ousters did to Cassad. Time jumped, moved to 4/5 speed. The surviving troops were panicking now, firing into one another, deserting their posts, and fighting to get aboard the assault boat. Cassad tried to realize what the past minute or two had been like for them. Blurs moving through their defensive positions, comrades dying in great gouts of blood. Cassad watched Moneda moving through their ranks, killing at her leisure. To his amazement, he discovered that he had some control of time. Blink, and his opponents slowed to 1/3 speed. Blink, and events moved at nearly their normal pace. Cassad's sense of honor and sanity called out for him to stop the slaughter, but his almost sexual bloodlust overpowered any objections. Someone in the assault boat had sealed the airlock, and now a terrified commando used a shaped plasma charge to blow the portal open. The mob pressed in, trampling the wounded in their flight from unseen killers. Cassad followed them in. The phrase, "fight like a cornered rat," is an extremely apt description. Throughout the history of military encounters, human combatants have been known to fight at their fiercest when challenged in enclosed places where flight is not an option. Whether in the passageways of La Haie Sainte and Hougomont at Waterloo, or in the hive tunnels of Lucis, some of the most terrible hand-to-hand battles in history have been fought in cramped spaces where no retreat is possible. It was true this day. The Ousters fought, and died like cornered rats. The Shrike had disabled the assault boat. Moneda remained outside to kill the 30 commandos who had stayed at their posts. Cassad killed those within. In the end, the final assault boat fired on its doomed counterpart. Cassad was outside by then, and he watched the particle beams and high-intensity lasers creep toward him, followed an eternity later by missiles which seemed to move so slowly that he could have written his name on them in flight. By that time, all of the Ousters were dead in and around the overrun boat, but its containment field held. Energy dispersion and impact explosions tossed corpses around on the outer perimeter, set fire to equipment, and glazed the sand to glass. But Cassad and Moneda watched from inside a dome of orange flame as the remaining assault boat retreated to space. "Can we stop them?" Cassad was panting, pouring sweat, and literally quivering from excitement. "We could," replied Moneda, "but we do not want to. They will carry the message to the swarm." "What message?" "Come here, Cassad." He turned at the sound of her voice. The reflective force field was gone. Moneda's flesh was oiled with sweat. Her dark hair was matted against her temples. Her nipples were hard. "Come here." Cassad glanced down at himself. His own force field was gone. He had willed it away, and he was more sexually excited than he could ever remember being. "Come here," Moneda whispered this time. Cassad went to her, lifted her, felt the sweat-slick smoothness of her buttocks as he carried her to an empty stretch of grass atop a wind-carved hummock. He lowered her to the ground between piles of Ouster bodies, roughly opened her legs, took both her hands in the grasp of one of his, lifted her arms above her head, pinned them to the ground, and lowered his long body between her legs. "Yes," whispered Moneda, as he kissed the lobe of her left ear, set his lips to the pulse at the hollow of her neck, licked the salt tang of sweat from her breasts. Lying among the dead, more dead to come, the thousands, the millions, laughter out of dead bellies, the long lines of troops emerging from jump ships to enter the waiting flames. "Yes." Her breath was hot in his ear. She freed her hands, slid them along Cassad's damp shoulders, trailed long nails down his back, grasped his buttocks to pull him closer. Kassad's erection scraped her pubic hair, throbbed against the cusp of her belly. Farcaster portals opening to admit the cold lengths of attack carriers, the warmth of plasma explosions. Hundreds of ships, thousands, dancing and dying like dust motes in a whirlwind. Great columns of solid ruby light lancing across great distances, bathing targets in the ultimate surge of warmth, bodies boiling in red light. Yes. Moneta opened her mouth and body to him. Warmth above and below, her tongue in his mouth as he entered her, welcomed by warm friction. His body strained deep, pulled back slightly, allowed the moist warmth to engulf him further as they began to move together. Heat on 100 worlds, continents burning in bright spasms, the roll of boiling seas. The air itself aflame. Oceans of superheated air swelling like warm skin rising to a lover's touch. Yes, yes, yes. Moneta breathes warmth against his lips. Her skin is oil and velvet. Kassad thrusts quickly now, the universe contracting as sensation expands, senses dwindling as she closes warm and wet and tight around him. Her hips thrust harshly in response now, as if sensing the terrible build-in pressure at the base of his being. Demanding. Kassad grimaces, closes his eyes, sees fireballs expanding, stars dying, suns exploding in great pulses of flame, star systems perishing in an ecstasy of destruction. He feels pain in his chest, his hips not stopping, moving faster, even as he opens his eyes and sees the great thorn of steel rising from between Moneta's breasts, almost impaling him as he unconsciously pulls up and back, the thorn blade drawing blood which drips on her flesh, her pale flesh, reflective now, flesh as cold as dead metal. His hips still moving even as he watches through passion-dimmed eyes as Moneta's lips wither and curl back, revealing rows of steel blades where teeth had been. Metal blades slash at his buttocks where fingers had gripped. Legs like powerful steel bands imprison his pumping hips. Her eyes. In the last seconds before orgasm, Kassad tries to pull away, his hands on her throat, pressing. She clings like a leech, a lamprey ready to drain him. They roll against dead bodies. Her eyes like red jewels, blazing with a mad heat like that which fills his aching testicles, expanding like a flame, spilling over. Kassad slams both hands against the soil, lifts himself away from her, from it. His strength insane, but not enough as terrible gravities press them together. Sucking like a lamprey's mouth as he threatens to explode, looks in her eyes. The death of worlds. The death of worlds. Kassad screams and pulls away. Strips of his flesh rip away as he lunges up and sideways. Metal teeth click shut in a steel vagina, missing his glands by a moist millimeter. Kassad slumps on his side, rolls away, hips moving, unable to stop his ejaculation. Semen explodes in streams, falls on the curled fist of a corpse. Kassad moans, rolls again, curls in a fetal position even as he comes again, and again. He hears the hiss and rustle as she rises behind him. Kassad rolls on his back and squints up against sunlight and his own pain. She stands above him, legs apart, a silhouette of thorns. Kassad wipes sweat from his eyes, sees his wrist come away red with blood, and waits for the killing blow. His skin contracts in anticipation of the slash of blade into flesh. Panting, Kassad looks up to see Moneta above him, thighs flesh rather than steel, her groin matted from the moisture of their passion. Her face is dark, the sun behind her, but he sees red flames dying in the multifaceted pits of her eyes. She smiles, and he sees sunlight glint on rows of metal teeth. Kassad, she whispers, and it is the sound of sand scraping against bone. Kassad tears his gaze away, struggles to his feet, and stumbles across corpses and burning rubble in his terror to be free. He does not look back. Scouting elements of Hyperion's self-defense force found Colonel Fedman Kassad almost 2 days later. He was discovered lying unconscious on one of the grassy moors which lead to the abandoned Kronos keep, some 20 kilometers from the dead city and the wreckage of the Ouster ejection pod. Cassad was naked and almost dead from the effects of exposure and several serious wounds, but he responded well to emergency field treatment and was immediately airlifted south of the Bridle Range to a hospital at Keats. Reconnaissance squads from the SDF battalion moved northward carefully, cautious of the anti-entropic tides around the time tombs and wary of any booby traps left behind by the Ousters. There were none. The scouts found only the wreckage of Cassad's escape mechanism and the burned-out hulks of the 2 assault boats which the Ousters had lanced from orbit. There were no clues as to why they had slagged their own ships, and the Ouster bodies, both in and around the boats, had been burned beyond any hope of autopsy or analysis. Cassad regained consciousness 3 Hyperion days later, swore that he remembered nothing after stealing the squid, and was shipped out on a force torch ship 2 local weeks later. Upon returning to the web, Cassad resigned his commission. For a while he was active in anti-war movements, occasionally appearing on the All-Thing net arguing disarmament. But the attack on Brescia had mobilized the Hegemony toward true interstellar war as had nothing else in 3 centuries, and Cassad's voice was either drowned out or dismissed as the guilty conscience of the butcher of South Brescia. In the 16 years after Brescia, Colonel Cassad had disappeared from the web and from the web consciousness. Although there had been no more major battles, the Ousters remained the Hegemony's prime bogeymen. Fedman Cassad was only a fading memory. It was late morning when Cassad finished his story. The consul blinked and looked around him, noticing the ship and its surroundings for the first time in more than 2 hours. The Benares had come out into the main channel of the Hooghly. The consul could hear the creaks of the chains and hawsers as the river mantas surged against their harnesses. The Benares appeared to be the only ship heading upriver, but now numerous small craft were visible going the other way. The consul rubbed his forehead and was surprised to see his hand come away slick with sweat. The day had grown very warm, and the shadow of the tarp had crept away from the consul without his noticing. He blinked, wiped sweat from his eyes, and moved into the shade to get a drink from one of the liquor bottles the androids had set in a cabinet near the table. "My God," Father Hoyt was saying. "So according to this Monada creature, the time tombs are moving backward in time?" "Yes," said Cassad. "Is that possible?" asked Hoyt. "Yes." It was Saul Weintraub who answered. "If that's true," said Braun Lamia, "then you met this Monada, or whatever her real name is, in her past, but your future, in a meeting that's still to come." "Yes," said Cassad. Martin Silenus walked to the railing and spat into the river. "Colonel, do you think the bitch was the Shrike?" "I don't know." Cassad's monotone was barely audible. Silenus turned to Saul Weintraub. "You're a scholar. Is there anything in the Shrike mythography that says the thing can change shape?" "No," said Weintraub. He was preparing a milk globe to feed his daughter. The infant made soft mewling noises and moved tiny fingers. "Colonel," said Het Mustine, "the force field, whatever the fighting suit was, did you bring it with you after the encounter with the Ousters and this female?" Cassad looked at the Templar a moment and then shook his head. The consul was staring into his drink, but his head suddenly snapped upright with the force of a thought. "Colonel, you said that you saw a vision of the Shrike's killing tree, the structure, the thing where it impales its victims." Cassad moved his basilisk stare from the Templar to the consul. He slowly nodded. "And there were bodies on it?" Another nod. The consul wiped sweat from his upper lip. "If the tree is traveling backward in time with the time tombs, then the victims are from our future." Cassad said nothing. The others also were staring at the consul now, but only Weintraub appeared to understand what the comment meant, and what the consul's next question had to be. The consul resisted the urge to wipe the sweat from his lip again. His voice was steady. "Did you see any of us there?" Cassad said nothing for more than a minute. The soft sounds of the river and the ship's rigging suddenly seemed very loud. Finally, Cassad took a breath. "Yes." Silence stretched again. Brown Lamia broke it. "Will you tell us who?" "No." Cassad rose and went to the stairway leading to the lower decks. "Wait," called Father Hoyt. Cassad paused at the head of the stairway. "Will you at least tell us two other things?" "What?" Father Hoyt grimaced from a wave of pain. His gaunt face went white under its film of perspiration. He took a breath and said, "First, do you think the Shrike, the woman, somehow wants to use you to start this terrible interstellar war you foresaw?" "Yes," Cassad said softly. "Second, will you tell us what you plan to petition the Shrike for, or this Moneda, when you meet them on the pilgrimage?" Cassad smiled for the first time. It was a thin smile, and very, very cold. "I will make no petition," said Cassad. "I will ask nothing of them. When I meet them this time, I will kill them." The other pilgrims did not speak or look at one another as Cassad went below. The Benares continued north-northeast into afternoon. 3. The barge Benares entered the river port of Naiad an hour before sunset. Crew and pilgrims pressed to the rail to stare at smoldering embers of what once had been a city of 20,000 people. Little remained. The famous riverfront inn, built in the days of Sad King Billy, had burned to the foundations. Its charred docks, piers, and screened balconies now collapsed into the shallows of the Hooghly. The custom house was a burned-out shell. The airship terminal on the north end of town survived only as a blackened hulk, its mooring tower reduced to a spire of charcoal. There was no sign whatsoever of the small riverfront Shrike temple. Worst of all, from the pilgrim's point of view, was the destruction of the Naiad River Station. The harness dock lay burned and sagging, the Manta holding pens open to the river. "God damn it," said Martin Silenus. "Who did it?" asked Father Hoyt. "The Shrike?" "More likely the SDF," said the consul, "although they may have been fighting the Shrike." "I can't believe this," snapped Braun Lamia. She turned to A. Beddick, who had just joined them on the rear deck. "Didn't you know this had happened?" "No," said the android. "There has been no contact with any point north of the locks for more than a week." "Why the hell not?" asked Lamia. "Even if this godforsaken world doesn't have a datasphere, don't you have radio?" A. Beddick smiled slightly. "Yes, M. Lamia, there is radio, but the comsats are down. The microwave repeater stations at the Carla locks were destroyed, and we have no access to shortwave." "What about the mantas?" asked Cassad. "Can we press on to Edge with the ones we have?" Beddick frowned. "We will have to, Colonel," he said. "But it is a crime. The two in harness will not recover from such a pull. With fresh mantas we would have put into Edge before dawn. With these two—" The android shrugged. "With luck, if the beasts survive, we will arrive by early afternoon." "The wind wagon will still be there, will it not?" asked Hetmestein. "We must assume so," said A. Beddick. "If you will excuse me, I will see to feeding the poor beasts we have. We should be underway again within the hour." They saw no one, in or near the ruins of Naiad. No rivercraft made their appearance above the city. An hour's pull northeast of the town, they entered the region where the forests and farms of the lower Hooghly gave way to the undulating orange prairie south of the Sea of Grass. Occasionally the consul would see the mud towers of architect ants, some of their serrated structures near the river reaching almost 10 meters in height. There was no sign of intact human habitation. The ferry at Betty's Ford was totally gone, with not even a tow rope or warming shack left to show where it had stood for almost 2 centuries. The River Runner's Inn at Cave Point was dark and silent. A. Beddick and other crew members hallooed, but there was no response from the black cave mouth. Sunset brought a sensuous stillness over the river, soon broken by a chorus of insect noises and nightbird calls. For a while the surface of the Hooghly became a mirror of the gray-green disk of twilight sky, disturbed only by the leap of dusk-feeding fish and the wake of the laboring mantas. As true darkness fell, innumerable prairie gossamers, much paler than their forest cousins, but also of greater wingspan, luminescent shades the size of small children, danced in the vales and valleys of the gently rolling hills. By the time the constellations emerged and the meteor trails began scarring the night sky, a brilliant display this far from all man-made light, the lanterns had been lit and dinner set out on the aft deck. The Shrike pilgrims were subdued, as if still contemplating Colonel Cassad's grim and confusing tale. The consul had been drinking steadily since before midday, and now he felt the pleasant displacement, from reality, from the pain of memory, which allowed him to get through each day and night. Now he asked, his voice as careful and unslurred as only a true alcoholic's can be, whose turn it was to tell a tale. "Mine," said Martin Silenus. The poet also had been drinking steadily since early in the day. His voice was as carefully controlled as the consul's, but redness on his sharp cheeks and an almost manic brightness of eye gave the old poet away. "At least I drew number 3. He held up his slip of paper. "If you still want to hear the fucking thing." Brown Lamia lifted her glass of wine, scowled, and set it down. "Perhaps we should talk about what we have learned from the first 2 stories, and how it might relate to our current situation." "Not yet," said Colonel Cassad. "We don't have enough information." "Let M. Silenus speak," said Saul Weintraub. "Then we can begin discussing what we have heard." "I agree," said Lenore Hoyt. Het Mestine and the consul nodded. "Agreed," cried Martin Silenus. "I'll tell my story. Just let me finish my fucking glass of wine." The Poet's Tale. Hyperion Cantos. In the beginning was the Word. Then came the fucking word processor. Then came the thought processor. Then came the death of literature. And so it goes. Francis Bacon once said, "There arises from a bad and unapt formation of words a wonderful obstruction to the mind." We have all contributed our wonderful obstructions to the mind, have we not? I more than most. One of the 20th century's better, forgotten writers. That is, better, forgotten, once bon mode. I love being a writer. It's the paperwork I can't stand. Get it? Well, amigos and amiguette, I love being a poet. It's the goddamned words I can't stand. Where to start? Start with Hyperion, perhaps? Fade in. Almost 2 standard centuries ago. Sad King Billy's 5-seat ships spin like gold dandelions above this all-too-familiar lapis sky. We land like conquistadors, strutting to and fro. More than 2,000 visual artists and writers and sculptors and poets and artists and vid-makers and holy directors and composers and decomposers and God knows what all, supported by 5 times that many administrators and technicians and ecologists and supervisors and court chamberlains and professional ass-kissers, not to mention the family of royal asses themselves, supported in turn by 10 times that many androids willing to till the soil and stoke the reactors and raise the cities and lift that bale and tote that load. Hell, you get the idea. We landed on a world already seeded by the poor buggers who'd gone indigeny 2 centuries before, and were living hand to mouth and cudgel to brain wherever they could. Naturally, the noble descendants of these brave pioneers greeted us like gods, especially after a few of our security folks slagged a few of their more aggressive leaders. And naturally, we accepted their worship as our due and put them to work next to our blueskins, plowing the South 40 and working to build our shining city on the hill. And it was a shining city on a hill. Seeing the ruins today can tell you nothing of the place. The desert has advanced in 3 centuries. The aqueducts from the mountains have fallen and shattered. The city itself is only bones. But in its day the city of poets was fair indeed, a bit of Socrates' Athens with the intellectual excitement of Renaissance Venice, the artistic fervor of Paris in the days of the Impressionists, the true democracy of the first decade of Orbit City, and the unlimited future of Tau Cetai Center. But in the end it was none of these things, of course. It was only Hrothgar's claustrophobic mead hall with the monster waiting in the darkness without. We had our Grendel, to be sure. We even had our Hrothgar, if one squints a bit at Sad King Billy's poor slouched profile. We lacked only our Yeats, our great broad-shouldered, small-brained Beowulf with his band of merry psychopaths. So, lacking a hero, we settled into the role of victims and composed our sonnets and rehearsed our ballets and unrolled our scrolls, while all the while our thorn and steel Grendel served the night with fear and harvested thigh bones and gristle. And this was when I, a satyr then, formed in flesh as mirror to my soul, came as close to completing my cantos, my life's work, as I have come in 5 sad centuries of stubborn continuance. Fade to black. It occurs to me that the Grendel tale is premature. The players have not been brought upon the stage. Dislinear plotting and non-contiguous prose have their adherents, not the least of which am I. But in the end, my friends, it is character which wins or loses immortality upon the vellum. Haven't you ever harbored the secret thought that somewhere Huck and Jim are, at this instant, poling their raft down some river just beyond our reach? So much more real are they than the shoe clerk who fitted us just a forgotten day ago? At any rate, if this fucking story's to be told, you should know who's in it. So as much as it pains me, I'll back up to begin at the beginning. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was programmed in classic binary. And the Word said, "Let there be life." And so somewhere in the technocore vaults of my mother's estate, frozen sperm from my long-dead daddy was defrosted, set in suspension, shaken like the vanilla malts of yore, loaded into something part squirt gun and part dildo, and at the magic touch of a trigger, ejaculated into Mother at a time when the moon was full and the egg was ripe. Mother didn't have to be impregnated in this barbaric fashion, of course. She could have chosen ex utero fertilization, a male lover with a transplant of Daddy's DNA, a clonal surrogate, a gene-spliced virgin birth, you name it. But as she told me later, she opened her legs to tradition. My guess is she preferred it that way. Anyway, I was born. I was born on Earth. Old Earth, and fuck you, Lamia, if you don't believe it. We lived on Mother's estate on an island not far from the North American Preserve. Notes for a sketch of home on Old Earth. Fragile twilights fading from violet to fuchsia to purple above the crepe paper silhouettes of trees beyond the southwest sweep of lawn. Skies as delicate as translucent china, unscarred by cloud or contrail. The pre-symphony hush of first light followed by the cymbal crash of sunrise. Oranges and russets igniting to gold, the long, cool descent to green. Leaf shadow, shade, tendrils of cypress and weeping willow, the hushed green velvet of the glade. Mother's estate, our estate, 1,000 acres centered in 1,000,000 more. Lawns the size of small prairies, with grass so perfect it beckoned a body to lie on it, to nap on its soft perfection. Noble shade trees, making sundials of the earth, their shadows circling in stately procession, now mingling, now contracting to midday, finally stretching eastward with the dying of the day. Royal oak, giant elms, cottonwood and cypress and redwood and bonsai, banyan trees lowering new trunks like smooth-sided columns in a temple roofed by sky, willows lining carefully laid canals and haphazard streams, their hanging branches singing ancient dirges to the wind. Our house rises on a low hill where, in the winter, the browning curves of lawn look like the smooth flank of some female beast, all thigh muscle and meant for speed. The house shows its centuries of accretion. A jade tower on the east courtyard catching the first light of dawn. A series of gables on the south wing throwing triangles of shadow on the crystal conservatory at tea time. The balconies and maze of exterior stairways along the east porticos playing Escher games with afternoon shadows. It was after the big mistake, but before everything grew uninhabitable. Mostly we occupied the estate during what we quaintly called periods of remission. Stretches of 10 to 18 quiet months between planet-wide spasms as the Kiev team's goddamn little black hole digested bits of the Earth's center and waited for its next beast. During the bad times, we vacationed at Uncle Koa's place out beyond the moon, on a terraformed asteroid brought there before the Ouster migration. You might already be able to tell that I was born with a silver spoon up my ass. I offer no apologies. After 3,000 years of dabbling with democracy, the remaining Old Earth families had come to the realization that the only way to avoid such riffraff was not to allow them to breed, or rather to sponsor seedship fleets, spinship explorations, new Farcaster migrations, all of the panicked urgency of the Hegira, as long as they bred out there and left Old Earth alone. The fact that the homeworld was a diseased old bitch, gone in the teeth, didn't hurt the riffraff's urge to pioneer. No fools they. And like the Buddha, I was almost grown before I saw my first hint of poverty. I was 16 standard years old, on my Wanderjahr, and backpacking through India when I saw a beggar. The Hindu old families kept them around for religious reasons, but all I knew at the time was that here was a man in rags, ribs showing, holding out a wicker basket with an ancient credit disc key in it, begging for a touch of my Universal card. My friends thought it was hysterical. I threw up. It was in Benares. My childhood was privileged, but not obnoxiously so. I have pleasant memories of Grande Dame Sybil's famous parties. She was a great aunt on my mother's side. I remember one 3-day affair she threw in the Manhattan archipelago, guests ferried in by dropping from Orbit City and from the European arcologies. I remember the Empire State Building rising from the water, its many lights reflecting on the lagoons and fern canals, the EMVs unloading passengers on the observation deck, while cooking fires burned on the overgrown island mounds of lower buildings all around. The North American Preserve was our private playground in those days. It was said that about 8,000 people still resided in that mysterious continent, but half of these were rangers. The rest included the renegade arnists who plied their trade by resurrecting species of plants and animals long absent from their antediluvian North American haunts, the ecology engineers, licensed primitives such as the Oglala Sioux or the Hells Angels Guild, and the occasional tourist. I had a cousin who reportedly backpacked from one observation zone to the other in the preserve, but he did so in the Midwest, where the zones were relatively close together, and where the dinosaur herds were much scarcer. In the 1st century after the big mistake, Gia was mortally injured, but slow in the dying. The devastation was great during the bad times, and these came more often in precisely plotted spasms, shorter remissions, more terrible consequences after each attack. But the earth abided and repaired itself as best it could. The preserve was, as I say, our playground, but in a real sense, so was all of the dying earth. Mother let me have my own EMV when I was 7, and there was no place on the globe farther than an hour's flight from home. My best friend, Amalfi Schwartz, lived in the Mount Erebus estates in what had once been the Antarctic Republic. We saw each other daily. The fact that old Earth law forbade farcasters did not bother us in the least. Lying on some hillside at night looking up through the 10,000 orbiting lights and the 20,000 beacons of the ring, at the 2,000 or 3,000 visible stars, we felt no jealousy, no urge to join the Hegira that even then was spinning the farcaster silk of the world web. We were happy. My memories of Mother are oddly stylized, as if she were another fictional construct from one of my Dying Earth novels. Perhaps she was. Perhaps I was raised by robots in the automated cities of Europe, suckled by androids in the Amazon desert, or simply grown in a vat like brewer's yeast. What I recall is Mother's white gown sliding ghost-like through the shadowed rooms of the estate, infinitely delicate blue veins on the back of her thin-fingered hand as she poured tea in the damask and dusk light of the conservatory, candlelight caught like a gold fly in the spiderweb sheen of her hair done up in a bun in the style of the Grande Dames. Sometimes I dream that I remember her voice, the lilt and tone and turn-in-the-womb centerness of it. But then I awake and it becomes only the wind moving lace curtains or the sound of some alien sea on stone. From my earliest sense of self, I knew that I should be, a poet. It was not as if I had a choice. More like the dying beauty all about breathed its last breath in me and commanded that I be doomed to play with words the rest of my days, as if in expiation for our race's thoughtless slaughter of its crib world. So what the hell, I became a poet. I had a tutor whose name was Balthazar, human but ancient, a refugee from ancient Alexandria's flesh-scented alleys. Balthazar all but glowed blue-white from those crude early Polson treatments. He was like an irradiated mummy of a man, sealed in liquid plastic, and randy as the proverbial goat. Centuries later, when I was in my satyr period, I felt that I finally understood poor Don Balthazar's priapic compulsions. But in those days it was mostly a hindrance to keeping young girls on the estate staff. Human or android, Don Balthazar did not discriminate. He'd point them all. Luckily for my education, there was nothing homosexual in Don Balthazar's addiction to young flesh, so his escapades evidenced themselves either as absences from our tutorial sessions, or an inordinate amount of attention lavished on memorizing verses from Ovid, Senish, or Wu. He was an excellent tutor. We studied the ancients and the late classical period, took field trips to the ruins of Athens, Rome, London, and Hannibal, Missouri, and never once had a quiz or test. Don Balthazar expected me to learn everything by heart at first encounter, and I did not disappoint him. He convinced my mother that the pitfalls of progressive education were not for an old Earth family, so I never knew the mind-stunting shortcuts of RNA medication, datasphere immersion, systemic flashback training, stylized encounter groups, higher-level thinking skills, at the expense of facts or pre-literate programming. As a result of these deprivations, I was able to recite all of Fitzgerald's translation of the Odyssey by the time I was 6, compose a sestina before I could dress myself, and think in spiral fugue verse before I ever interfaced with an A1. My scientific education, on the other hand, was something less than stringent. Don Balthazar had little interest in what he referred to as the mechanical side of the universe. I was 22 before I realized that computers, RMUs, and Uncle Koa's asteroidal life support systems were machines and not some benevolent manifestation of the animas around us. I believed in fairies, wood sprites, numerology, astrology, and the magic of Midsummer's Eve deep in the primitive forests of the Nap. Like Keats and Lamb in Haydn's studio, Don Balthazar and I drank toasts to the confusion of mathematics, and mourned the destruction of the poetry of the rainbow by M. Newton's prying prism. The early distrust and actual hatred of all things scientific and clinical served me well in later life. It is not difficult, I have learned, to remain a pre-Copernican pagan in the post-scientific hegemony. My early poetry was execrable. As with most bad poets, I was unaware of this fact, secure in my arrogance that the very act of creating gave some worth to the worthless abortions I was spawning. My mother remained tolerant even as I left reeking little piles of doggerel lying around the house. She was indulgent of her only child, even if he was as blithely incontinent as an unhousebroken llama. Don Balthazar never commented on my work. Primarily, I assume, because I never showed him any of it. Don Balthazar thought that the venerable Dayton was a fraud, that Salmon Brevy and Robert Frost should have hanged themselves with their own entrails, that Wordsworth was a fool, and that anything less than Shakespeare's sonnets was a profanation of the language. I saw no reason to bother Don Balthazar with my verse, rife with budding genius, though I knew it to be. I published several of these little literary turds in the various hard-copy journals then in vogue in the various arcologies of the European houses, the amateur editors of these crude journals being as indulgent of my mother as she was of me. Occasionally I would press Amalfi or one of my other playmates, less aristocratic than I, and thus with access to the datasphere or fatline transmitters, to uplink some of my verses to the Ring or to Mars, and thus to the burgeoning Farcaster colonies. They never replied. I assumed they were too busy. Belief in one's identity as a poet or writer prior to the acid test of publication is as naive and harmless as the youthful belief in one's immortality, and the inevitable disillusionment is just as painful. My mother died with old Earth. About half the old family stayed during that last cataclysm. I was 20 years old then, and had made my own romantic plans to die with the homeworld. Mother decided otherwise. What concerned her was not my premature demise. Like me, she was far too self-centered to think of someone else at a time like that, nor even the fact that the death of my DNA would mark the end of a line of aristocrats which stretched back to the Mayflower. No, what bothered Mother was that the family was going to die out in debt. Our last 100 years of extravagance, it seems, had been financed through massive loans from the Ring Bank and other discreet extraterrestrial institutions. Now that the continents of Earth were crashing under the impact of contraction, the great forests aflame, the oceans heaving and heating themselves into a lifeless soup, the very air transforming itself into something too hot and thick to break and too thin to plow. Now the banks wanted their money back. I was collateral. Or rather, Mother's plan was. She liquidated all available assets some weeks before that phrase became a literal reality, deposited 250,000 marks in long-term accounts in the fleeing Ring Bank, and dispatched me on a trip to the Rifkin Atmospheric Protectorate on Heaven's Gate, a minor world circling the star Vega. Even then, that poisonous world had a Farcaster connection to Sol system, but I did not Farcast. Nor was I a passenger on the single spin ship with Hawking drive which put into Heaven's Gate each standard year. No, Mother sent me to this back end of the outback on a Phase 3 ramship, slower than light, frozen with the cattle embryos and orange juice concentrate and feeder viruses, on a trip that took 129 shipboard years, with an objective time debt of 167 standard years. Mother figured that the accrued interest on the long-term accounts would be enough to pay off our family debt, and perhaps allow me to survive comfortably for a while. For the first and last time in her life, Mother figured wrong. Notes for a sketch of Heaven's Gate. Mud lanes which run back from the station's conversion docks like a pattern of sores on a leper's back. Soufrous brown clouds which hang in tatters from a rotten burlap sky. A tangle of shapeless wooden structures, half decayed before they were ever fully constructed, their paneless windows now staring sightlessly into the gaping mouths of their neighbors. Indigenes breeding like humans, I suppose. Eyeless cripples, lungs burned out with air rot, squiring a nest of a dozen offspring, the children's skin scabrous by age 5 standard, their eyes watering incessantly from the sting of an atmosphere which will kill them before they're 40, their smiles carious, their oily hair rife with lice and the blood bags of Dracula ticks. Proud parents beaming. 20 million of these doomed schmucks, crowded into slums overflowing an island smaller than my family's west lawn on old Earth, all of them fighting to breathe the only breathable air on a world where the standard is to inhale and die, crowding ever closer to the center of the 60-mile radius of survivable atmosphere, which the atmospheric generating station had been able to provide before it began to malfunction. Heaven's Gate, my new home. Mother had not taken into account the possibility that all old Earth accounts would be frozen, and then appropriated into the growing World Web economy. Nor had she remembered that the reason people had waited for the Hawking drive to see the spiral arm of the galaxy is that in long-term cryogenic sleep, as opposed to a few weeks or months of fugue, chances of terminal brain damage were 1 in 6. I was lucky. When I was uncrated on Heaven's Gate and put to work digging out acid canals beyond the perimeter, I had suffered only a cerebral accident, a stroke. Physically, I was able to work in the mud pits within a few local weeks. Mentally, there was much left to be desired. The left side of my brain had been shut down like a damaged section of a spin ship being sealed off, airtight doors leaving the doomed compartments open to vacuum. I could still think. Control of the right side of my body soon returned. Only the language centers had been damaged beyond simple repair. The marvelous organic computer wedged in my skull had dumped its language content like a flawed program. The right hemisphere was not without some language, but only the most emotionally charged units of communication could lodge in that effective hemisphere. My vocabulary was now down to 9 words. This, I learned later, was exceptional. Many victims of CVAs retain only 2 or 3. For the record, here is my entire vocabulary of manageable words. Fuck, shit, piss, cunt, goddamn, motherfucker, asshole, pee-pee, and poo-poo. A quick analysis will show some redundancy here. I had at my disposal 8 nouns, which stood for 6 things. 5 of the 8 nouns could double as verbs. I retained 1 indisputable noun and a single adjective, which also could be used as a verb or expletive. My new language universe was comprised of 4 monosyllables, 3 compound words, and 2 baby talk repetitions. My arena of literal expression offered 4 avenues to the topic of elimination, 2 references to human anatomy, 1 request for divine imprecation, 1 standard description of or request for coitus, and a coital variation which was no longer an option for me, since my mother was deceased. All in all, it was enough. I will not say that I remember my 3 years in the mud pits and slime slums of Heaven's Gate with fondness, but it is true that these years were at least as formative as, and probably more so than, my previous 2 decades on old Earth. I soon found that among my intimate acquaintances, Old Sludge, the scoop shovel foreman, Unk, the slum-yard bully to whom I paid my protection bribes, Keety, the lice-ridden crib doxy whom I slept with when I could afford it, my vocabulary served me well. Shit, fuck, I would grunt, gesticulating. Asshole, cunt, pee-pee, fuck. Ah, grinned Old Sludge, showing his 1 tooth. Going to the company store to get some algae chewies, huh? Goddamn poo-poo, I would grin back at him. The life of a poet lies not merely in the finite language dance of expression, but in the nearly infinite combinations of perception and memory, combined with the sensitivity to what is perceived and remembered. My 3 local years on Heaven's Gate, almost 1,500 standard days, allowed me to see, to feel, to hear, to remember, as if I literally had been born again. Little matter that I had been born again in hell. Reworked experience is the stuff of all true poetry, and raw experience was the birthing gift of my new life. There was no problem adapting to a brave new world 1.5 centuries beyond my own. For all our talk of expansion and pioneering spirit these past 5 centuries, we all know how stultified and static our human universe has become. We are in a comfortable dark ages of the inventive mind. Institutions change but little, and that by gradual evolution rather than revolution. Scientific research creeps crab-like in a lateral shuffle, where once it leaped in great intuitive bounds. Devices change even less. Plateau technologies common to us would be instantly identifiable and operable to our great-grandfathers. So while I slept, the hegemony became a formal entity, the world web was spun to something close to its final shape, the all-thing took its democratic place among the list of humanity's benevolent despots, the Technocore seceded from human service and then offered its help as an ally rather than a slave, and the Ousters retreated to darkness and the role of nemesis. But all these things had been creeping toward critical mass even before I was frozen into my ice coffin between the pork bellies and sherbet, and such obvious extensions of old trends took little effort to understand. Besides, history viewed from the inside is always a dark digestive mess, far different from the easily recognizable cow viewed from afar by historians. My life was Heaven's Gate and the minute-to-minute demands of survival there. The sky was always an eternal yellow-brown sunset hanging like a collapsing ceiling mere meters above my shack. My shack was oddly comfortable. A table for eating, a cot for sleeping and fucking, a hole for pissing and shitting, and a window for silent staring. My environment mirrored my vocabulary. Prison always has been a good place for writers, killing, as it does, the twin demons of mobility and diversion, and Heaven's Gate was no exception. The atmospheric protectorate owned my body, but my mind, or what was left of it, was mine. On old Earth, my poetry was composed on a Sadhu Decanar Comlog thought processor, while I lounged in a padded chaise longue, or floated in my EM barge above dark lagoons, or walked pensively through scented bowers. The execrable, undisciplined, limp-wristed, flatulent products of those reveries already have been described. On Heaven's Gate, I discovered what a mental stimulant physical labor could be. Not mere physical labor, I should add, but absolutely spine-bending, lung-racking, gut-ripping, ligament-tearing, and ball-breaking physical labor. But as long as the task is both onerous and repetitive, I discovered, the mind is not only free to wander to more imaginative climes, it actually flees to higher planes. Thus, on Heaven's Gate, as I dredged bottom scum from the slop canals under the red gaze of Vega Primo, or crawled on hands and knees through stalactites and stalagmites of rebreather bacteria in the station's labyrinthine lung pipes, I became a poet. All I lacked were the words. The 20th century's most honored writer, William Gass, once said in an interview, "Words are the supreme objects. They are minded things." And so they are, as pure and transcendent as any idea which ever cast a shadow into Plato's dark cave of our perceptions. But they are also pitfalls of deceit and misperception. Words bend our thinking to infinite paths of self-delusion, and the fact that we spend most of our mental lives in brain mansions built of words means that we lack the objectivity necessary to see the terrible distortion of reality which language brings. Example: the Chinese pictogram for honesty is a 2-part symbol of a man literally standing next to his word. So far, so good. But what does the late English word integrity mean? Or motherland? Or progress? Or democracy? Or beauty? But even in our self-deception we become gods. A philosopher-mathematician named Bertrand Russell, who lived and died in the same century as Gass, once wrote, "Language serves not only to express thought, but to make possible thoughts which could not exist without it." Here is the essence of mankind's creative genius. Not the edifices of civilization, nor the bang-flash weapons which can end it, but the words which fertilize new concepts like spermatozoa attacking an ovum. It might be argued that the Siamese twin infants of word idea are the only contribution the human species can, will, or should make to the raveling cosmos. Yes, our DNA is unique, but so is the salamander's. Yes, we construct artifacts, but so have species ranging from beavers to the architect ants, whose crenellated towers are visible right now off the port bow. Yes, we weave real fabric things from the dream stuff of mathematics, but the universe is hardwired with arithmetic. Scratch a circle and pi peeps out. Enter a new solar system and Tycho Brahe's formulae lie waiting under the black velvet cloak of space-time. But where has the universe hidden a word under its outer layer of biology, geometry, or insensate rock? Even the traces of other intelligent life we have found. The blimps on Jove 2, the labyrinth builders, the Seneschai empaths on Hebron, the stick people of Derulus, the architects of the time tombs, the Shrike itself, have left us mysteries and obscure artifacts, but no language, no words. The poet John Keats once wrote to a friend of his named Bailey, "I am certain of nothing but the holiness of the heart's affection and the truth of imagination." What the imagination seizes as beauty must be truth, whether it existed before or not. The Chinese poet George Wu, who died in the last Sino-Japanese War about 3 centuries before the Hegira, understood this when he recorded on his comlog, "Poets are the mad midwives to reality. They see not what is, nor what can be, but what must become." Later, on his last disc to his lover the week before he died, Wu said, "Words are the only bullets in truth's bandolier, and poets are the snipers." You see, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh in the weave of the human universe. And only the poet can expand this universe, finding shortcuts to new realities the way the Hawking Drive tunnels under the barriers of Einsteinian space-time. To be a poet, I realized, a true poet, was to become the avatar of humanity incarnate. To accept the mantle of poet is to carry the cross of the Son of Man, to suffer the birth pangs of the soul mother of humanity. To be a true poet is to become God. I tried to explain this to my friends on Heaven's Gate. "Piss, shit," I said. "Asshole motherfucker, goddamn, shit, goddamn, cunt, pee-pee cunt, goddamn." They shook their heads and smiled and walked away. Great poets are rarely understood in their own day. The yellow-brown clouds rained acid on me. I waded in mud up to my thighs and cleaned leechweed from the city sewer pipes. Old Sludge died during my 2nd year there when we were all working on a project extending the First Avenue Canal to the Midsump mudflats. An accident. He was climbing a slime dune to rescue a single sulfur rose from the advancing grouter when there was a mudquake. Kitty married shortly after that. She still worked part-time as a crib doxy, but I saw less and less of her. She died in childbirth shortly after the green tsunami carried away Mudflat City. I continued to write poetry. How is it, you might ask, that someone can write fine verse with a vocabulary of only 9 right hemisphere words? The answer is that I use no words at all. Poetry is only secondarily about words. Primarily, it is about truth. I dealt with the Ding an sich, the substance behind the shadow, weaving powerful concepts, similes, and connections, the way an engineer would raise a skyscraper with the whiskered alloy skeleton being constructed long before the glass and plastic and chrome aluminum appears. And slowly the words returned. The brain retrains and retools itself amazingly well. What had been lost in the left hemisphere found a home elsewhere, or reasserted their primacy in the damaged regions like pioneers returning to a fire-damaged plain made more fertile by the flames. Where before a simple word like salt would leave me stuttering and gasping, my mind probing emptiness like a tongue prodding the socket of a missing tooth, now the words and phrases flowed back slowly, like the names of forgotten playmates. During the day I labored in the slime fields, but at night I sat at my splintered table and wrote my cantos by the light of a hissing ghee lamp. Mark Twain once opined in his homey way, The difference between the right word and the almost right word is the difference between lightning and the lightning bug. He was droll, but incomplete. During those long months of beginning my cantos on Heaven's Gate, I discovered that the difference between finding the right word, as opposed to accepting the almost right word, was the difference between being struck by lightning and merely watching a lightning display. So my cantos began, and grew. Written on the flimsy sheets of recycled leechweed fiber which they issued by the ton for use as toilet paper, scribbled by one of the cheap felt-tip pens sold at the company store, the cantos took shape. As the words returned, slipping into place like once scattered pieces of a 3D puzzle, I needed a form. Returning to Don Balthazar's teachings, I tried on the measured nobility of Milton's epic verse. Gaining confidence, I added the romantic sensuality of a Byron, matured by a Keatsish celebration of the language. Stirring all this, I seasoned the mixture with a dash of Yeats's brilliant cynicism and a pinch of Pound's obscure scholastic arrogance. I chopped, diced, and added such ingredients as Eliot's control of imagery, Dylan Thomas's feel for place, Delmore Schwartz's sense of doom, Steve Timms' touch of horror, Salmon Brevy's plea for innocence, Dayton's love of the convoluted rhyme scheme, Wu's worship of the physical, and Edmund Key Ferreira's radical playfulness. In the end, of course, I threw this entire mixture out and wrote the cantos in a style all my own. If it had not been for Unc, the slumyard bully, I probably still would be on Heaven's Gate, digging acid canals by day and writing cantos by night. It was my day off, and I was carrying my cantos, the only copy of my manuscript, to the company library in the common hall to do some research, when Unc and two of his cronies appeared from an alley and demanded immediate payment of the next month's protection money. We had no universal cards in the Heaven's Gate atmospheric protectorate. We paid our debts in company scrip or bootleg marks. I had neither. Unc demanded to see what was in my plastic shoulder bag. Without thinking, I refused. It was a mistake. If I'd shown Unc the manuscript, he most probably would have scattered it in the mud and slapped me around after making threats. As it was, my refusal angered him, so he and his two Neanderthal companions tore open the bag, scattered the manuscript in the mud, and beat me within the proverbial inch of my life. It so happened that on this day an EMV belonging to a Protectorate Air Quality Control manager was passing low above, and the wife of the manager, traveling alone to the ARC's company residential store, ordered the EMV down, had her android servant retrieve me and what was left of my cantos, and then personally drove me to the company hospital. Normally, the members of the bonded workforce received medical aid, if any, at the walk-in bioclinic. But the hospital did not want to refuse the wife of a manager, so I was admitted, still unconscious, and watched over by a human doctor and the manager's wife while I recovered in a healing tank. All right, to make a banal long story into a banal short story, I'll cut to the uplink. Helenda, that was the manager's wife, read my manuscript while I was floating in renewal nutrient. She liked it. On the same day I was being decanted in the company hospital, Helenda forecast a renaissance, where she showed my cantos to her sister Phelia, who had a friend whose lover knew an editor at Transline Publishing. When I awoke the next day, my broken ribs had been set, my shattered cheekbone had been healed, my bruises were gone, and I'd received 5 new teeth, a new cornea for my left eye, and a contract with Transline. My book came out 5 weeks later. A week after that, Helenda divorced her manager and married me. It was her 7th marriage, my first. We honeymooned on the concourse, and when we returned a month later, my book had sold more than 1 billion copies. The first book of verse to hit the bestseller lists in 4 centuries, and I was a millionaire many times over. Tyrena Wynne Green Fife was my first editor at Transline. It was her idea to title the book The Dying Earth. A record search showed a novel by that name 500 years earlier, but the copyright had lapsed and the book was out of print. It was her idea to publish just the sections of the cantos which dealt with the nostalgic final days of old Earth. And it was her idea to remove the sections which she thought would bore the readers. The philosophical passages, the descriptions of my mother, the sections which paid homage to earlier poets, the places where I played with experimental verse, the more personal passages. Everything, in fact, except the descriptions of the idyllic final days, which, emptied of all heavier freight, came across as sentimental and insipid. 4 months after publication, The Dying Earth had sold 2.5 billion hard-fax copies. An abridged and digitalized version was available on the C-Thing datasphere, and it had been optioned for the Hollies. Tyrena pointed out that the timing had been perfect, that the original trauma shock of the death of Old Earth had meant a century of denial, almost as if Earth had never existed, followed by a period of revived interest, culminating in the Old Earth nostalgia cults, which could now be found on every world in the web. A book, even a book of verse, dealing with the final days, had struck at precisely the right moment. For me, the first few months of life as a celebrity in the Hegemony were far more disorienting than my earlier transition from spoiled son of Old Earth to enslaved stroke victim on Heaven's Gate. During those first months, I did book and fax signing on more than 100 worlds. I appeared on the All Net Now show with Marmon Hamlet. I met CEO Sinister Perot and All Things speaker Drury Fine, as well as a score of senators. I spoke to the Interplanetary Society of Pen Women and to the Lucis Writers Union. I was given honorary degrees at the University of New Earth and at Cambridge, too. I was feted, interviewed, imaged, reviewed favorably, bioed, unauthorized, lionized, serialized, and swindled. It was a busy time. Notes for a sketch of life in the Hegemony. My home has 38 rooms on 36 worlds. No doors. The arched entrances are Farcaster portals, a few opaqued with privacy curtains, most open to observation and entry. Each room has windows everywhere, and at least 2 walls with portals. From the grand dining hall on Renaissance Vector, I can see the bronze skies and the vertigrous towers of Keep Enable in the valley below my volcanic peak. And by turning my head, I can look through the Farcaster portal and across the expanse of white carpet in the formal living area to see the Edgar Allan Sea crash against the spires of Point Prospero on Nevermore. My library looks out on the glaciers and green skies of Nordholm, while a walk of 10 paces allows me to descend a short stairway to my tower study, a comfortable, open room encircled by polarized glass, which offers a 360-degree view of the highest peaks of the Kushpat Karakoram, a mountain range 2,000 kilometers from the nearest settlement in the easternmost reaches of the Jamnu Republic on Deneb Dry. The huge sleeping room Helenda and I share rocks gently in the boughs of a 300-meter world tree on the Templar world of God's Grove, and connects to a solarium which sits alone on the arid salt flats of Hebron. Not all of our views are of wilderness. The media room opens to a skimmer pad on the 138th floor of a Tau Cetai Center arc tower, and our patio lies on a terrace overlooking the market in the old section of bustling New Jerusalem. The architect, a student of the legendary Milan de Havre, has incorporated several small jokes into the house's design. The steps go down to the tower room, of course, but equally droll is the exit from the Eyrie, which leads to the exercise room on the lowest level of Lucis's deepest hive. Or perhaps the guest bathroom, which consists of toilet, bidet, sink, and shower stall, on an open, wall-less raft afloat on the violet sea world of Mare Infinitus. At first, the shifts in gravity from room to room were disturbing, but I soon adapted, subconsciously bracing myself for the drag of Lucis and Hebron and Sol Draconi Septum, unconsciously anticipating the less than 1 standard G freedom of the majority of the rooms. In the 10 standard months Helenda and I are together, we spend little time in our home, preferring instead to move with friends among the resorts and vacation arcologies and night spots of the world web. Our friends are the former Farcaster set, now calling themselves the Caribou Herd, after an extinct Old Earth migratory mammal. This herd consists of other writers, a few successful visual artists, concourse intellectuals, all-thing media representatives, a few radical artists and cosmetic gene splicers, web aristocrats, wealthy Farcaster freaks and flashback addicts, a few Holly and stage directors, a scattering of actors and performance artists, several mafia dons gone straight, and a revolving list of recent celebrities, myself included. Everyone drinks, uses stims and auto implants, takes the wire, and can afford the best drugs. The drug of choice is flashback. It is definitely an upper-class vice. One needs the full range of expensive implants to fully experience it. Helenda has seen to it that I have been so fitted. Biomonitors, sensory extenders, and internal comm log, neural shunts, kickers, metacortex processors, blood chips, RNA tapeworms. My mother wouldn't have recognized my insides. I try flashback twice. The first time is a glide. I target my 9th birthday party and hit it with the first salvo. It is all there. The servants singing on the north lawn at daybreak, Don Balthazar grudgingly canceling classes so I can spend the day with Amalfi and my EMV, streaking across the gray dunes of the Amazon basin in gay abandon. The torchlight procession that evening as representatives of the other old families arrive at dusk, their brightly wrapped presents gleaming under the moon and the 10,000 lights. I rise from 9 hours in flashback with a smile on my face. The second trip almost kills me. I am 4 and crying, seeking my mother through endless rooms smelling of dust and old furniture. Android servants seek to console me, but I shake off their hands, running down hallways soiled with shadows and the soot of too many generations. Breaking the first rule I ever learned, I throw open the doors to Mother's sewing room, her sanctum sanctorum, to which she retires for 3 hours every afternoon, and from which she emerges with her soft smile, the hem of her pale dress whispering across the carpet like the echo of a ghost's sigh. Mother is sitting there in the shadows. I am 4, and my finger has been hurt, and I rush to her, throwing myself into her arms. She does not respond. One of her elegant arms remains reclined along the back of the chaise longue. The other remains limp on the cushion. I pull back, shocked by her cool plasticity. I tug open the heavy velvet drapes without rising from her lap. Mother's eyes are white, rolled back in her head. Her lips are slightly open. Drool moistens the corners of her mouth and glints on her perfect chin. From the gold threads of her hair, done up in the grande dame style she favors, I see the cold steel gleam of the stem wire and the duller sheen of the skull socket she has plugged it into. The patch of bone on either side is very white. On the table near her left hand lies the empty flashback syringe. The servants arrive and pull me away. Mother never blinks. I am pulled screaming from the room. I wake screaming. Perhaps it was my refusal to use flashback again which hastened Helenda's departure, but I doubt it. I was a toy to her, a primitive who amused her by my innocence about a life she had taken for granted for many decades. Whatever the case, my refusal to flashback left me with many days without her. The time spent in replay is real time, and flashback users often die having spent more days of their lives under the drug than they ever experienced conscious. At first I entertained myself with the implants and technotoys which had been denied to me as a member of an old Earth family. The datasphere was a construct of light that first year. I called up information almost constantly, living in a frenzy of full interface. I was as addicted to raw data as the caribou herd were to their stims and drugs. I could imagine Don Balthazar spinning in his molten grave as I gave up long-term memory for the transient satisfaction of implant omniscience. It was only later that I felt the loss. Fitzgerald's Odyssey, Wu's Final March, and a score of other epics which had survived my stroke now were shredded like cloud fragments in a high wind. Much later, freed of implants, I painstakingly learned them all again. For the first and only time in my life, I became political. Days and nights would pass with me monitoring the Senate on Farcaster cable, or lying tapped into the All-Thing. Someone once estimated that the All-Thing deals with about 100 active pieces of hegemony legislation per day, and during my months spent screwed into the sensorium, I missed none of them. My voice and name became well known on the debate channels. No bill was too small, no issue too simple or too complex for my input. The simple act of voting every few minutes gave me a false sense of having accomplished something. I finally gave up the political obsession only after I realized that accessing the All-Thing regularly meant either staying home or turning into a walking zombie. A person constantly busy accessing on his implants makes a pitiful sight in public, and it didn't take Helenda's derision to make me realize that if I stayed home, I would turn into an all-things sponge, like so many millions of other slugs around the web. So I gave up politics. But by then I had found a new passion. Religion. I joined religions. Hell, I helped create religions. The Zen Gnostic Church was expanding exponentially, and I became a true believer, appearing on HTV talk shows and searching for my places of power with all of the devoutness of a pre-Hijra Muslim pilgrimaging to Mecca. Besides, I loved forecasting. I had earned almost 100 million marks from royalties for The Dying Earth, and Helenda had invested well. But someone once figured that a forecaster home such as mine cost more than 50,000 marks a day just to keep in the web, and I did not limit my forecasting to the 36 worlds of my home. Transline Publishing had qualified me for a gold universal card, and I used it liberally, forecasting to unlikely corners of the web, and then spending weeks staying in luxury accommodations and leasing EMVs to find my places of power in remote areas of backwater worlds. I found none. I renounced Zen Gnosticism about the same time Helenda divorced me. By that time the bills were piling up, and I had to liquidate most of the stocks and long-term investments remaining to me after Helenda had taken her share. I was not only naive and in love when she had had her attorneys draw up the marriage contract. I was stupid. Eventually, even with such economies as cutting down my forecasting and dismissing the android servants, I was facing financial disaster. I went to see Tyrina Wingreen Fife. "No one wants to read poetry," she said, leafing through the thin stack of cantos I had written in the past year and a half. "What do you mean?" I said. "The Dying Earth was poetry." "The Dying Earth was a fluke," said Tyrina. Her nails were long and green and curved in the latest Mandarin fashion. They curled around my manuscript like the claws of some chlorophyll beast. "It sold because the mass subconscious was ready for it." "Maybe the mass subconscious is ready for this," I said. I was beginning to get angry. Tyrina laughed. It was not an altogether pleasant sound. "Martin, Martin, Martin," she said. "This is poetry. You're writing about Heaven's Gate and the caribou herd, but what comes across is loneliness, displacement, angst, and a cynical look at humanity." "So?" "So no one wants to pay for a look at another person's angst," laughed Tyrina. I turned away from her desk and walked to the far side of the room. Her office took up the entire 435th floor of the Transline Spire in the Babel section of Tau Cetai Center. There were no windows. The circular room was open from floor to ceiling, shielded by a solar-generated containment field which showed no shimmer whatsoever. It was like standing between two gray plates suspended halfway between the sky and earth. I watched crimson clouds move between the lesser spires half a kilometer below, and I thought about hubris. Tyrina's office had no doorways, stairways, elevators, field lifts, or trapdoors. No connection to the other levels at all. One entered Tyrina's office through the five-faceted Farcaster, which shimmered in mid-air like an abstract holosculpture. I found myself thinking about tower fires and power failures as well as hubris. I said, "Are you saying that you won't publish it?" "Not at all," smiled my editor. "You've earned Transline several billion marks, Martin. We will publish it. All I am saying is that no one will buy it." "You're wrong," I shouted. "Not everyone recognizes fine poetry, but there are still enough people who read to make it a bestseller." Tyrina did not laugh again, but her smile slashed upward in a twist of green lips. "Martin, Martin, Martin," she said. "The population of literate people has been declining steadily since Gutenberg's day. By the 20th century, less than 2% of the people in the so-called industrialized democracies read even one book a year. And that was before the smart machines, dataspheres, and user-friendly environments. By the Hyperion, 98% of the Hegemony's population had no reason to read anything, so they didn't bother learning how to. It's worse today. There are more than 100 billion human beings in the world web, and less than 1% of them bothers to hardfax any printed material, much less read a book." "The Dying Earth sold almost 3 billion copies," I reminded her. "Mm-hmm," said Tyrrena. "It was the Pilgrim's Progress effect." "The what?" "Pilgrim's Progress effect. In the Massachusetts colony of, what was it? 17th century old Earth, every decent family had to have a copy in the household. But my heavens, no one had to read it. It was the same with Hitler's Mein Kampf, or Stukatsky's Visions in the Eye of a Decapitated Child." "Who was Hitler?" I said. Tyrrena smiled slightly. "An old Earth politician who did some writing. Mein Kampf is still in print. Transline renews the copyright every 138 years. "Well, look," I said, "I'm going to take a few weeks to polish up the cantos and give it my best shot." "Fine," smiled Tyrrena. "I suppose you'll want to edit it the way you did last time." "Not at all," said Tyrrena. "Since there's no core of nostalgia this time, you might as well write it the way you want." I blinked. "You mean I can keep in the blank verse this time?" "Of course." "And the philosophy?" "Please do." "And the experimental sections?" "Yes." "And you'll print it the way I write it?" "Absolutely." "Is there a chance it'll sell?" "Not a hope in hell." My few weeks to polish up the cantos turned into 10 months of obsessive labor. I shut off most of the rooms in the house, keeping only the towel room on Deneb Dry, the exercise room on Lucis, the kitchen, and the bathroom raft on Mare Infinitus. I worked a straight 10 hours a day, took a break for some vigorous exercise, followed by a meal and a nap, and then returned to my writing table for another 8-hour stint. It was similar to the time 5 years before when I was recovering from my stroke, and it sometimes took an hour or a day for a word to come to me, for a concept to sink its roots into the firm soil of language. Now it was an even slower process, as I agonized over the perfect word, the precise rhyme scheme, the most playful image, and the most ineffable analog to the most elusive emotion. After 10 standard months I was done, acknowledging the ancient aphorism to the effect that no book or poem is ever finished, merely abandoned. "What do you think?" I asked Tyrrena as she read through the first copy. Her eyes were blank bronze discs in that week's fashion, but this did not hide the fact that there were tears there. She brushed one away. "It's beautiful," she said. I tried to rediscover the voice of some of the ancients, I said, suddenly shy. "You succeeded brilliantly." "The Heaven's Gate interlude is still rough," I said. "It's perfect." "It's about loneliness," I said. "It is loneliness." "Do you think it's ready?" I asked. "It's perfect. A masterpiece." "Do you think it'll sell?" I asked. "No fucking way." They planned an initial run of 70 million hardfax copies of Cantos. Transline ran ads throughout the datasphere, placed HTV commercials, transmitted software inserts, successfully solicited blurbs from best-selling authors, made sure it was reviewed in the new New York Times book section and the TC Squared Review, and generally spent a fortune on advertising. The Cantos sold 23,000 hardfax copies during the first year it was in print. At 10% royalties of the 12 MK cover price, I had earned back 13,800 MK of my 2 million MK advance from Transline. The second year saw a sale of 638 hardfax copies. There were no Datasphere rights sold, no Holly options, and no book tours. What the Cantos lacked in sales it made up for in negative reviews. "Indecipherable, archaic, irrelevant to all current concerns," said the Times book section. "M. Silenus has committed the ultimate act of non-communication," wrote Urban Capri in the TC Squared Review, "by indulging himself in an orgy of pretentious obfuscation." Marmon Hamlet on AllNet Now issued the final death blow. "Oh, the poetry thing from what-his-name. Couldn't read it. Didn't try." Tyrrena Wingreen Fife did not seem concerned. 2 weeks after the first reviews and hardfax returns came in, a day after my 13-day binge ended, I forecast to her office and threw myself into the black flow-foam chair which crouched in the center of the room like a velvet panther. One of Tau Cetai Center's legendary thunderstorms was going on, and Jovian-sized lightning crashes were rending the blood-tinged air just beyond the invisible containment field. "Don't sweat it," said Tyrina. This week's fashions included a hairdo which sent black spikes thrusting half a meter above her forehead, and a body field opacitor which left shifting currents of color concealing and revealing the nudity beneath. The first run only amounted to 60,000 fax transmits, so we're not out much there. "You said 70 million were planned," I said. "Yeah, well, we changed our minds after Transline's resident AI read it." I slumped lower in the flow foam. Even the AI hated it? "The AI loved it," said Tyrina. "That's when we knew for sure that people were going to hate it." I sat up. "Couldn't we have sold copies to the Technicorps?" "We did," said Tyrina. "One. The millions of AIs there probably real-time shared it the minute it came in over Fatline. Interstellar copyright doesn't mean shit when you're dealing with silicon." "All right," I said, slumping. "What next?" Outside, lightning bolts the size of old Earth's ancient superhighways danced between the corporate spires and cloud towers. Tyrina rose from her desk and walked to the edge of the carpeted circle. Her body field flickered like electrically charged oil on water. "Next," she said, "you decide if you want to be a writer or the World Web's biggest jerk-off." "What?" "You heard me." Tyrina turned and smiled. Her teeth had been capped to gold points. "The contract allows us to recover the advance in any way we have to. Seizing your assets at Interbank, recovering the gold coins you've got hidden on Home Free, and selling that gaudy Farcaster house would about do it. And then you can go join the other artistic dilettantes and dropouts and mental cases that Sad King Billy collects on whatever outback world he lives on." I stared. "Then again," she said, and smiled her cannibal smile, "we can just forget this temporary setback, and you can get to work on your next book." My next book appeared 5 standard months later. The Dying Earth 2 picked up where The Dying Earth left off. In plain prose this time, the sentence length and chapter content carefully guided by neuro-bio-monitored responses on a test group of 638 average hardfax readers. The book was in novel form, short enough not to intimidate the potential buyer at Food Mart checkout stands, and the cover was a 20-second interactive holo, wherein the tall, swarthy stranger, Amalfi Schwartz, I suppose, although Amalfi was short and pale and wore corrective lenses, rips the bodice of the struggling female just to the nipple line before the protesting blonde turns toward the viewer and cries for help in a breathless whisper provided by Porn Holly star Lita Swan. Dying Earth 2 sold 19 million copies. "Not bad," said Tyrina. "It takes a while to build an audience." "The first Dying Earth sold 3 billion copies," I said. "Pilgrim's Progress," she said. "Mein Kampf. Once in a century, maybe less." "But it sold 3 billion. "Look," said Tyrina. "In 20th century old Earth, a fast food chain took dead cow meat, fried it in grease, added carcinogens, wrapped it in petroleum-based foam, and sold 900 billion units. Human beings. Go figure." Dying Earth 3 introduced the characters of Winona, the escaped slave girl who rose to the ownership of her own fiberplastic plantation. Never mind that fiberplastic never grew on old Earth. Arturo Redgrave, the dashing blockade runner. What blockade? And Innocent Sperry, the 9-year-old telepath dying of an unspecified little Nell disease. Innocence lasted until Dying Earth 9, and on the day Transline allowed me to kill the little shit off, I went out to celebrate with a 6-day 20-world binge. I awoke in a lung pipe on Heaven's Gate, covered with vomit and rebreather mold, nursing the web's biggest headache and the sure knowledge that I soon would have to start on Volume 10 of the Chronicles of the Dying Earth. It isn't hard being a hack writer. Between Dying Earth 2 and Dying Earth 9, 6 standard years had passed relatively painlessly. My research was meager, my plots formulaic, my characters cardboard, my prose pre-literate, and my free time was my own. I traveled. I married twice more. Each wife left me with no hard feelings, but with a sizable portion of the royalties from my next dying earth. I explored religions and serious drinking, finding more hope of lasting solace in the latter. I kept my home, adding 6 rooms on 5 worlds, and filled it with fine art. I entertained. Writers were among my acquaintances, but as in all times, we tended to mistrust and badmouth each other, secretly resenting the other's successes and finding fault in their work. Each of us knew in his or her heart that he or she was a true artist of the word who merely happened to be commercial. The others were hacks. Then, on a cool morning, with my sleeping room rocking slightly in the upper branches of my tree on the Templar world, I awoke to a gray sky and the realization that my muse had fled. It had been 5 years since I had written any poetry. The cantos lay open in the Deneb Dry Tower, only a few pages finished beyond what had been published. I had been using thought processors to write my novels, and one of these activated as I entered the study. "Shit," it printed out. "What did I do with my muse?" It says something about the type of writing I had been doing that my muse could flee without my noticing. For those who do not write and who never have been stirred by the creative urge, talk of muses seems a figure of speech, a quaint conceit. But for those of us who live by the word, our muses are as real and necessary as the soft clay of language which they help to sculpt. When one is writing, really writing, it is as if one is given a fat line to the gods. No true poet has been able to explain the exhilaration one feels when the mind becomes an instrument as surely as does the pen or thought processor, ordering and expressing the revelations flowing in from somewhere else. My muse had fled. I sought her in the other worlds of my house, but only silence echoed back from the art-bedecked walls and empty spaces. I farcast and flew to my favorite places, watching the sun set on the wind-blown prairies of grass and the night fogs obscure the ebony crags of Nevermore. But although I emptied my mind of the trash prose of the endless dying earth, there came no whispers from my muse. I sought her in alcohol and flashback, returning to the productive days on Heaven's Gate when her inspiration was a constant buzzing in my ears, interrupting my work, waking me from sleep. But in the relived hours and days, her voice was as muted and garbled as a damaged audio disc from some forgotten century. My muse had fled. I farcast to Tyrena Wingreen Fife's office at the precise moment of my appointment. Tyrena had been promoted from editor-in-chief of the Hardfacts division to publisher. Her new office occupied the highest level of the Tau Cetai Center transline spire, and standing there was like perching on the carpeted summit of the galaxy's tallest, thinnest peak. Only the invisible dome of the slightly polarized containment field arched overhead, and the edge of the carpet ended in a 6-kilometer drop. I wondered if other authors felt the urge to jump. "The new opus," said Tyrena. Lucis was dominating the fashion universe this week, and dominate was the right word. My editor was dressed in leather and iron, rusted spikes on her wrists and neck, and a massive bandolier across her shoulder and left breast. The cartridges looked real. "Yeah," I said, and tossed the manuscript box on her desk. "Martin, Martin, Martin," she sighed. "When are you going to transmit your books rather than going to all the trouble of printing them out and bringing them here in person?" "There's a strange satisfaction in delivering them," I said. "Especially this one." "Oh?" "Yes," I said. "Why don't you read some of it?" Tyrena smiled and clicked black fingernails along the cartridges in her bandolier. "I'm sure it's up to your usual high standards, Martin," she said. "I don't have to look at it." "Please do," I said. "Really," said Tyrena. "There's no reason. It always makes me nervous to read a new work while the author is present." "This one won't," I said. "Read just the first few pages." She must have heard something in my voice, because she frowned slightly and opened the box. The frown deepened as she read the first page and flipped through the rest of the manuscript. Page 1 had a single sentence. And then, one fine morning in October, the dying Earth swallowed its own bowels, spasmed its final spasm, and died. The other 299 pages were blank. A joke, Martin? Nope. A subtle hint, then? You would like to begin a new series? Nope. It's not as if we hadn't expected it, Martin. Our storyliners have come up with several exciting series ideas for you. M. Subwayze thinks that you would be perfect for the novelizations of the Crimson Avenger Hollies. You can stick the Crimson Avenger up your corporate ass, Tyrina, I said cordially. I'm finished with Transline, and this pre-masticated gruel you call fiction. Tyrina's expression did not flicker. Her teeth were not pointed. Today they were rusted iron, to match the spikes on her wrists and the collar around her neck. Martin, 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 she sighed. You have no idea how finished you will be if you don't apologize, straighten up, and fly right. But that can wait until tomorrow. Why don't you step home, sober up, and think about this? I laughed. I'm as sober as I've been in 8 years, lady. It just took me a while to realize that it wasn't just me who's writing crap. There's not a book published in the web this year that hasn't been total garbage. Well, I'm getting off the scow. Tyrina rose. For the first time, I noticed that on her simulated canvas web belt there hung a forced death wand. I hoped that it was as designer fake as the rest of her costume. Listen, you miserable no-talent hack, she hissed. Transline owns you from the balls up. If you give us any more trouble, we'll have you working in the Gothic Romance Factory under the name Rosemary Titmouse. Now go home, sober up, and get to work on Dying Earth 10. I smiled and shook my head. Tyrina squinted slightly. You're still into us for almost $1 million mark advance, she said. One word to collections and we'll seize every room of your house except that goddamn raft you use as an outhouse. You can sit on it until the oceans fill up with crap. I laughed a final time. It's a self-contained disposal unit, I said. Besides, I sold the house yesterday. The check for the balance of the advance should have been transmitted by now. Tyrina tapped the plastic grip of her death wand. Transline's copyrighted the Dying Earth concept, you know. We'll just have someone else write the books. I nodded. They're welcome to it. Something in my ex-editor's voice changed when she realized that I was serious. Somewhere I sensed there was an advantage to her if I stayed. Listen, she said. I'm sure we can work this out, Martin. I was saying to the director the other day that your advances were too small, and that Transline should let you develop a new storyline. Tyrina, 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 I sighed. Goodbye. I forecast to Renaissance Vector and then to Parsimony, where I boarded a spin ship for the 3-week voyage to Asquith and the crowded kingdom of Sad King Billy. Notes for a sketch of Sad King Billy. His Royal Highness King William the 23rd, Sovereign Lord of the Kingdom of Windsor in exile, looks a bit like a wax candle of a man who has been left on a hot stove. His long hair runs in limp rivulets to slumped shoulders, while the furrows on his brow trickle downward to the tributaries of wrinkles around the basset hound eyes, and then run southward again through folds and frown lines to the maze of wattles in neck and jowls. King Billy is said to remind anthropologists of the worry dolls of the outback Kinshasa, to make Zen Gnostics recall the pitiful Buddha after the temple fire on Taijin, and to send media historians rushing to their archives to check photos of an ancient flat-film movie actor named Charles Lawton. None of these references mean anything to me. I look at King Billy and think of my long-dead tutor Don Balthazar after a week-long binge. Sad King Billy's reputation for gloominess is exaggerated. He often laughs. It is merely his misfortune that his peculiar form of laughter makes most people think he is sobbing. A man cannot help his physiognomy, but in His Highness's case, the entire persona tends to suggest either buffoon or victim. He dresses, if that can be the word, in something approaching a constant state of anarchy, defying the taste and color sense of his android servants, so that on some days he clashes with himself and his environment simultaneously. Nor is his appearance limited to sartorial chaos. King William moves in a permanent sphere of dishabille, his fly unsealed, his velvet cape torn and tattered and drawing crumbs magnetically from the floor, his left sleeve ruffle twice as long as the right, which in turn looks as if it has been dipped in jam. You get the idea. For all this, Sad King Billy has an insightful mind and a passion for the arts and literature which has not been equaled since the true Renaissance days on old Earth. In some ways, King Billy is the fat child with his face eternally pressed to the candy store window. He loves and appreciates fine music, but cannot produce it. A connoisseur of ballet and all things graceful, His Highness is a klutz, a moving series of pratfalls and comic bits of clumsiness. A passionate reader, unerring poetry critic, and patron of forensics, King Billy combines a stutter in his verbal expression with a shyness which will not allow him to show his verse or prose to anyone else. A lifelong bachelor, now entering his 60th year, King Billy inhabits the tumble-down palace and 2,000-square-mile kingdom as if it were another suit of rumpled royal clothes. Anecdotes abound. One of the famous oil painters whom King Billy supports finds His Majesty walking head down, hands clasped behind him, one foot on the garden path and one in the mud, obviously lost in thought. The artist hails his patron. Sad King Billy looks up, blinks, looks around as if awakening from a long nap. "Excuse me," His Highness says to the bemused painter, but could you please tell me, was I headed toward the palace or away from the palace?" "Toward the palace, Your Majesty," replies the artist. "Oh, good," sighs the king. "Then I've had lunch." General Horace Glennon Height had begun his rebellion, and the outback world of Asquith lay directly in his path of conquest. Asquith was not worried. The Hegemony had offered a force space fleet as a shield, but the royal ruler of the Kingdom of Monaco in exile seemed more melted than ever when he called me in. "Martin," said His Majesty, "you've heard about the battle for Fomalhaut?" "Yeah," I said. "It doesn't sound like anything to worry about. Fomalhaut was just the kind of place Glennon Height's been hitting. Small, no more than a few thousand colonists, rich in minerals, and with a time debt of at least, 20 standard months from the web." 23, said Sad King Billy. "So you don't think that we are in jeopardy?" I said. "With only a 3-week real transit time and a time debt of less than a year, the Hegemony can always get forces here from the web faster than the general can spin up from Fomalhaut." "Perhaps," mused King Billy, beginning to lean on a globe and then jumping upright as it started to turn under his weight. "But nonetheless, I've decided to start our own modest hegira." I blinked, surprised. Billy had been talking about relocating the kingdom in exile for almost 2 years, but I had never thought he would go through with it. "The ships are ready on Parvati," he said. "Asquith has agreed to provide the transport we need to the web." "But the palace," I said. "The library, the farms and grounds?" "Donated, of course," said King Billy. "But the contents of the library will travel with us." I sat on the arm of the horsehair divan and rubbed my cheek. In the 10 years I had been in the kingdom, I had progressed from Billy's subject of patronage to tutor, to confidant, to friend, but never did I pretend to understand this disheveled enigma. Upon my arrival, he had granted me an immediate audience. Do you wish to join the other talented people in our little colony?" he had asked. "Yes, Your Majesty." "And will you write more books like the Dying Earth?" "Not if I can help it, Your Majesty." "I read it, you know," the little man had said. "It was very interesting." "You're most kind, sir." Bullshit, M. Silenus. It was interesting because someone had obviously bowdlerized it and left in all the bad parts." I had grinned, surprised by the sudden revelation that I was going to like Sad King Billy. But the cantos," he sighed. That was a book. Probably the finest volume of poetry published in the web in the last 2 centuries. How you managed to get that by the mediocrity police, I will never know. I ordered 20,000 copies for the kingdom." I bowed my head slightly, at a loss for words for the first time since my post-stroke days 2 decades before. "Will you write more poetry like the cantos?" "I came here to try, Your Majesty." "Then welcome," said Sat King Billy. "You will stay in the west wing of the castle, near my offices, and my door will always be open to you." Now I glanced at the closed door and at the little sovereign who, even when smiling, looked as if he were on the verge of tears. "Hyperion?" I asked. He had mentioned the colony world gone primitive many times. "Precisely. The android seed ships have been there for some years, Martin, preparing the way, as it were." I raised an eyebrow. King Billy's wealth came not from the assets of the kingdom, but from major investments in the web economy. Even so, if he had been carrying on a surreptitious recolonization effort for years, the cost must have been staggering. Do you remember why the original colonists named the the world Hyperion, Martin?" "Sure. Before the Hegira, they were a tiny freehold on one of the moons of Saturn. They couldn't last without terrestrial resupply, so they emigrated to the outback and named the survey world after their moon." King Billy smiled sadly. "And do you know why the name is propitious for our endeavor?" It took me about 10 seconds to make the connection. "Keats," I said. Several years earlier, near the end of a long discussion about the essence of poetry, King Billy had asked me who was the purest poet who had ever lived. "The purest," I had said. "Don't you mean the greatest?" No, said Billy. "That's absurd to argue over who is the greatest. I'm curious about your opinion of the purest, the closest to the essence you describe." I had thought about it a few days, and then brought my answer to King Billy as we watched the setting suns from the top of the bluff near the palace. Red and blue shadows stretched across the amber lawn toward us. "Keats," I said. "John Keats," whispered Sat King Billy. "Ah." And then, a moment later, "Why?" So I had told him what I knew about the 19th century old earth poet, about his upbringing, training, and early death, but mostly about a life dedicated almost totally to the mysteries and beauties of poetic creation. Billy had seemed interested then. He seemed obsessed now as he waved his hand and brought into existence a holomodel which all but filled the room. I moved backward, stepping through hills and buildings and grazing animals to get a better view. "Behold Hyperion," whispered my patron. As was usually the case when he was totally absorbed, King Billy forgot to stutter. The halla shifted through a series of views: river cities, port cities, mountain eyries, a city on a hill filled with monuments to match the strange buildings in a nearby valley. "The time tombs?" I said. "Precisely. The greatest mystery in the known universe." I frowned at the hyperbole. "They're fucking empty," I said. "They've been empty since they were discovered." "They are the source of a strange anti-entropic force field which lingers still," said King Billy. "One of the few phenomena outside singularities which dares to tamper with time itself." "It's no big deal," I said. "It must have been like painting a rust preventative on metal. They were made to last, but they're empty. And since when do we go bug-fuck about technology?" "Not technology," sighed King Billy, his face melting into deeper grooves. "Mystery. The strangeness of place so necessary to some creative spirits. A perfect mixture of the classical utopia and the pagan mystery." I shrugged, not impressed. Sad King Billy waved the hollow away. "Has your poetry improved?" I crossed my arms and glared at the regal dwarf Slav. "No." "Has your muse returned?" I said nothing. If looks could have killed, we would all be crying, "The king is dead, long live the king," before nightfall. "Very well," he said, showing that he could look insufferably smug as well as sad. "Pack your bags, my boy. We're going to Hyperion." Fade in. Sad King Billy's 5 seed ships floating like golden dandelions above a lapis sky. White cities rising on 3 continents: Keats, Endymion, Port Romance. The poet city itself. More than 8,000 of art's pilgrims seeking escape from the tyranny of mediocrity and searching for a renewal of vision on this rough-hewn world. Asquith and Windsor in Exile had been a center for android biofacture in the century following the Hegira, and now these blue-skinned friends of man labored and tilled with the understanding that once these final labors were finished, they were free at last. The white cities rose. The indigenes, tired of playing native, came out of their villages and forests and helped us rebuild the colony to more human specifications. The technocrats and bureaucrats and ecocrats were thawed and let loose upon the unsuspecting world, and Sad King Billy's dream came one step closer to reality. By the time we arrived at Hyperion, General Horace Glennon Height was dead, his brief but brutal mutiny already crushed, but there was no turning back. Some of the more rugged artists and artisans spurned the poet city and eked out rugged but creative lives in Jacktown or Port Romance, or even in the expanding frontiers beyond. But I stayed. I found no muse on Hyperion during those first years. For many, the expansion of distance because of limited transportation, EMVs were unreliable, skimmers scarce, and the contraction of artificial consciousness due to absence of datasphere, no access to the all-thing, and only one fat line transmitter, all led to a renewal of creative energies, a new realization of what it meant to be human and an artist. Or so I heard. No muse appeared. My verse continued to be technically proficient and dead as Huck Finn's cat. I decided to kill myself. But first, I spent some time, 9 years at least, carrying out a community service by providing the one thing New Hyperion lacked: decadence. From a biosculptor aptly named Grauman Hackett, I obtained the hairy flanks, hooves, and goat legs of a satyr. I cultivated my beard and extended my ears. Grauman made interesting alterations to my sexual apparatus. Word got around. Peasant girls, indigenes, the wives of our true blue city planners and pioneers, all awaited a visit from Hyperion's only resident satyr, or arranged one themselves. I learned what priapic and satyriasis really mean. Besides the unending series of sexual contests, I allowed my drinking bouts to become legendary, and my vocabulary to return to something approaching the old post-stroke days. It was fucking wonderful. It was fucking hell. And then, on the night I had set aside to blow my brains out, Grendel appeared. Notes for a sketch of our visiting monster. Our worst dreams have come alive. Something wicked shuns the light. Shades of Morbius and the Krell. Keep the fires high, Mother. Grendel comes tonight. At first, we think the missing are merely absent. There are no watchers on the walls of our city. No walls, actually. No warriors at the door of our mead hall. Then a husband reports a wife who disappears between the evening meal and the tucking in of their 2 children. Then Hoban Christus, the abstract implosionist, fails to appear at midweek performance at Poets Amphitheater, his first missed cue in 82 years of treading the boards. Concern rises. Sad King Billy returns from his labors as overseer on the Jacktown restoration and promises that security will be tightened. A censor net is woven around the town. Ship security officers sweep the time tombs and report that all remains empty. Mechs are sent into the labyrinth entrance at the base of the Jade Tomb and report nothing in a 6,000-kilometer probe. Skimmers, automated and manned, sweep the area between the city and the bridle range and sense nothing larger than the heat signature of a rock eel. For a local week, there are no more disappearances. Then the deaths begin. The sculptor, Pete Garcia, is found in his studio, and in his bedroom, and in the yard beyond. Ship security manager Truan Hines is foolish enough to tell a news teep it's like he was mauled by some vicious animal, but no animal I've ever seen could do that to a man." We are all secretly thrilled and titillated. True, the dialogue is bad, straight out of a million movies and hollies we've scared ourselves with. But now we are part of the show. Suspicion turns toward the obvious. A psychopath is loose among us, probably killing with a pulse blade or hell whip. This time he, or she, had not found time to dispose of the body. Poor Pete. Ship Security Manager Hines is sacked, and City Manager Pruitt receives permission from His Majesty to hire, train, and arm a city police force of approximately 20 officers. There is talk of truth-testing the entire Poet City population of 6,000. Sidewalk cafes buzz with conversation of civil rights. We were technically out of the hegemony. Did we have any rights? And harebrained schemes are hatched to catch the murderer. Then the slaughter begins. There was no pattern to the murders. Bodies were found in twos and threes, or alone, or not at all. Some of the disappearances were bloodless. Others left gallons of gore. There were no witnesses, no survivors of attacks. Location did not seem to matter. The Wymont family lived in one of the outlying villas, but Sarah Robb never stirred from her tower studio near the center of town. 2 of the victims disappeared alone at night, apparently while walking in the Zen garden. But Chancellor Lehman's daughter had private bodyguards, yet vanished while alone in a bathroom on the 7th floor of Sad King Billy's palace. On Lucis, or Tau Cetai Center, or a dozen other of the old web worlds, the deaths of 1,000 people add up to minor news. Items for Datasphere short-term or the inside pages of the morning paper. But in a city of 6,000, on a colony of 50,000, a dozen murders, like the proverbial sentence to be hanged in the morning, tend to focus one's attention wonderfully well. I knew one of the first victims. Sisyphus Harris had been one of my first conquests as a satyr, and one of my most enthusiastic. A beautiful girl, long blonde hair too soft to be real, a fresh-picked peach complexion too virginal to dream of touching, a beauty too perfect to believe, precisely the sort that even the most timid male dreams of violating. Sisyphus now had been violated in earnest. They found only her head, lying upright in the center of Lord Byron's plaza, as if she had been buried to her neck in pourable marble. I knew when I heard these details precisely what kind of creature we were dealing with, for a cat I had owned on Mother's estate had left similar offerings on the south patio most summer mornings. The head of a mouse staring up from the sandstone in pure rodent amazement, or perhaps a ground squirrel's toothy grin. Killing trophies from a proud but hungry predator. Sad King Billy came to visit me while I was working on my cantos. "Good morning, Billy," I said. "It's your Majesty," grumped His Majesty, in a rare show of royal pique. His stutter had disappeared the day the royal dropship landed on Hyperion. "Good morning, Billy, your Majesty." Growled my liege lord, moving some papers and managing to sit in the only puddle of spilled coffee on an otherwise dry bench. "You're writing again, Silenus?" I saw no reason to acknowledge an acknowledgment of the obvious. "Have you always used a pen?" "No," I said, "only when I want to write something worth reading." "Is that worth reading?" He gestured toward the small heap of manuscript I had accrued in 2 local weeks of work. "Yes." "Yes? Just yes?" "Yes." "Will I get to read it soon?" "No." King Billy looked down and noticed that his left leg was in a puddle of coffee. He frowned, moved, and mopped at the shrinking pool with the hem of his cape. "Never?" he said. "Not unless you outlive me." "Which I plan to do," said the king, "while you expire from playing goat to the kingdom's ewes." "Is that an attempt at a metaphor?" "Not in the least," said King Billy. "Merely an observation." "I haven't forced my attentions on a ewe since my boyhood days on the farm," I said. "I promised my mother in song that I wouldn't indulge in sheep-fucking again without asking her permission." While King Billy looked on mournfully, I sang a few bars of an ancient ditty called There'll never be another you. Martin, he said, someone or something is killing my people. I set aside my paper and pen. I know, I said. I need your help. How, for Christ's sake? Am I supposed to track down the killer like some HTV detective? Have a fight to the fucking death on Reichenbach fucking Falls? That would be satisfactory, Martin. But in the meantime, a few opinions and words of advice would suffice. Opinion 1, I said. It was stupid to come here. Opinion 2, it's stupid to stay. Advice Alpha Omega, leave. King Billy nodded dolefully. Leave this city, or all of Hyperion? I shrugged. His Majesty rose and walked to the window of my small study. It looked out across a 3-meter alley to the brick wall of the automated recycling plant next door. King Billy studied the view. You're aware, he said, of the ancient legend of the Shrike? I've heard bits of it. The Indigenes associate the monster with the time tombs, he said. The Indigenes smear paint on their bellies for the harvest celebration, and smoke unrecombinant tobacco, I said. King Billy nodded at the wisdom of this. He said, The Hegemony first down team was wary of this area. They set up the multi-channel recorders and kept their bases south of the bridle. Look, I said, Your Majesty, what do you want? Absolution for screwing up and building the city here? You're absolved. Go and sin no more, my son. Now, if you don't mind your royalship, adios. I've got dirty limericks to write here. King Billy did not turn away from the window. You recommend that we evacuate the city, Martin? I hesitated only a second. Sure. And would you leave with the rest? Why wouldn't I? King Billy turned and looked me in the eye. Would you? I said nothing. After a minute I looked away. I thought so, said the ruler of the planet. He clasped his pudgy hands behind his back and stared at the wall again. If I were a detective, he said, I would be suspicious. The city's least productive citizen starts writing again after a decade of silence only, what, Martin? 2 days after the first murders happened. Now he's disappeared from the social life he once dominated and spends his time composing an epic poem. Shy. Even the young girls are safe from his goatish ardor. I sighed. Goatish ardor, my lord? King Billy glanced over his shoulder at me. All right, I said. You've got me. I confess. I've been murdering them and bathing in their blood. It works as a fucking literary aphrodisiac. I figure 200-300 more victims tops, and I'll have my next book ready for publication. King Billy turned back to the window. What's the matter? I said. Don't you believe me? No. Why not? Because, said the king, I know who the murderer is. We sat in the darkened holopit and watched the Shrike kill novelist Sarah Robb and her lover. The light level was very low. Sarah's middle-aged flesh seemed to glow with a pale phosphorescence, while her much younger boyfriend's white buttocks gave the illusion in the dim light of floating separately from the rest of his tanned body. Their lovemaking was reaching its frenzied peak when the inexplicable occurred. Rather than the final thrusts and sudden pause of orgasm, the young man seemed to levitate up and backward, rising into the air as if Sarah had somehow forcefully ejected him from her body. The soundtrack on the disc, previously consisting of the usual banal pants, gasps, exhortations, and instructions one would expect from such activity, suddenly filled the holopit with screams, first the young man's, then Sarah's. There was a thud as the boy's body struck a wall off camera. Sarah's body lay waiting in tragically comic vulnerability, her legs wide, arms open, breasts flattened, thighs pale. Her head had been thrown back in ecstasy, but now she had time to raise it, shock and anger already replacing the oddly similar expression of imminent orgasm. She opened her mouth to shout something. No words. There came the watermelon carving sound of blades piercing flesh, of hooks being pulled free of tendon and bone. Syrah's head went back, her mouth opened impossibly wide, and her body exploded from the breastbone down. Flesh separated as if an invisible axe were chopping Syrah Robb for kindling. Unseen scalpels completed the job of opening her, lateral incisions appearing like obscene time-lapse footage of a mad surgeon's favorite operation. It was a brutal autopsy performed on a living person. On a once-living person, rather. For when the blood stopped flying and the body ceased spasming, Syrah's limbs relaxed in death, legs opening again in an echo of the obscene display of viscera above. And then, for the briefest second, there was a blur of red and chrome near the bed. "Freeze, expand, and augment," King Billy told the house computer. The blur resolved itself into a head out of a Jolt addict's nightmare. A face, part steel, part chrome, and part skull. Teeth like a mechanized wolf's crossed with a steam shovel. Eyes like ruby lasers burning through blood-filled gems. Forehead penetrated by a curved spike blade rising 30 centimeters from a quicksilver skull, and a neck ringed with similar thorns. "The Shrike?" I asked. King Billy nodded, the merest movement of chin and jowls. "What happened to the boy?" I asked. "There was no sign of him when Syrah's body was discovered," said the king. "No one knew he was missing until this disc was discovered. He has been identified as a young recreation specialist from Endymion." "You just found the hollow?" "Yesterday," said King Billy. "The security people found the imager on the ceiling, less than a millimeter across. Syrah had a library of such discs. The camera apparently was there only to record, the bedroom follies," I said. "Precisely." I stood up and approached the floating image of the creature. My hand passed through forehead, spike, and jaws. The computer had calculated its size and represented it properly. Judging from the thing's head, our local Grendel stood more than 3 meters tall. "Shrike," I muttered, more in greeting than in identification. "What can you tell me about it, Martin?" "Why ask me?" I snapped. "I'm a poet, not a mytho-historian." "You accessed the seedship computer with a query about the Shrike's nature and origins." I raised an eyebrow. Computer access was supposed to be as private and anonymous as datasphere entry in the Hegemony. "So what?" I said. "Hundreds of people must have checked out the Shrike legend since the killings began. Maybe thousands. It's the only fucking monster legend we've got." King Billy moved his wrinkles and folds up and down. "Yes," he said, "but you searched the files 3 months before the first disappearance." I sighed and slumped into the holopit cushions. "All right," I said, "I did. So what? I wanted to use the fucking legend in the fucking poem I'm writing, so I researched it. Arrest me." "What did you learn?" I was very angry now. I stamped satyr hooves into the soft carpet. "Just the stuff in the fucking file," I snapped. "What in the hell do you want from me, Billy?" The king rubbed his brow and winced as he accidentally stuck his little finger in his eye. "I don't know," he said. "The security people wanted to take you up to the ship and put you on full interrogative interface. I chose to talk to you instead." I blinked, feeling a strange zero-G sensation in my stomach. Full interrogative meant cortical shunts and sockets in the skull. Most people interrogated that way recovered fully. Most. "Can you tell me what aspect of the Shrike legend you plan to use in your poem?" King Billy asked softly. "Sure," I said. "According to the Shrike cult gospel that the Indigenes started, the Shrike is the Lord of Pain and the Angel of Final Atonement, come from a place beyond time to announce the end of the human race. I liked that conceit." "The end of the human race," repeated King Billy. "Yeah. He's Michael the Archangel, and Moroni, and Satan, and Masked Entropy, and the Frankenstein monster all rolled into one package," I said. "He hangs around the time tombs waiting to come out and wreak havoc when it's mankind's time to join the dodo and the gorilla and the sperm whale on the extinction hit parade list." "The Frankenstein monster," mused the short little fat man in the wrinkled cape. "Why him?" I took a breath. "Because the Shrike cult believes that mankind somehow created the thing," I said, although I knew that King Billy knew everything I knew and more. "Do they know how to kill it?" he asked. "Not that I know of. He's supposed to be immortal, beyond time." "A god?" I hesitated. "Not really," I said at last. "More like one of the universe's worst nightmares come to life. Sort of like the Grim Reaper, but with a penchant for sticking souls on a giant thorn tree, while the people's souls are still in their bodies." King Billy nodded. "Look," I said, "if you insist on splitting hairs from backworld theologies, why don't you fly to Jacktown and ask a few of the cult priests?" "Yes," said the king, chin on his pudgy fist, obviously distracted. "They're already on the seed ship being interrogated. It's all most confusing." I rose to leave, not sure if I would be allowed to. "Martin?" "Yeah?" "Before you go, can you think of anything else that could help us understand this thing?" I paused in the doorway, feeling my heart batting at my ribs to get out. "Yeah?" I said, my voice only marginally steady. "I can tell you who and what the Shrike really is." "Oh?" "It's my muse," I said, and turned and went back to my room to write. Of course, I had summoned the Shrike. I knew that. I had summoned it by beginning my epic poem about it. In the beginning was the word. I retitled my poem the Hyperion Cantos. It was not about the planet, but about the passing of the self-styled titans called humans. It was about the unthinking hubris of a race which dared to murder its home world through sheer carelessness, and then carried that dangerous arrogance to the stars, only to meet the wrath of a god which humanity had helped to sire. Hyperion was the first serious work I had done in many years, and it was the best I would ever do. What began as a comic serious homage to the ghost of John Keats became my last reason for existence, an epic tour de force in an age of mediocre farce. Hyperion Cantos was written with a skill I could never have attained, with a mastery I could never have gained, and sung in a voice which was not mine. The passing of humankind was my topic. The Shrike was my muse. A score more people died before King Billy evacuated the City of Poets. Some of the evacuees went to Endymion or Keats or one of the other news cities, but most voted to take the seed ships back to the web. King Billy's dream of a creative utopia died, although the king himself lived on in the gloomy palace at Keats. Leadership of the colony passed to the Home Rule Council, which petitioned the Hegemony for membership and immediately established a self-defense force. The SDF, made up primarily of the same indigenes who had been cudgeling each other a decade before, but commanded now by self-styled officers from our new colony, succeeded only in disturbing the peacefulness of the night with their automated skimmer patrols, and marring the beauty of the returning desert with their mobile surveillance mechs. Surprisingly, I was not the only one to stay behind. At least 200 remained, although most of us avoided social contact, smiling politely when we passed on Poets' Walk, or while we ate apart in the echoing emptiness of the dining dome. The murders and disappearances continued, averaging about one a local fortnight, although they were usually discovered not by us, but by the regional SDF commander, who demanded a head count of citizens every few weeks. The image that remains in my mind from that first year is an unusually communal one. The night we gathered on the commons to watch the seed ship leave. It was at the height of the autumn meteor season, and Hyperion's night skies were already ablaze with gold streaks and red crisscrosses of flame, when the seed ship's engines fired, a small sun flared, and for an hour we watched as friends and fellow artists receded as a streak of fusion flame. Sad King Billy joined us that night, and I remember that he looked at me before he solemnly re-entered his ornate coach to return to the safety of Keats. In the dozen years which followed, I left the city only half a dozen times. Once to find a biosculptor who could rid me of my satyr affectation, the other times to buy food and supplies. The Shrike Temple had renewed the Shrike pilgrimages by this time, and on my trips I would use their elaborate avenue to death in reverse. The walk to Kronos Keep, the aerial tram across the bridle range, the wind wagons, and the Karen barge down the Hooghly. Coming back, I would stare at the pilgrims and wonder who would survive. Few visited the city of poets. Our half-finished towers began to look like tumbled ruins. The gallerias, with their splendid metal glass domes and covered arcades, grew heavy with vines. Pireweed and scargrass poked up between the flagstones. The SDF added to the chaos, setting mines and booby traps to kill the Shrike, but only succeeding in devastating once beautiful sections of the city. Irrigation broke down, the aqueduct collapsed, the desert encroached. I moved from room to room in King Billy's abandoned palace, working on my poem, waiting for my muse. When you think about it, the cause-effect begins to resemble some mad logic loop by the data artist Carolus, or perhaps a print by Escher. The Shrike had come into existence because of the incantatory powers of my poem, but the poem could not have existed without the presence of the Shrike as muse. Perhaps I was a bit mad in those days. In a dozen years, sudden death culled the city of dilettantes until only the Shrike and I remained. The annual passage of the Shrike pilgrimage was a minor irritation, a distant caravan crossing the desert to the time tombs. Sometimes a few figures returned, fleeing across vermilion sands to the refuge of Kronos Keep 20 kilometers to the southwest. More often, no one emerged. I watched from the shadows of the city. My hair and beard had grown until they covered some of the rags I wore. I came out mostly at night, moving through the ruins like a furtive shadow, sometimes gazing at my lighted palace tower like David Hume peering in his own windows, and solemnly deciding that he wasn't home. I never moved the food synthesizer from the dining dome to my apartments, preferring instead to eat in the echoing silence under that cracked Duomo like some Eloi fattening himself up for the inevitable Morlock. I never saw the Shrike. Many nights just before dawn I would waken from a nap at a sudden sound, the scratch of metal on stone, the rasp of sand under something's foot. But although I was often sure that I was being watched, I never saw the watcher. Occasionally I made the short trip to the time tombs, especially at night, avoiding the soft, disconcerting tugs of the anti-entropic time tides, while I moved through complicated shadows under the wings of the Sphinx, or stared at stars through the emerald wall of the Jade Tomb. It was upon my return from one of these nocturnal pilgrimages that I found an intruder in my study. "Impressive, Martin," said King Billy, tapping one of several heaps of manuscript which lay about the room. Seated in the oversized chair at the long table, the failed monarch looked old, more melted than ever. It was obvious that he had been reading for several hours. "Do you really think that mankind deserves such an end?" he asked softly. It had been a dozen years since I had heard the stutter. I moved away from the door, but did not answer. Billy had been a friend and patron for more than 20 standard years, but at that moment I could have killed him. The thought of someone reading Hyperion without permission filled me with rage. "You date your cantos," said King Billy, riffling through the most recent stack of completed pages. "How did you get here?" I snapped. It was not an idle question. Skimmers, drop ships, and helicopters had not had much luck flying to the Time Tombs region in recent years. The machines arrived sans passengers. It had done wonders in fueling the Shrike myth. The little man in the rumpled cape shrugged. His uniform was meant to be brilliant and regal, but merely made him look like an overweight harlequin. "I followed the last batch of pilgrims," he said, "and then came down from Keep Kronos to visit. I noticed that you've written nothing in many months, Martin. Can you explain that?" I glowered in silence while sidling closer. "Perhaps I can explain it," said King Billy. He looked at the last completed page of Hyperion Cantos as if it had the answer to a long-puzzled riddle. "The last stanzas were written the same week last year that J.T. Telio disappeared." "So?" I had moved to the far edge of the table now. Feigning a casual attitude, I pulled a short stack of manuscript pages closer and moved them out of Billy's reach. So that was, according to the SDF monitors, the date of the death of the last remaining Poet City dweller, he said. The last except for you, that is, Martin. I shrugged and began moving around the table. I needed to get to Billy without getting the manuscript in the way. You know you haven't finished it, Martin, he said in his deep, sad voice. There is still some chance that humanity survives the fall. No, I said, and sidled closer. But you can't write it, can you, Martin? You can't compose this poetry unless your muse is shedding blood, can you? Bullshit, I said. Perhaps, but a fascinating coincidence. Have you ever wondered why you have been spared, Martin? I shrugged again and slid another stack of papers out of his reach. I was taller, stronger, and meaner than Billy, but I had to be sure that none of the manuscript would be damaged if he struggled as I lifted him out of his seat and threw him out. It's time we did something about this problem, said my patron. No, I said, it's time you left. I shoved the last stacks of poetry aside and raised my arms, surprised to see a brass candlestick in one hand. Stop right there, please, King Billy said softly, and lifted a neural stunner from his lap. I paused only a second. Then I laughed. You miserable little hangdog fraud, I said. You couldn't use a fucking weapon if your life depended on it. I stepped forward to beat him up and throw him out. My cheek was against the stone of the courtyard, but one eye was open enough for me to see that stars still shone through the broken latticework of the Galleria dome. I could not blink. My limbs and torso tingled with the pinpricks of returning sensation, as if my entire body had fallen asleep and was now coming painfully awake. It made me want to scream, but my jaw and tongue refused to work. Suddenly, I was lifted and propped against a stone bench so that I could see the courtyard and the dry fountain which Rhythmic Corbett had designed. The bronze Laocoon wrestled with bronze snakes in the flickering illumination of the pre-dawn meteor showers. I'm sorry, Martin, came a familiar voice. But this madness has to end. King Billy came into my field of view carrying a tall stack of manuscript. Other heaps of pages lay on the shelf of the fountain at the foot of the metal Trojan. An open bucket of kerosene sat nearby. I managed to blink. My eyelids moved like rusted iron. The stun should wear off any minute, said King Billy. He reached into the fountain, raised a sheaf of manuscript, and ignited it with a flick of his cigarette lighter. No! I managed to scream through clenched jaws. The flames danced and died. King Billy let the ashes drop into the fountain and lifted another stack of pages, rolling them into a cylinder. Tears glistened on lined cheeks illuminated by flame. You called it forth, gasped the little man. It must be finished. I struggled to rise. My arms and legs jerked like a marionette's mishandled limbs. The pain was incredible. I screamed again, and the agonized sound echoed from marble and granite. King Billy lifted a fat sheaf of papers and paused to read from the top page. Without story or prop, but my own weak mortality, I bore the load of this eternal quietude, the unchanging gloom, and the three fixed shapes ponderous upon my senses a whole moon. For by my burning brain I measured sure her silver season shedded on the night, and ever day by day I thought I grew more gaunt and ghostly. Oftentimes I prayed, intense, that death would take me from the veil, and all its burdens. Gasping with despair of change, hour after hour I cursed myself. King Billy raised his face to the stars and consigned this page to flame. No, I cried again, and forced my legs to bend. I got to one knee, tried to steady myself with an arm ablaze with pinpricks, and fell on my side. The shadow in the cape lifted a stack too thick to roll and peered at it in the dim light. Then I saw a wan face, not pinned by human sorrows, but bright blanched by an immortal sickness which kills not. It works a constant change, which happy death can put no end to. Deathwards progressing to no death was that visage. It had passed the lily and the snow, and beyond these I must not think now, though I saw that face. King Billy moved his lighter, and this and 50 other pages burst into flame. He dropped the burning papers into the fountain and reached for more. "Please," I cried, and pulled myself up, stiffening my legs against the twitches of random nerve impulses while leaning against the stone bench. "Please." The third figure did not actually appear, so much as allow its presence to impinge upon my consciousness. It was as if it always had been there, and King Billy and I had failed to notice it until the flames grew bright enough. Impossibly tall, four-armed, molded in chrome and cartilage, the Shrike turned its red gaze on us. King Billy gasped, stepped back, and then moved forward to feed more cantos to the fire. Embers rose on warm drafts. A flight of doves burst from the vine-choked girders of the broken dome with an explosion of wing sound. I moved forward in a motion more lurch than step. The Shrike did not move, did not shift its bloody gaze. "Go!" cried King Billy, stutter forgotten, voice exalted, a blazing mass of poetry in each hand. "Return to the pit from whence you came." The Shrike seemed to incline its head ever so slightly. Red light gleamed on sharp surfaces. "My lord," I cried, although to King Billy or the apparition from hell I did not know then, and know not now. I staggered the last few paces and reached for Billy's arm. He was not there. 1 second the aging king was a hand's length from me, and in the next instant he was 10 meters away, raised high above the courtyard stones. Fingers like steel thorns pierced his arms and chest and thighs, but he still writhed, and my cantos burned in his fists. The Shrike held him out like a father offering his son for baptism. "Destroy it," Billy cried, his pinned arms making pitiful gestures. "Destroy it." I stopped at the fountain's edge, tottered weakly against the rim. At first I thought he meant destroy the Shrike, and then I thought he meant the poem, and then I realized that he meant both. 1,000 pages and more of manuscript lay tumbled in the dry fountain. I picked up the bucket of kerosene. The Shrike did not move except to pull King Billy slowly back against his chest in an oddly affectionate motion. Billy writhed and screamed silently as a long steel thorn emerged from his harlequin silk just above the breastbone. I stood there stupidly and thought of butterfly collections I had displayed as a child. Slowly, mechanically, I sloshed kerosene on the scattered pages. "End it," gasped King Billy. "Martin, for the love of God." I picked up the lighter from where he had dropped it. The Shrike made no move. Blood soaked the black patches of Billy's tunic until they blended with the crimson squares already there. I thumbed the antique lighter once, twice, a third time. Sparks only. Through my tears I could see my life's work lying in the dusty fountain. I dropped the lighter. Billy screamed. Dimly I heard blades rubbing bone as he twisted in the Shrike's embrace. "Finish it," he cried. "Martin, oh God!" I turned then, took 5 fast paces, and threw the half-full bucket of kerosene. Fumes blurred my already blurred vision. Billy and the impossible creature that held him were soaked like 2 comics in a slapstick holly. I saw Billy blink and splutter. I saw the slickness on the Shrike's chiseled muzzle reflect the meteor-brightened sky. And then the dying embers of burned pages in Billy's still-clenched fists ignited the kerosene. I raised my hands to protect my face. Too late, beard and eyebrows singed and smoldered, and staggered backward until the rim of the fountain stopped me. For a second the pyre was a perfect sculpture of flame, a blue and yellow Pieta, with a 4-armed Madonna holding a blazing Christ figure. Then the burning figure writhed and arched, still pinned by steel thorns and a score of scalpel talons. and a cry went up which to this day I cannot believe emanated from the human half of that death-embraced pair. The scream knocked me to my knees, echoed from every hard surface in the city, and drove the pigeons into wheeling panic. And the scream continued for minutes after the flaming vision simply ceased to be, leaving behind neither ashes nor retinal image. It was another minute or two before I realized that the scream I now heard was mine. Anticlimax is, of course, the warp and way of things. Real life seldom structures a decent denouement. It took me several months, perhaps a year, to recopy the kerosene-damaged pages and to rewrite the burned cantos. It will be no surprise to learn that I did not finish the poem. It was not by choice. My muse had fled. The city of poets decayed in peace. I stayed another year or two, perhaps 5. I do not know. I was quite mad by then. To this day, records of early Shrike pilgrims tell of the gaunt figure, all hair and rags and bulging eyes, who would wake them from their Gethsemane sleep by screaming obscenities and shaking his fist at the silent time tombs, daring the coward within to show itself. Eventually the madness burned itself out, although the embers will always glow. And I hiked the 1,500 kilometers to civilization, my backpack weighted down with just manuscript, surviving on rock eels and snow, and on nothing at all for the last 10 days. The 2.5 centuries since are not worth telling, much less reliving. The Polson treatments to keep the instrument alive and waiting. 2 long cold sleeps in illegal sublight cryogenic voyages, each swallowing a century or more, each taking its toll in brain cells and memory. I waited then. I wait still. The poem must be finished. It will be finished. In the beginning was the Word. In the end, past honor, past life, past caring. In the end will be the Word.